Romania. You are going to see some very technical and very interesting presentations, most of them very heavy on data. You are also going to see some very interesting panels on hot topics about retail media, both with international and Romanian experts in this area. You are going to see some very interesting case studies and success stories from Romanian retail. You are going to have the opportunity to ask questions and be part of the conversation with our wonderful international and Romanian experts in this area. You are going to experiment all sorts of activations which are taking place on the hall outside the conference room. And you are going to get your copy of the book Leader's Leap, signed by its very author, Mr. Steve Dennis. He's also the author of another very famous book among retail experts, which is called Remarkable Retail. And of course, to have the opportunity to socialize and to know each other. We have lunch and 2 coffee breaks, 2 long coffee breaks. But most importantly, you are going to have a great professional experience, because this event is very heavy on data. It's about technology and about the changes that technology is about to bring in our lives in general and retail media in particular. And now I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Marc, the CEO of Footprints AI, the organizer of this event, to share with us his thoughts about retail media. Dan, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marc. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Footprints AI, and thank you for joining us. It's amazing to see so many of you here today, both in person and in online. And I'll start by saying that this morning I had a flash. The script says that the retail media is the new gold rush, but basically just imagine that I have a better comparison. Retail media is the Bitcoin in the first initial years. So once you don't spend it on pizza, jump into it, and it's going to grow. Now I'm going to carry on with my speech and saying that the retail media is the new gold rush. Just like in the past, when people raced to find gold, today brands and retailers are racing to make sense of the opportunity that retail media represents. For years, only the big companies, the retail giants, and the big retailers had the tools to do this. They controlled the game, took the biggest share, and left little room for the others. But this is changing this year in 2025. Now, every retailer, big or small, can turn their stores into valuable media spaces and higher quality audience insights. That means more opportunities, more revenue, and a level playing field. And that's why the summit today matters. At Footprints AI, we've been working on this opportunity since 2017. This is way before retail media became a buzzword as it is today. My co-founder, Paul, and I, we believe that the stores hold something most valuable: the physical customer behavior and their purchase data. We know that if you look into someone's shopping basket, you can know who they are, what their life stage and lifestyle is, and what's the structure of their household, right? If they have kids, how many kids, or if they have a dual income, no kids, for example. The challenge was to make this applicable, scalable, automated, and useful in a globally compliant way. So that was 2017 to today. So we built a technology that tracks how people are shopping. They understand their needs, their social demographic profile, and delivers the right ads to the right audience, and it measures the results before, during, and after their shopping trips. Because the future of advertising isn't just online, It's not just about search and social media. It is powered by our behaviors in the physical retail spaces, and that's our mission and the vision in Footprints AI. I'm also going to answer to why this Retail Media Summit happens in Bucharest, why in Romania, and why the Central and Eastern Europe. Because this region, we believe, is built on hard work, smart thinking, and fast action. And all the best ideas, they don't win just because they are great ideas. They win because they are well executed. And this is a place where things get done, in CE, in Romania. Today, you'll hear from experts from Europe, from Australia, from the US, and they will explain how retail media is accelerating into becoming one of the most powerful forces in advertising. By the time we wrap up the summit today, you'll see why this isn't just a trend, it's the future. So my challenge to you is, whether you are here in person or online, don't just watch the retail media growing, be part of it, so we can all win together. Welcome to the Retail Media Summit, and thanks for joining, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I promise you this is and will be the only formal part of this summit. So now please focus on having fun and enjoying the presentations. We are about to begin our first presentation, our first session. It's called The Evolution of Retail Media, Trends and Future Outlook. It is presented to us by Mr. Andrew Lipsman, leading retail media analyst and consultant. It's an honor for me to introduce a leading expert in retail media and digital commerce. As an independent analyst and consultant, he specializes in retail media, famously calling it digital advertising third big wave, along with digital media advertising and commerce. His insights have been featured in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Financial Times. Andrew, please join us. And thank you for being here with us. Don't forget that we have a Q&A session at the end of each presentation, and please abuse this opportunity because it has a lot of very interesting information and very heavy on data presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? Can you all hear me? All right. Well, first off, thank you so much, Dan, Footprints team, everybody. Thank you for having us here. It's really special to have a retail media summit in Central and Eastern Europe, the first of its kind. And I'm really excited that I get the opportunity to help set the tone for the day today. So I'm going to talk about the evolution of retail media. And I'm going to begin by talking about the first time I ever encountered retail media. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Was it love at first sight? It was. Now, the time was 2012. We didn't know it as retail media at the time. But I was working with my boss on an e-commerce presentation. And while we were doing our research for this presentation, we noticed that on Amazon.com and Walmart.com, concurrently, we started seeing digital ads for CPG brands. There was a Tide ad on Amazon, a Kraft Foods ad on Walmart. And my boss, who had spent most of his career in grocery and CPG, said, "This is really interesting. It kind of reminds me of the end caps that you see in supermarkets." He said, "It's kind of like a digital end cap." And immediately I thought to myself, digital end cap, that's pretty catchy. I'm going to write that down. And the second thing that he said was, these companies must be making a fortune off these ads. This has to be the most valuable advertising real estate that exists in all of digital advertising. I said, well, we can actually find out how valuable these ads are. We had measurement at the time of CPMs across all display ads. So we looked it up. And we found that The average display ad at the time was $2.91, and these very valuable digital end caps had an average CPM of $2.74. They were undervalued then, and they're still undervalued today. So here we are now where retail media is evolving, and I see it evolving primarily along two dimensions. Now, this is sort of the US view of the world, and I understand that the evolution is happening quite differently in other parts of the world, with in-store preceding the move to online. But this is how it's started to evolve in the US, beginning with Amazon search ads. So it's evolving across two dimensions, the media and advertising format, and then the sales channel or the attribution method. And we had this retail media 1.0 era, which got us pretty much to where we are today, which is a $50 billion industry in the US. That was heavily driven by search ads, sponsored product ads, primarily on Amazon, and they drove online sales. There's a very tight closed loop of performance, which allowed for investment to come into this very quickly. Now things are getting more interesting as we move into the retail media 2.0 era. This is where the ads move up the funnel to display in video, streaming TV, and in-store ads. And we're also getting better at attribution by being able to attribute those exposures to in-store sales. So we're getting a more complete picture. Now we're starting to just touch upon retail media 3.0, which gets into things like product samples and more experiential retail media. And the attribution is evolving even further to where you can start to account for lifetime value, right? So it's not just online and offline, but also over time. Another new wrinkle is we're starting to see creators emerge as a media channel. They're kind of an upper funnel and medium that's very effective, and they are increasingly adjacent to some of these experiential retail media experiences that we're seeing now today. But at the end of the day, we have the dimensions of retail and media. It's a theme you're gonna see a lot of. So why is retail media even a thing? In the earliest days, I think the foundations of it was contextual relevance. You had an ad appearing in a place where people were there to shop and buy. Then, of course, there was the closed loop measurement component, which made it easier to invest. Come 2020, 2021, the pandemic, all the shift to online and the rise of e-commerce, and that was another accelerant to this trend. Now, as we shift into 2.0, the conversation has shifted towards things like first-party data, privacy regulation, and more of a full funnel advertising market. Now, people who have come to this market more recently have said, what's this whole retail media thing about? Is it really about first-party data and cookie deprecation? And I say no. That's at best a mild accelerant of the trend. It's closed-loop measurement. That is the most important piece and the fundamental driver of retail media. So, first, a quick show of hands. How many people here have seen this chart before in some form? Okay. Hasn't made its way to the rest of the world, so I'm glad to bring it here today. So this is the conception of the third big wave of digital advertising. The thesis behind this is that closed-loop measurement is what brings ad dollars online in a significant way. Google was the first one to do it with search. It wasn't until that moment that we started to see billions and billions of dollars move into the channel. Several years later, we had the rise of social, led by Facebook. And then finally, we had retail media led by Amazon. Now, search took 19 years to go from 1 billion to 50 billion in sales. Social took 13 years. Retail media, just 8 years. So it's accelerating much faster. And the third digital wave, I'm convinced, is destined to be the biggest. So a lot of times I hear from brands, you say that there's all this growth, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of dollars coming into retail media. Where is that coming from? I'm not increasing my budgets at all, or maybe just a little bit. I don't see where this growth can actually come from. And the answer to this is actually much more complex. So I'm not gonna take you through all the detail of these numbers. What I did here is an analysis where I took BCG and McKinsey's estimates of where future ad revenue was gonna come from, and I basically split the difference because I thought they were directionally accurate, broke out the detail a little bit more, and I've summarized where that spend is going to come from. The biggest chunk of it is net new ad spending, as you see over on the left. Some of it's going to pull from brand marketing. Another chunk is going to come from existing digital media spend. And then, of course, shopper and trade, which is where every CPG brand, for example, thinks it has to come from. But it is going to ultimately pull from other places. Summarizing this a bit more, the biggest buckets of spend that are going to shift are coming from, it's truly incremental spend coming from new advertisers. And not just purely new advertisers to retail media, new advertisers to a channel. So you might be selling on Amazon today, but you haven't started doing streaming TV ads or in-store advertising, but you will. So these are all net new dollars that are gonna come in, and increasingly from small and medium-sized sellers. Linear TV, incremental spend from existing advertisers. These are some of the other big buckets of what's gonna drive spend in the future. So when you see the future of retail media pulling from all of these ad spending sources, you realize that the future of retail media is the future of all media. Take a quick step back and just level set on the different types of ads. So we have on-site, and again, this is where all things started in the US, and you've got a couple of primary placements here. The sponsored product search ads in grid are at the bottom, and then you've got the more media-heavy ads, more content-driven sponsored brand video, and sponsored brand ads usually appearing above the fold. Off-site ads, this is the off-site programmatic, display, social, streaming video, things of that nature, and then of course in-store. So retail media, ultimately, where it derives its power in those examples that you see is that it comes from the intersection of content and commerce. It's the intersection of media and merchandising. It's the true intersection of branding and performance. And when you bring these things together, it's an instance where you have 1 + 1 = 3. So that's the defining value. There is true incrementality to be gotten from retail media. But too often, retail and media are siloed within organizations. This is true both of retailers and of brands. And so when that happens, you lose that extra dollar. Now the media landscape is seeing an increasing convergence of media and commerce. If you look at some of the biggest media companies today, these are linear TV media companies, digital media companies, and retailers as media companies. You see the red ones here dotting the landscape are the retailers. And this is both their audiences in physical retail as well as digital retail. Now the media and advertising landscape is shifting dramatically over the past decade. Now for a long time, Mary Meeker was a famous analyst in the US who would do a State of Internet Trends report. And she had this chart that would go viral every year that looked at US media time spent versus ad spend. And the point was, when you have these imbalances where you have a lot more time spent than ad spend, that these things should move into some sort of relative equilibrium. And the point that she emphasized every year for a long time is that mobile was significantly underinvested. We had this huge shift towards mobile time spent, and the ad spend wasn't anywhere near where it should be. Now fast forward a decade, and here's where we're at today. The exact opposite case with mobile. It's by far the most time spent, so that's only continued to go up, but it's now over 50% of that ad spend. And of course, the reason for that is Facebook and Google. They're the ones who, through attribution, by generating ROAS, have been able to capture the vast majority of investment today. You'll also notice that other piece is a bigger slice of the pie than it has been in the past. I'm going to come back to that one later. Now this might be the most important slide that I shared today. This is an example of an incrementality study by a company called ClearData. It uses a causal modeling method to look at, in this case, CPG's brand spend across all the different channels. And what you see is that the RMNs perform especially well here. In fact, some of them have really strong incrementality iROAS numbers. You'll see that there's a digital shopper tool that also does pretty well. And you see that paid social, organic social, search, they're actually only minimally incremental. In this study, I used it as an example because it's fairly reflective of the types of studies that this company has seen. Oftentimes, the RMNs are right at the top in incrementality, and they're outperforming every other channel by a significant amount. So the proof is starting to be there about retail media. Now, what do these high performers have in common? They are the convergence of media and commerce. That's the theme here, including the shopper tool. Now, you'll also notice that RMN3 is not that high on incrementality. Well, what's going on there? Incrementality isn't guaranteed in retail media. Retail media can commit a lot of the same sins as the rest of digital. And in this case, this RMN didn't have a lot of on-site traffic. It was heavily off-site, and heavily off-site in open web programmatic, which in this case probably didn't have a lot of protections for fraudulent inventory made for advertising sites. And so that dinged its overall incrementality. So obviously with such a big opportunity, it's become a bit of a cliche to say that everything is an ad network. There are 500, 600, 1,000 RMNs, people like to say. We can't spend our money across all of them. Of course that's true, and there's not gonna be that many walled gardens in the future. A lot of them are really just gonna get aggregated at some point, the same way that digital publishers did. So that's the way we need to think about it. But in certain categories like CPG, for example, you're gonna have to play ball with probably 5, 6, 8, maybe 10 walled gardens. So every single retail media network, if they want to reach scale, has to build their own version of the retail media flywheel. Now, Jeff Bezos first espoused this notion, before I think he knew what he was saying, in 2016. He was talking about Prime Video at the time, and he said, we get to monetize in a very unusual way. When we win a Golden Globe, it helps us sell more shoes. And he was starting to talk about the convergence of these elements of media, advertising, and commerce that form their new flywheel. Their first flywheel on the commerce side was about price selection and convenience. Now it's media, advertising, commerce. Why is this significant? Look at the growth of their advertising business over the years. The key point is when you have a flywheel effect happening, it's exponential returns, right? If it was just linear, Amazon might have a $10 billion ad business today. Not bad, most would love to have that, but it's much more than that, it's over 50 billion now. So this is what Amazon's flywheel looks like. At the foundation is Amazon Prime. This is the first-party data foundation that every retail media network needs to succeed and scale. And then they have the commerce component. That's what every retailer and e-commerce company has in common. They layer in their advertising business, Amazon Ads. And then the key is to expand that audience through media. For Amazon, Prime Video is the biggest asset they have. They also have Alexa, Twitch, things of that nature to help build out their full suite of media assets. But they're not resting on their laurels. They're continuing to invest and advance what they're doing with this flywheel. So commerce is evolving from online to offline. They're building grocery stores in large numbers in the US. The advertising isn't just on-site ads. Now it's high-level, premium-rated television ads threaded through Thursday Night Football. And then media, they're landing Fire TVs into people's homes through Prime Day and other things. That becomes a point of integration from all of their media and advertising assets. So Walmart has taken note, and they're building their own version of this today. Of course, they launched Walmart Plus as their membership program. They have Walmart Connect, which is on fire, $5 billion run rate, growing 30% year over year. And then they acquired Vizio, probably the biggest news story in retail media last year, which is their version of building out that media platform. They're also partnering with Meta, TikTok, Disney, NBCU to get access to more media inventory. We're also seeing second-tier retail media networks build their own version through partnerships. In this case, Best Buy recently partnered with CNET as a digital publisher, a bi-directional partnership that actually brings CNET content into Best Buy stores and Best Buy ads into CNET content. Now what happens here is that when you build these flywheels, it creates these really strong, robust, resilient advertising businesses. Amazon and Walmart, as a result of that, has a very high concentration of their advertising revenue and impressions going into the long tail. They have lots and lots of advertisers, so you can see about half or so of those impressions are in the long tail. Very little concentrated in the head, those handful of advertisers that drive 1% or more of their revenue. If you go down the list, though, you see that a lot of other large retailers have a big concentration of their advertising coming from those top handful of advertisers. Best Buy is another good example here, very heavily concentrated there. They don't have a marketplace business today, but they just announced recently that they're building a marketplace that's coming in summer of 2026, so you can imagine why. Now, the future of retail media is the future of search. We like to talk about AI being the future of search. AI is going to change our behavior, but this is going to happen over time. Like today, 1% of searches are Gen AI searches. This is something that plays out much more over the course of 5 to 10 years than something we need to be focusing on entirely today. Retail media is where search monetization is shifting now. Over a quarter of those ad dollars are in retail media. In a few years, it'll be 40%. Brands say that their next retail media dollar is going to go to search. I asked them to rank the different formats that their next dollar would fund, and they were heavily on-site with search right up at the top. In-store digital, much further down the list. So we're still trying to figure things out in the US in terms of how we fit in-store digital into the mix. Now, retail media search has so much unmonetized potential. I mean, there's going to be tens of billions of dollars moving into this in the next few years in the US, and I know a lot of it is more nascent here in Europe. I think this is going to be a huge growth wave for those who get it right. Now, this example I'll tell through the lens of Seth Dallaire, who's otherwise known as the godfather of retail media in the US. He was one of the early Amazon execs. And then in 2019, he was hired as Chief Revenue Officer at Instacart, stood up their retail media network in record time, built a really strong search business there. And you can see Amazon and Instacart have these stable, strong, average return on ad spend. Walmart was lagging. He got hired as Chief Revenue Officer at Walmart in late 2021. And by mid-2022, he implemented some key changes to their search business, the playbook that had worked previously. So the first thing he did was institute a second price auction. So brands no longer had to bid against themselves, right? If they bid $4 for an impression and the competitor bid $3, they didn't have to pay $4 anymore, they had to pay $3.01. So it de-risked their investment. The other thing they do is they leveled the playing field with marketplace and third-party sellers. So it created a much more dynamic marketplace ecosystem that could improve monetization. And here's what it looked like. In the short term, the CPC on Walmart went down. Self-inflicted wound, right? This should hurt their monetization. But it did the exact opposite. Return on ad spend shot through the roof, and it stayed elevated. Brands were happier. They've shifted investment into Walmart Connect in a significant way. And what's happened is by bringing in more advertisers, you'll see that beginning in about Q2 of 2023, now with more demand, it's pushing up monetization. The CPC is now rising again. So again, this is leading to 30% growth rates on a $5 billion business. This is where growth happens. Walmart and Amazon are monetizing on-site very well. Almost 100% of their searches carry ads, but a lot of other retailers have a lot of room to monetize further through advertising. There's also a lot of inventory that's available on site. If you look to the right here, this is how many average impressions are coming on a search result page from in-grid search and carousel search. Amazon and Walmart have an average of 11 impressions, and 8 impressions. So that's starting to get a bit more saturated, but there's a lot of room to open up more inventory on other retailer sites. Now, retail media is moving a bit up the funnel on site as well. You've got sponsored products, which look really strong from a return on ad spend standpoint, $4.41. From an iROAS standpoint, though, not nearly as strong. Sponsored brand and sponsored brand video, right, the more dynamic media content, those don't look quite as strong on a ROAS perspective. They're more expensive ad units. But from an iROAS perspective, they perform incredibly well. Sponsored brand video in particular. So these are the digital end caps, and I would say still very much undervalued today. Breaking this down even further into tactics. So it's the same data, but split apart into the different tactics. Sponsored product branded search, category search, and conquesting as the different tactics. And what you see here is, I'll take you on the left side. Sponsored product branded search looks really, really good from a ROAS perspective. Every e-commerce manager knows this. You can buy your own search terms and the numbers look really good, but it's not very incremental because people were gonna buy your brand anyway. If you look off to the right here, sponsored brand conquesting ads, very expensive, look terrible. Look absolutely terrible from a ROAS perspective, but that's where you actually get incrementality from. So if you plot these numbers out, what you see is that low CPC, low cost, drives high ROAS, and the exact opposite is happening, where if you have a high CPC, you drive high incrementality. So said another way, expensive is good. That's not the way that brands buy today. Brands are sitting on the left side of this chart, right? You're bonused on driving high ROAS, you're bonused on cost efficiency, and it's doing the exact opposite of what you want. The future of retail media is the future of display. So we're seeing retail media evolve offsite. This is happening through a range of different partnerships, streaming TV partnerships, platform partnerships, programmatic partnerships, where the trade desk is now kind of running the table with retail media in the US, and these publisher partnerships, like I mentioned, with Best Buy and CNET. Now, there's a lot more of these partnerships that are gonna have to happen over the years, so expect to see that, and maybe we'll even see some M&A activity happen with retail media companies beginning to buy digital publishers. Now, somebody said this, I didn't say this, but transactions are the new cookies. I love this idea because we've had cookies, they've been the dominant form of ad targeting in the past for behavioral targeting. We've got a better form. We have a better form of targeting today. We have better data. It's on what people are shopping and buying. And we've seen this happen in the past where display advertising in a very short period of time could get powered through a new mechanism. That was programmatic. So this black line in the chart is looking at programmatic's percentage of display advertising back in the early 2010s. You can see in a few years it went from 14% to 27% to 55% to really the vast majority of display advertising today. And I see a similar future for retail media driven advertising. Now I've got two scenarios here. What I expected was we'd see an inflection point a little bit earlier when we expected cookies to go away. They're not, but they're not gonna be the dominant form of targeting in the future, so all that's really done is delayed the time horizon a bit. I still see us ultimately hitting this asymptote where the majority of all impressions will be driven by retailer data in the future. Now, how are we measuring offsite? I hear all the time from brands that offsite doesn't pencil out. It's too expensive, don't want to invest there. Why am I paying for the RMN data premium on top of the media cost? And I don't know how well these work, actually. There's not a lot of research on it yet today, but what I will say is we're measuring it wrong. We're measuring it today through metrics like conversion rate, ROAS, click-through rate. None of these are the right metrics, certainly not ROAS. Others are using cost-based metrics, cost per click,
cost per acquisition. Again, we're trying for cost efficiency here, not effectiveness. And the metrics we should be using are probably incremental ROAS. I would argue reach, that's not even an option in here. But we need to start looking at this sort of media spend much differently. Future of retail media is the future of social media. So I'm going to take you back in history in social media to the Facebook and MySpace days. And back then, this is when Facebook was on its ascent and MySpace had hit its peak and then was going over the peak. So there are upsides and downsides to network effects that create these audiences. Now, you can see how Facebook benefited from those network effects and grew very significantly during that time. But fast forward to today, and this is what's happening to Facebook engagement. Now, they had very tight network effects, so it takes a lot longer to unwind, but we are very much in the great unraveling at Facebook right now. Engagement is declining at an increasingly precipitous rate. So because of that, we've seen a big shift in social media that is less social and more media, specifically social video. That's where everything is shifting today, and actually the majority of time spent on social is video driven. This is happening, of course, on TikTok, but on Facebook and Instagram as well. And social video is increasingly driven by creators. Now, creators are a great way, they are a new media channel in and of themselves, and they break through and reach people in an effective way, and increasingly can be powered by retail media. So in this example of a campaign, it leveraged 93 creators who were experts in consumer electronics. They ran this campaign. Most of it was on YouTube and TikTok. And if you look at it versus a benchmark for paid social, which has an average of about a 3x ROAS, the creator-driven content on its own drove a 9x ROAS, so 3 times better. But if you had that creator content powered by the targeting and attribution of RMN data, you get a 27x return. So you can get this unbelievable efficiency when you bring, again, retail and media together. Retail media is the future of TV. So I mentioned the third wave of digital advertising. We are now entering into the third wave of TV. The first wave, of course, was linear TV, which was a broad reach medium. That's been the dominant form over quite a bit of time. But in recent years, we've seen the emergence of streaming TV, connected TV. This is driven by more addressability and targeting. So this is the targeting era. But we now are having retail media powered TV, which is targeting and attribution. So this is the performance wave of TV. Really exciting. We're about to see a transformation unlike anything we've ever seen. We're going to see media spend follow the performance. But I would also caution and say we need to make sure we don't lose sight of branding. TV is a branding medium. We need to be able to account for both of these things, branding and performance at the same time. It can be done, but I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that key component of how TV advertising works. Amazon's doing this today. They're changing the market in the US. They opened up a bunch of Prime Video ad-supported inventory this past year. And what they're seeing is strong performance and the ability to drive sales for brands, incremental sales. In this example, there's a brand that had an average ROAS of $8.17. With 1 to 10 exposures, that increased 36%. And if you had even more than that in terms of the number of exposures, the lift was even higher. There's also the potential for shoppable TV. Interesting trend, we love to talk about this one. I take a little bit of a cautious view on it because I don't know how much people in a lean back medium are gonna wanna lean forward and buy things. It will happen in some sense, but I'm not getting ahead of my skis on this. Now, agencies really think that this is the next big thing in retail media. We'll see the technology increasingly integrated. How it shifts consumer behavior remains to be seen. The future of retail media is the future of retail. So we are seeing stores digitize in all sorts of new ways. Instacart's introduced the connected store. We're seeing smart carts. We're seeing cooler doors. We're seeing all sorts of digital signage across stores today. And this is something that, of course, we've seen here in Europe for quite some time. There we go. So Tesco has really been at the head in terms of integrating really good quality in-store signage at end caps, at the front of store, really across all of the key touch points. So I think they're a great example to follow, and I'm always saying to US supermarkets and big box retailers, look to what Tesco is doing, look to what other European retailers are doing if you want to know what the potential is for in-store retail media. Now, I think of in-store retail media as the next major media channel. When we see these digital screens, we can see it and visualize it as a true media channel. So I mentioned that time spent versus ad spend look that we had earlier. Oh, here's some of the new emerging media that have popped up. CTV is obviously the biggest, and we're seeing ad spend start to increase, but not in proportion to the amount of time spent, because that is significant. In-store, podcasting, and video gaming. All of these are under-monetized to some extent today. Now, in-store, it's actually a media channel if you take the time that people spend in stores. It's about 5%, which is a not small piece of the media ecosystem. But the ad spend is 0.1% of all ad spend, just a few $100 million in the US. That's a $20 billion opportunity. Now, I would argue this medium should be over-invested in the future because of the proximity to purchase, but at minimum, a $20 billion opportunity. It's also why I've said physical retail is the new TV. Increasingly, I think that it can fulfill a lot of the functions that TV has historically done. TV is great. It should be the centerpiece of any campaign. It does the really high-quality 30-second storytelling, but it can't reach the same amount of people that it always has. So in-store has reach, quality, and the benefit of performance. And you see that some of the biggest stores in the US have monthly audience reach that's on par with the largest TV broadcast networks. People also like in-store ads much more than other media. When you look at where other national media dollars go, print, outdoor, linear TV, when you look at in-store in terms of ad experience and ad attentiveness, it far outperforms everything else. And that makes sense. When people are used to seeing commercial messages in an environment, if you're introducing high quality, dynamic ad experiences, it makes sense that they'd be open and receptive to receiving those messages. Now we're getting the evolution of experiential retail media. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting things happen in the future. This example is looking at product sampling. I look at a product sample as the highest form of media, right? Usually we're exposed to messages. When do we get the chance to actually experience what we're being advertised, to sample that product, maybe become a long-term buyer? Now in this case, we're looking at a 5-campaign meta study of different product samples. And we're looking at it in terms of ROAS and incremental ROAS. Now, ROAS is accounting for all the people who sampled, but some of them might have already been brand buyers. So those numbers are gonna look more inflated. iROAS is all the people who sampled that were previous non-buyers of the brand. So a much more true picture. And what you see is after a 28-day attribution window, the average iROAS is about $5. Pretty reasonable number. This is typical of what you might see for a other campaign today. But if you follow this through over time, 12 weeks, 26 weeks, some of these campaigns were studied up to 52 weeks, you actually see that lifetime value of the brand accrues. People try that brand, they buy it again, some of them buy it again and again and again. And so that incrementality can really, really increase by virtue of something that's more experiential. So let's finish off by closing the loop on the future of retail media. I showed what the evolution of retail media looks like earlier in the presentation on the left, and how we get there. How do we tie all these different media formats to all the different sales channels and attribution methods? I think ultimately we need some version of data clean rooms to bring all those pieces together. Now the good news is data clean room adoption is increasing with brands, and you can see just from February 23 to March 24, a really big uptick in the total number of brands that are adopting these types of solutions. But the sophisticated users are a very small sliver. So we need to get a lot smarter about how we use these. And we also need to make sure that they're protected and privacy compliant in using methods like confidential computing to make that happen. So I'm going to end on talking about my vision of the future for really all media measurement. Retail media measurement, but all media measurement. We live in a world today, a ROAS world, often to the left, where you put $1 in and you get $4 out, right? It looks good as an investment, but it's not reality. It's the illusion of performance. I'd like to see us get to true performance, true incremental performance, where you put $1 in and you get a little bit of incremental online sales, offline sales, rest of market sales, lifetime value, and branding effects. You put all those things together and account for everything, you're gonna get a truer picture of reality, and you're gonna be able to invest against these opportunities much more confidently. So finally, retail media, it is the intersection of retail and media. Its unique power and the incremental value comes from the combination of content and commerce. Today, it is dramatically underinvested. If I'm a brand, if I'm an agency, I'm figuring out what those right pockets of opportunity are in retail media and how I can find the investment for that, because that's how I'm gonna actually grow brand sales. And lastly, I can't emphasize this enough, incrementality is the future of all media measurement. We're gonna get better at closing the loop across channels and time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for this very interesting presentation. As I said, heavy on data. It is very difficult for me to have takeaways because almost every slide was like a takeaway. So let's move to the Q&A session. Are there any questions from the audience?
Everyone can have a copy of the presentation after the fact. I know there's a lot of data in it. I have to hit the points quickly, but you are welcome to unpack them in much more detail. Feel free to reach out and ask questions as well.
That's great news. Thank you. Thank you very much. If not, I have a question to start because in the morning it's more difficult to break the ice with questions. So if you are to make a recommendation, what are the first steps retail owners should take to optimize their media mix in 2025?
The first step is measure through some form of credible incrementality measurement. That's how you're going to be able to optimize that mix. I go back to that slide that I said is the most important slide in the presentation. It tells you something totally different than how you're probably investing media today, right? It's saying that, it's not true in every case, by the way. It's going to be different for every brand, every category. But a lot of money, the majority of money is going into things like social, programmatic, search, whatever the case may be, linear TV. If you're looking at it holistically, you're going to find that you're putting a lot of money for good ROAS, but very little incrementality. If you take that incrementality lens and start to shift your mix, it's going to change everything about how you allocate. I've seen and heard about conversations where this happens, and it's uncomfortable. You go in and present incrementality data, and you tell a brand, you're doing it all wrong, and you need to start to shift things in a significant way. That's very disruptive to an organization. So I don't have the expectations that things are gonna like snap your fingers and change overnight, but you gotta know where the gravity is taking you, and you've gotta start taking concrete steps to make significant shifts in investment. One of the reasons why I say physical retail is the new TV, one of the calls to action is slice off 5% of your linear TV spend, which is not as efficient as it used to be, put it into in-store and get a lot of the benefits of that. That's the sort of way that we need to start thinking.
So we also have a benchmark, 5%. Actually we are in a kind of a slow retail gold rush. If you are saying that incrementality is so important.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reality. Industries don't change overnight. The opportunity is significant, and you have to look at it with, let's say, a 10-year time horizon. But you're going to lose out if you're not pointed in the right direction. And the thing, I showed a few charts that show the benefits of exponential gains, right? Those things don't look that big today, but the brands that actually take those proactive steps are going to accrue the cumulative advantage over time and really achieve those incremental gains in brand performance.
Thank you. We have a few, oh, excellent. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello, my name is Catherine Cagle. Andrew Lipsman, I actually know you from the United States, quite a long time ago. My name is Catherine Cagle. I'm here on a Fulbright. Back in the 90s, I helped to found an organization called BRAT, which monitors and verifies media. Romania is very, very different than the United States, especially in respect to local media. There's been a bit of a collapse of regional newspapers. As we know, newspapers, retail was always their biggest category. In Romania, the most powerful medium is TikTok. Retailers can't really get at that. What would you suggest? Oh, and the other factor is that the regions, people can't afford cable. So you don't even have the ability to access them through so much of TV medium. What would you suggest retailers do? And I know you're not from this market, but what would you suggest retailers do to really reach the regions?
I think you have to adapt to whatever the dominant media are. And if there's a theme that I emphasize in the presentation, it's retail media is the future of all media. It means that it's going to power all of these forms of media today. So if the example is TikTok, right? TikTok is partnering with several retail media networks today. You can do more targeted advertising, better targeted advertising, and the audiences that you want to reach through that, right? You can layer in these creator campaigns and get even more impact. It's all about combining the marketing effectiveness of the medium itself and underpinning it with the data, and then being able to get the performance on that data so you have the feedback loop to keep doing it better over time.
Okay. Oh, we have another one. Another question.
Nice to meet you.
It's working, yeah? Okay, so nice to meet you, Andrew. My name is Laurențiu. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for being here with us. My question here is about the approach regarding non-endemic and endemic brands, because we're seeing a lot of more demand coming through that, let's say, channel, and they're much more interested into 1P data, and also they have bigger budgets than the regular CPG brand. So do you have a take on it, or how we should approach it in terms of developing further?
Sure. A few things on non-endemic brands. So retailers obviously love the non-endemic brands because that's by definition net new money that they wouldn't get from their endemic brands selling through their channels. So it's great work if you can get it. You can't get it from every retail media network. One of the really interesting dynamics in the US is in-store retail media is probably about 50-50 between non-endemic brands and endemic brands. Like, that sounds crazy to me that CPG brands are minimally advertising their brands in grocery stores. And grocery stores are generating a lot of dollars from financial services companies, lotteries, I mean, a whole host of non-endemic brands. And it's because they see it as audience. They're brand advertisers. They want to reach a lot of people. They see it as audience first, and they don't have to get muddied up with the dynamics of the brand-retailer relationship. Whereas when you get into asking a brand to advertise in the store, now it becomes a JBP conversation, and all of these long-standing dynamics can get in the way of something that, to me, from my position of being on the outside looking in, it seems kind of obvious. Like, why wouldn't you want to have high quality advertising in your store close to the point of purchase? If we look at it as a marketer, it should be so obvious, but we're held back by those dynamics. So I think the non-endemics in this case really have it right. We need to start thinking about it as an audience play.
Okay. We also have a question from social media, online and social media. Actually, there are several, but I've only selected one. what are the key factors that differentiate high-performing retail media networks from those that struggle with monetization?
I mean, I think it's really figuring out how to make your inventory work for the brand. Okay. So I mentioned, I mean, that I'll go back to that Walmart example, right? They had just some of the basic mechanics of the site weren't working well. I think also greater emphasis on the different types of media. I can't just be those in-grid search ads. It has to be dynamic experiences, and in some sense, the bigger and more dynamic, the better. It's really going to drive that incremental performance. And then lastly, measurement. I think there's a lot of KPIs, using KPIs that are both consistent with other retail media networks, using bespoke ones that maybe help illustrate the performance of your retail media network better, because there are specific benefits to each one, and then infusing that incrementality piece into the conversation. ROAS, it's just not enough, and we need to start to develop a language around, listen, ROAS isn't going away, and it's what gets compared to other media, so it's got to be there, but you need to start seeing it alongside iROAS as well, and I think the smart retail media networks are starting to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your presentation, extremely interesting. If there are no more questions, let's move to the next stage of our summit. Andrew, thank you so much. So, moving on to the first case study panel, Scaling Effective Retail Media Revenues from Profi Romania. So, I'm kindly inviting on stage Mr. Gaetan Pacton, CEO Profi Romania, part of a whole Delhaize group, Cătălin Pavel, CDO Profi Romania, and Dan Marc, CEO of Footprints AI. The session is moderated by Mr. Colin Lewis. Mr. Colin Lewis is an award-winning marketer, speaker, and retail media expert with over 25 years of experience. A Marketing Week columnist, he has advised top brands and authored key reports on platforms like Amazon Advertising and Walmart Connect. His insights have appeared in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Financial Times. Thank you for being here. And don't forget, we have a Q&A session at the end of this panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, can everybody hear me? Good morning, everyone. Great to be here, and welcome to everybody. Let's get straight into it. I'm going to ask everybody to give themselves a short introduction about themselves, and then we'll get straight into the questions. And we're going to have time for Q&A as well today. So, Gaetan, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
In a few words, so I'm a French citizen who fell in love with Romania 26 years ago, and had a great opportunity to join Romania at the beginning of the 2000s when the retail just started. I built my entire career in food retail in Romania, and spending the last 14 years with a fantastic journey of Profi.
Well, we're going to hear about that journey in a second. So, Cătălin, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes. Hi. I am Profi from 14 years already. The 15 years it's starting to be closed. I started in Profi on IT side. I was IT director, but during the time I discovered that there is a beautiful world in marketing, media, and digital transformation. And starting from 2019, I started the journey of digitalization in Profis.
Thank you. Now, Dan, we know a little bit about you, but give us a 10-second intro.
I'm Dan Marc. I'm a passionate guy about data and AI. I believe there is a convergence of my 20-year experience in media, and Footprints AI is basically the vision that started 10 years ago or less, and I'm very proud of having partnerships like we have with Profi, and this is something that we we dreamed about, myself and Paul. Paul is coming from a business consulting background. I'm a media guy. And we visioned that, but of course, just like a entrepreneurial aspect, you want to happen, you don't know how and when. So yeah, that's Dan and Footprints AI at the moment.
Perfect. Now let's start at the top. Gaetan, can you tell us the journey, the story of Profi and the huge changes and expansion you've been on for the last 10 years? It's an incredible story, so let the audience know about that.
So yes, if I'm coming back in time, in 2011 when I joined Profi, we had 83 stores, 160 million euro turnover, and we were number 11 on the market. And most probably, if I remember well, the only food retailer which belonged to a private equity. At that time, we were quite weak. The beauty of the challenge was the team. People coming from everywhere, having completely different backgrounds, but the same things, same approach, doing something different for the clients. So slowly we started. Let's say, I will say in this branch of Romanian food retail, Profi is a company which reinvented himself twice in the last 10 years. The first real challenge was moving from a soft discounter to economical supermarket, which a step was done in 2010, 2011. And with the beauty of COVID, in February 2020, we just decided to reinvent ourselves and create what we believe is the supermarket of the future. Trying to remain an economical supermarket, which is a great challenge. And in the middle of COVID, we decided to move for more hot food, completely changing the look and feel of our stores and making them more modern, more attractive than they used to be. So this is, I would say, the part of the journey. We have currently 1,772 stores. Our business is almost 3 billion euro. We are number 3 in the market, and the company is led by the same group of people, having the same understanding, and we just try, let's say, trying to remain humble, try to, let's say, even if we are getting older, try to remain connected with the field, with the client, listening very much all the feedback we got from our network, from our clients. To say a bit about, let's say, the digital part, I would say Catalin, my neighbor and my friend, is able to tell much more than I am able to do. He is the one who, as he said, he switched from IT to digital. This happened 6 or 7 years ago with, let's say, some concrete step. And when we reinvent our model in 2020, we started to invest in this part of technology, digital. It was at the beginning a feeling that we have to go to this direction. We, let's say, didn't know how strong it will be, but we were also very much launching our application which is downloaded by more than 2.5 million Romanian citizens, which I believe is the most, let's say, uploaded application. And mainly, it was built let's say, step by step, but all those steps very, very much, let's say, first of all, agreed by the entire company, very strongly led by colleagues who succeed to build the department, who succeed to present us a project in which we said we have to do it, and even from time to time, just saying we want to do it. We are not able to do it by ourselves because we are a limited team. We, let's say, starting from officially the 3rd of January, we are a member of a very big retail family, but the last 14 years we were an independent company, an independent retailer. And as independent retailer, if you want to create a difference, you have to be very open-minded. And you have to also very much understand speed is the most important. So if you don't have the competence, it's much better to share it with a strong partner, a partner you rely, and you can push faster and reach limits that even you didn't think that you can reach.
Now, Catalin, one of the things it sounds like is you had to do a lot of the hard work in terms of this transformation that Gaetan has just talked about. Can you give us a little insight into some of the, well, digital and other transformations you had to lead to power the vision and grow this expansion?
When it's about passion, it's not the hard work. But I will tell you a story. In 2017, I was IT director in Profi, and I remember that I had the discussion with Gaetan, with Daniel Crăs and Călin Costinaș, and they tell me like this, look at, you need to do a strategy for 5 years in terms how the Profi will look like from the digital point of view. And for me, all the time, the unit of measure, it was Düsseldorf. I think that a lot of you know Düsseldorf. And I came after 1 month to the board meeting, I said, well, I found this type of scales, I found this type of case register, new server will be released, new databases, and Gaetan said in that moment, yeah, this we know, this is the baseline, but what will it digital for us? And in that moment, Daniel said, look, starting from 2017, you will need to travel all over the world and to see what is happening in real life in retail. And I remember that the first visit, it was NRF in USA. And for me, it was, I didn't understand anything. I came back from USA, and I remember that it was 15th of February, and we had again board meeting, and Gaetan were there, Dani were there, Călin were there, also other colleagues from the board. I said, okay, what are the conclusions? And I said, I don't know, because I hear that data is the most important asset that the retailer have, and sincerely, I don't know how to take it, how to eat it. Also, I heard that retail chain are the biggest market for the brands, but we know that we are selling tomatoes in each store. But this is not about selling tomatoes. And they said, okay, no problem, you didn't understood, you'll go again next year. And in 2018, I started to go to NRF, I was to CS, I was to Asia. And finally I understood that retail is not, the retailer are not selling tomatoes. Or if it's do yourself, they are not selling knives or something like this. They are selling experiences. And the experience is based on the data and not based on the trust. And in that moment, we managed to create a digital strategy for 5 years that we established the baseline. So the baseline it was create the trust for the customer. And in that moment, we create demand forecasting system to be sure that when the customer are coming in our store, we'll fill their needs. Secondly, Gaetan said, we need to expand. We need to know the market. And after that, we create a system to understand the Romanian landscape, ecosystem. And in that moment, we realized how many data we have and how powerful this data is. And immediately after that, because all the time in the center of our mind, it was customer. I remember Daniel Crăs said all the time, everything that you do need to have one single objective, customer, that is coming in our store to buy the tomatoes. The rest is just stories. When the customer is happy, all of us will be happy. And we realized that we need to create some steps. And we realized that, yes, we have a lot of data, but data can be used for internal needs, but in time can be used for external needs. But externals mean that you need to be able to look on the data not just from the transactional point of view, but also from the personalization point of view. Who is the customer that is coming in our store? Not just what he's buying from the grocery point of view. Who is he really is? What is the average salary that you have? What is the type of basket that it's shopping from our store? What is the recursion and so on? And we realized that we need to create a strong loyalty system to allow us not, yes, to grow the sales, but for me to know the customer. And after that, in 2019, I had a story about Walmart that he's monetizing the offline data. And for me, it was, I worked on this concept 3 years until I met Dan. Because for me, it was hard to realize how you can take the offline data from the cash register and to give it for the brands. And we create this ecosystem, we create this plan, and we create small steps on each year. So we start to understand the market. After that, we start to create the backbone of the retail media. We start to create the backbone of the retail media inventory or the prerequisites in 2020, when we had the opportunity to create it on the Monaco side. When the Monaco, because Gaetan said about the Monaco, was put on the table, we were looking and said, look, this is opportunity. We'll start the retail media concept, but internal retail media for our needs, and in time, when it will be big enough, we'll be able to monetize it to others. And I remember that we started done in 2023, the first discussion, and because you said what was the biggest challenge? To understand the difference between supplier and brand.
On that bombshell, well, one of the key points you said there, which I thought was succinct and to the point for what we are talking about with retail media, the thing we should remember is, what is retail? Experiences based on data and traffic. I think that's a great kind of segue over to you, Dan, because you were obviously at the, and Footprints were at the backbone of trying to work out how to take these experiences, this data and this traffic, and turn it into a new revenue stream for Profi. So what was your thinking with this partnership? Now that you've all heard about the setup, how did you tackle that particular challenge to turn these experiences into cash?
So very practically, we had 3 different aspects that we had to tackle. The first aspect is that when you say data, data has a very broad spectrum, right? Data, what, data how. And this spectrum goes from very raw, very unusable, very, the data that is not really, doesn't give you an insight, there's no takeaway, to that very simple data that tells you exactly what you have to do in terms of A, B, or C, right? Now, when we met Profi, as a startup, you know already that the readiness, right, of the other party is crucial for your value proposition, right? No matter how good you have a value proposition, if the other party, right, is not ready, they won't be able to look into what you're actually saying. Now, Profi, and I'm going to be very frank, that was beyond our expectations, was as ready as, Footprints would have imagined and desired, right? Now, I've been chasing Catalin for a few months before, but then when we met face to face, I believe that was, realistically, we were on the same page, right? So the wording that we're using, the approach, the technologies behind, for the data transformation was just there, right? They had the data, they understood it. You're using AI for their own, white space planning. So what was the next best store, right? What format? That's amazing, right? You don't expect that from a retailer, right? Especially in the Central Eastern Europe. So they had that, very advanced. The second aspect, right, is, and I'm going to correlate the second and the third aspects to the first aspect, data and the spectrum, right? Is just like Catalin, because this was the honeymooning, right, in between the two companies, making sure that Coca-Cola or Unilever or whatever brand, there was a tag on them, there was a label. They were saying vendors, right, suppliers, and then we said, that's your side. Then guess what? We call them brands, right? We call them brands. Yeah, that was the honeymooning part of it, repositioning and understanding that same data, when it comes to the source and the raw data, you need to transform it to address what the brand needs, not the supplier, right? Same label on the front door, right? But two different rooms, two different areas of interest and needs. And the third one, again, correlated with the first and second challenge, is the idea that, guess what, guys? You have some money coming from those suppliers in one pocket, but there is another pocket, very, a gray stream of cash going through an ecosystem called media, where, other people, and guess what, media agencies, that was the second, honeymoon aspect, making sure that, they realize that there are, media guys and media experts and media agencies, and there's a full ecosystem, a world that exists, but is not part of the day-to-day kind of operational metrics or whatever, right? Business objectives of Profi, right? So they're on the gray, right? So they're already very evolved, very advanced. They knew that the data and the customer traffic and the dwell time, everything can be transformed, but there's a curtain that we helped reveal. And behind that, there was a brand spending money for a certain specific thing, and you had to transform the data and the content and the channels to specifically answer positively in a new way, in a better way, with a cost efficiency, so better cost, faster, better, to the brand, not the supplier.
But speaking of the brands and the suppliers, because it's a different world, as you just said, Dan, Gaetan, for you, how did you kind of make this transformation? How did you convince the brands that the way we used to do things in terms of working together as trade marketing to shift funds and think through using retail media as a way to spend their marketing money?
Well, it's, I will say, both very complicated and very easy. The easiest part is taking in consideration the huge turnover we are generating, the number of transactions we have on a daily basis. We are, let's say, a good target, and we are able to offer such opportunities. So we got already from a couple of years, maybe 2-3 years, some strong messages from suppliers that there are budget we cannot access because we are not able to positively answer to their expectation, which is mainly linked with, let's say, with data analysis, providing, let's say, data in a certain, let's say, form. The beauty of Profi is the largest chain in Romania, and it's a multi-format chain. So we are able to cover urban to the smallest village. So we are very rich in terms of experience to share, and it's quite important for a supplier to be able to understand how, let's say, modern supermarket is being able to perform, which brands are able to perform in a rural area, and how they have to play and manage. So that's why mainly we were, and we still are, and we will be very exciting with this partnership, because we had the possibility to move very fast to something we wanted, something, as it was mentioned, we had the possibility to monetize, offering new solution, and also in the future offering more to the clients. And just to say like this, 14 years ago, at the entrance of the store was written Profi. It was better, cheaper, closer. How to be more closer to the clients today? We can open more stores. It's not enough. We need to be fast, we need to be close. And I would say the new trend is really based on data, and how we can use those data to maximize what we can offer to clients.
But Dan, you were obviously powering aspects of this. You were in the conversations with the brands. How did you, the role of AI and data, how did you use that to help convince the brands that there's a different way of marketing their brands, there's a different way of spending their budget? What role did that play?
Well, as an ecosystem, and a startup, you sometimes forget the real mission of data and technology, right? Is to make a service, address a need better, again, faster, speed matters, quality matters, everything matters, right? So we had to realize that right? That's the startup world, right? You are pushed, right, into an angle that you didn't plan for, right? And that's the beauty of startups. So we were basically pushed to make sure that we link things together, in the sense that both the media agency and the brands, they see us, they see our faces, they can see the data. They can see the data in a format that is easily recognizable. So in terms of metrics and standards and how to calculate it, you cannot go with the jargon from the retail specific. So you have a blend of metrics, of course, when it comes to, index of the penetration, right? The brand penetration in the category, or this type of stuff that the brands from a commercial perspective are always exposed to. But also, in the same time, enrich the data in a granular way with, okay, but is that person that purchased this basket where your brand is and your product is a 35-year-old young dad with one kid, without you asking that person, are you a male, do you have kids, etc., and show it to the brands and media agencies all together and very actionable. So bottom line, we had to make sure that analytics, the quality of audiences, everything that the brands, from a media perspective, and the media agencies are used to see in Google and Meta and TikTok, right? To see in footprints for Profi. Same, but of course more actionable, more closer to the physical behavior. And that was the hardest part. So to take one by one and to get the feedback and to get the validation and to get the doubts and to make something scalable, right? That was so one by one, that was the trick, right? You take every person, every address, every office, one by one, and then you do one meeting, and then you do a second meeting, and then you do third meeting, and then until basically you addressed all the things, and then you start.
But this would have been new territory to put all this together. So how did you create the backbone of technology to help deliver all apps and architecture to help deliver this? Because you can make the stores run, but now you've got to actually not just make the stores run operationally, you've got to actually bring this to life for suppliers in a different way or brands in a different way. So how did you pull all that together?
You know, we are very lucky. I was very lucky because I have colleagues that are smarter than me, and two of them are here in the room. Also, the third one, Isa, that helped me with the management of the project planification. I had Valentin that showed me what media and marketing is, and also I have Claudio that showed me what supplier wants. Because for me it was a little bit different, what is supplier, what is brand, what are the needs. All the time I saw that the needs is answering to the technology, and it is not like this. And what I say that I'm lucky because I had them. I had also full support from the business side, and we start this plan back in 2020. So in 2020 we knew that we will be here. We didn't have exact date when we will be here. 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. But what we made, we start to create the infrastructure, to identify the prerequisites, and to put it in place in such a way that when the moment will come, we'll be ready. We still have a lot of work to do in front of us, and we still have a lot of steps and a lot of development that need to be made. We still need to allocate a lot of effort to understand the needs of the brands, because it's not just about transactional data, it's not just about the personal data, it's also about market segmentation, market needs. So, but that's why I say that we are very lucky because we are a lot of people involved in the project, and each of these person came with what is the part of the cake that need to be put on the table. And after that, 2023 we start to work with footprints for AI, and we went a little bit deeper. And what we understood that part of the technology, it's in our side, and we know how to manage it. Part of the technology is not on our side, but also it's not useful to be in our side because we will not know how to manage it, how to use it from the business and the needs point of view, not from the development point of view. And that's why we realized that a hybrid model is the best approach.
Well, we've just been talking about the brands and their needs, and that's sort of a, if you will, an external set of actions and things you need to do. But internally within the organization, retailers have a lot of specialities. They've got a lot of silos to work with internally. So how did you break down those sort of silos, and how did you think through that, Gaetan? Because it's not a thing of we're going to roll out retail media, we're going to roll out all these stores, everything's fine. You've got to get everybody on board who is operating independently. How did you approach that challenge?
Again, it's a human adventure. It's very much linked with, let's say, the freedom you can give to your collaborators, and also their appetite for freedom, for novelties. And based on it, that's true. When you are an independent company, when you are working for private equity, there is a financial deal delivering profitability, but also growing brands. And I believe that here it's also something that we were able to discuss and exchange with Dan and with the team. And there are no footprints, there are no organization chart which you have to respect because it's dictated by Paris, by Düsseldorf, or whatever it is. You have to do it on your way. And this is allowing, I cannot say everything, but almost everything, because you are building your own success. You are building your brand, you are building your revenue and your performance, and client satisfaction. So agility, flexibility, empowering people, and again, to do it fast and good. I believe this is how It's not I believe, I'm sure this is how it's working in our case, and that's why we were able to have this very fast and incredible journey during the last 14 years.
Mm-hmm. We've got all these internal silos. Gaetan is working on making them work together, giving the vision and so on, but Footprints comes in 22, 23, and then has to work with this organization with multiple setups, but then think about the brands as well. So how did you approach that challenge? Because you've got what's happening in Profi, you've got what the brands want, and you're sort of in between. So how did you think about that, tackling that challenge and that integration?
I believe there are two very critical activities that we did in terms of the design and the modeling of the full collaboration. So one thing is that everybody was having a single source of truth in that sense. So the interaction with the brands, our interactions, their interaction, Profi's interactions, right? They're all structured and converged, merged into a common single point of truth, right? That was very crystal clear, beyond pipelines and sales opportunities and campaigns. Everybody was very on the same page, right? So this failed, this had success. How do we transform failure into a lesson learned so we can switch it? How do we work with everybody, right? So that was a clear planning, right? Same OKRs, right? Same, right? And the second aspect, which is flowing naturally from the first one, means that the teams that we put in place, so our colleagues and Profi's people that they put in place, basically, I'm sure this is going to be sounding like a bullshit type of thing, but they just work like the same team. I mean, there's no difference between the colleagues that Catherine mentioned, Valentin, and to our team, right? So they are having same objectives, they're working on same objectives, and they do spend time together, right? As a full team in place, right?
But you're talking there a little bit about new ways of working, which would have been slightly different to how most business and retail operate. So how did you communicate and work out these new ways of working, both with the brands but also with Profi?
So towards the brands, that's a great question. So with the brands, everybody's saying, okay, self-service, right? Everybody is looking for self-service, but nobody wants to do self-service from day one and first campaign and first step that you do. So we did a lot of shadowing and hand-holding, and we did that first with the brands. Yeah, with the brands.
Yep.
So, and when it comes to the working with the Profi, right? We knew that if basically we go with bonuses and commissions to our teams in place that are correlated with the OKRs that Profi and Footprints at Profi and Profi with Footprints had, so same OKRs, and then the commissions in place are just in line with those OKRs, then you have an organization that you have Footprints that is making sure that acts as a platform, right? So a platform in we sense. Of course, we have the technology. The technology is self-service. The technology can show you very granular, real-time data and customer profile in terms of store level, right? Crazy. Online, offline, whatever. But we basically had to replicate and to make sure that we deliver the full service, not a platform, right? The success of a brand, the first brands that are going through the full cycle together with us, hand-holding and explaining at every step what is really happening and and getting the feedback, right? right? So that's one thing. The second thing is that when you act as a platform, you cannot say, hey, Profi, here's the software. Look, now it's everything crystal clear, right? You have your logo there, you have your data, right? Now, I push the start button and we're off. And it's a new car. It's, it drives totally different, right? Nobody, even you or Andrew or Steve, nobody knows how to drive it, right? We'll most probably learn how to drive it, all of us, by 2030. But we had to basically employ and structure the organization in such a way that we are not longer a software, but we are a service delivery. And we put our commission and people, so AKRs, in place for the common success of Profi and Footprints, right?
Mm-hmm. Now that requires a sort of a transformation in thinking, and obviously you worked it out as you go along. But if we look at the real transformation, well, the one thing I'm always very interested in is, particularly in this part of the world and in Europe in general, in-store screens are one of the biggest sort of medium that we see. So we've got Footprints rolling out, you've got the stores going to a digital transformation, and then you've got to put the infrastructure, and particularly in my case, I'm very interested in finding out, how did you manage to put in, like say for instance, work out how to do all the screens, power with this, how did this all work together? Because there's a lot of moving parts there.
Easy peasy.
Okay, end of question, yeah?
No, yes. No. So this is a challenge also today for us, because we have multiple channels that need to be used. We are using for internal purposes, but also for our partners that are buying content on the retail media. It's digital signage, it's radio, it's info kiosk where you can have the interaction. Also, we are playing a little bit on the Facebook, so on the omnichannel part. Yes, this what we made, we managed to unify the advantage of all the platforms. So in this moment, let's say that the Footprints AI platform is the leading key on all the infrastructure. From there, everything is spread through each channel with monitoring and reports based on when the commercial will run. And also we are able to balance our needs with retail media needs, because we are using our channel also for internal purposes. We have our folders that are promotion that are published there. We have also menu boards for the coffee corner. But like I said, because we have Footprints, in the Footprints, we are able to schedule the content, and after that, to split it on all the channels in a controlled manner.
Excellent. Now, I want to just deep dive a little bit more into in-store, because much of the conversation we hear about retail media is about online. And in-store and in-store screens are something, well, Andrew's excited about, I'm very excited about, but you Gaetan, you've led that rollout, and you've got screens as kind of your key proposition within your retail media. So why focus on screens? What was the thinking as you talk about scaling your overall Profi model? Why focus on screens for your retail media aspect?
It's the first step. And it was a step existing which we had the possibility to maximize and use an existing tool, and which is actually very much fitting with the customer profile we have. More than 1,000 of our shops are in rural area. They are meeting point for, let's say, people coming to shop who are calling each other. And they were expecting something new. And if you have TV and you are, as Katalin mentioned, just showing the prices of your hot dog menus or whatever you are, it's becoming a bit boring. If you start to use it to communicate, it starts to become more interesting. And it's an additional experience. And again, we started from here because we already had this infrastructure. This doesn't mean that it's the final, let's say, it's the end of the journey. We have to go let's say, much more into detail. We have to use much better data to provide much better information we can monetize and we can share, discuss with all our partners around the table. And there is one thing which for me is quite exciting. When you have an application having more than 2.5 million downloads, when we had last year as the peak of sales on 14th of August, 1.65 million transactions, so almost 10% of the Romanian population, we already have it. So if we start to combine those things together, which is the next step for me, it's just great. How fast you can reach the client, how fast you can get attention, how fast you can provide a solution on a selling point. This is one of the next steps in the journey.
Well, Dan, there's one thing that it's one thing to put the screens in, and there's a lot of work in putting screens in. But the next question all the brands will ask you is like, okay, fine, you want us to invest in marketing and advertising and spend our budget in store. I need measurement. Prove to me the measurement. So how did you go about doing the measurement in store? Because actually, across the globe, in-store screens are going through the roof in terms of importance. But the next question is measurement. And it's a question I have for you. How did you approach the measurement so you could tell the brands where their money was going?
Colin, I believe that's a great question. You know that we are very proud of, we didn't know we are going to end up basically becoming the single commercially available technology which is private, designed to crack the measurement. I mean, we didn't do that. We started with, saying, we'll do the Google Analytics, right, for the in-store, right? We said, okay, next big thing, it's all about understanding how people are actually, walking through the aisles, right? And guess what? We couldn't use only cameras. We started using Wi-Fi, and then we found some gaps in the path inside the store. Then we start using, cameras. But guess what? Not GDPR compliant, so we cannot use biometrics. So we had to use the footprints, the pathway. So if we have an anonymous visitor in store doing this sort of pathway right now in that store, right? What it means, what's their gender or age? Do they have kids? What it means. Fortunately, we had the AI technologies, and fortunately, we had to crack the fusion of all the data from multiple sources at store level, and no matter what Profi had or any other retailer, no matter what Wi-Fi, cameras, plus transaction data, because you want to understand how it ended up, right? What was that anonymous user profile, and then what did they actually purchase? So you need to basically process second by second in-store, behaviors. And then you need to connect everything at real time to connect that second and those steps anonymously, compliantly, with the second where the transaction through the EPOS system, right, the checkout system, has done, what was done. I mean, that's second and very precise. So we solved that, and we've been working on that, and we thought, this is it. But then, of course, we had to make it actionable for brands and measurable and whatever. And guess what? And then you have the automotive brands or the financial brands. They don't look for in-store sales uplift. So we have to address that with a different metric and a different recipe in terms of media. And by the way, the great combo in-store, Colin, is screens synchronized with the radio. That's the great combo when you measure the impact.
Is that the next challenge for
we already, we did that already.
This is the part of easy peasy.
The easy peasy, now it's easy peasy.
Yeah.
But then you don't want to have
Are you
audio.
working on that now, right? Is that your headache right now to connect the two?
Now it's working. It's connected.
It's working. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah,
People don't want to hear screen that
Yeah.
with an audio at the screen level, and then another, radio installed. No, they want everything to be coherent, orchestrated, in real time. That's the, and then not to spend because guess what? We don't have the billions of dollars that like the U.S. market to throw it at the problem. We had to do it with, very few dollars.
With resources.
With
Time
resources, yes.
Yeah. Now we've got about another 5 minutes left, and I want to go to questions, but I want to move towards one overall question for us all here, and I'll go this way here, which will be, where's the future going to go to, not just for Profi in terms of retail media, but in terms of Romania and maybe even wider, but how are you thinking about how the future of retail media is going to work, given you doing some pretty cool stuff with the Footprints people. You've done a massive transformation for the retail business, and now you're moving on to a new journey with Ahold. So what's the future of retail media, you believe, with your experience, Gaetan?
So, first of all, with Ahold, they were quite enthusiastic to
Well,
found.
you should probably explain that the acquisition.
No. But when we first met officially them this year, being the same family, they were impressed how fast we develop the partnership, the result we already reach, where we are. Because in the United States, they decide to do it internally. It's pretty successful. But it's look like in terms of Europe and Eastern Europe, we are the pioneer. So they were really impressed, let's say, how agile, flexible, and fast we were entering into what was, I would say, at the beginning a niche, and will become a massive revenue, and in a very short future. And I would say, as a project with us to grow naturally, when you have the proper chemistry between two entities, when you have teams which are already used to work with them, don't create any barrier. Let them even fail if needed, but let them do. Let them freedom. Let them continuing to be pioneer, and at the end of the day, the result will come even faster.
Catalin, the future of retail media, particularly say with Romania or the wider world, what's your view having gone through this transformation?
What I learned, because when we started retail media, we started with non-endemic player. You remember, Dan, we had a long discussion, me and Dan and Paul, and they said non-endemic players, and I said non-endemic players. And for me, this 5 months with first of the project with non-endemic player, it was like 4 years of university, because then we learn more than what we can learn from endemic players. They have different needs, and they are pushing you. We discussed a lot with Petre, with Orange, with Syriac Auto. They are pushing you to go through all the stages, and they are not looking just what you can give them today, but also what you can give them tomorrow and also next year. And that's why, what I believe that in Profi, we will continue to develop on the retail media, and we'll go exactly like Dan said, we'll beat Facebook 100%. Secondly, in Romania,
we should call Mark Zuckerberg just to tell him that. Yeah.
Walmart is very hard to beat. And secondly, in Romania, I think that it's a new trend. I see on the market that there are not a lot of understanding about what retail media is and how it can address the needs of the brands. But I think that what we made in the last 16 months will change the landscape, because we show to a lot of partners that retail media is a game changer. It's not important if you are endemic or non-endemic player, because we are not having the standards. We are applying some frameworks, and frameworks is creating the standard for each customer. So for each customer, we are preparing dedicated set of data and also dedicated campaign, and we are working together. Like Dan said, we are going there, stay with them on the table, and we are sharing the experience, what is happening when you sell tomatoes, what is happening, what you sell car, and what is happening when you are creating the content to put on the retail media channels.
Thank you. Now, before we go to questions, you've got 10 seconds to tell us about the future of retail media.
Innovation for me happens at the edge, so happens faster here, because constraints faster innovation. Better constraints, faster innovation. You have to make sure that you overcome the challenge with less resources, which is great.
Yeah.
And thirdly, retail media, as Andrew said, it's the final destination of all media. And I believe no matter if we talk about online or in-store, omnichannel, whatever is going to go, it is the final destination of all media, and we just need to make sure that as an industry and all the ecosystem, everything, we need to make sure that we are, putting everything under pressure to create a great gem in this part of the world. So I'm a true believer in Central Eastern Europe.
Dan, we go to questions from the audience, or if anything comes up on the screen here. So, questions from the audience, now's your chance.
Hello, Corina Heineken, nice to meet you, and thank you very much for the inspirational discussion. I was wondering about that discussion about non-endemic and endemic brands. How do you see the success, how do you measure the success of your campaign? Taking in consideration that that brand are investing also in digital, linear TV and others. Thank you.
With respect to non-endemic, there's a couple of levels on that. So first of all, in terms of opportunity, non-endemic across the globe is typically only 5 to 10%, if even, of the total revenue base within a given retailer. Simply because it's about audiences and it's about a correlation between the product and the what's on sale in the store. So it's a small data set, number one. The second point is obviously there's no conversion data, if you will, because I'll give you an example. I was in Chile before Christmas. They have a lot of non-endemic with this particular retailer, and it was Disney movies. And there was no obviously way for you to go to that movie by walking into the department store. And so their measures were slightly different. They were just using typical, if you will, top of funnel brand awareness measures that we're using. And that was it. I think non-endemic is still one where, as we say in English, the jury is out, as in it's very useful for certain brands, such as cinema, such as maybe travel, but it's not for everyone. And my final point on non-endemic is some of the stories you'll see out there about how it would be attractive for, say, banks or so on. I don't think that's quite true. I think it's actually not for those, because banks already have massive reach. All these financial service businesses have massive reach, massive audiences. They can do that already within their existing media. There's no audiences they're not targeting. So that's the final point is the retailer, if they've got the good audiences that they can pull out, they'll actually find a lot more non-endemic opportunities, and those brands will be happy just to have top of funnel metrics, because they're very hard to reach those audiences. But for the mass, the banks and stuff, no, it's less interesting than you would think. And I think there'll be more on that later for sure for a non-endemic.
Other questions from the audience? We have another one here.
Hello, thank you very much. Ginch Strauss from Rimi Baltics. We are new to retail media landscape and scene in Baltics in general, but now we are how long with you? Like a year, right? We already see a couple of competitors start to pop up, developing their own networks, so to say. How do you see the future? For example, you in Romania, yes, you have been successful. Now the other retailers check, oh, they are doing good business, I will make a chain, next one. How will it evolve? Will it come together in one big network, or fragmentation goes around? How do you see the development of all this?
In retail, there is the rules. It's the impact of the first mover. So the first mover is having an advantage, which will remain ever an advantage if the retailer is able to continue the development and not just being satisfied because we already reach maturity and we already reach a certain success. Competition is fantastic. Competition is one of the engines of the retail, so it's very good. I will say things. I rather much more believe in the partnership that we have with Dan and his team, not only in this case, but generally with the outsourced partnership, because you are creating a mutual challenge and you are pushing each other. When you are doing it internally, and to come back to the discussion about the silos, I believe that you will reach much faster the silos, much faster the ego of some collaborator, and you won't be able to reach the maximum performance as you are working with a very flexible, young and talented partner.
And if I may add on that, at Footprints our vision is that, just to go beyond the fragmentation, but still be able to address with a high quality reach. We see that none of the retailers individually will be able to address the full spectrum of the needs of all the brands. But somehow together, but of course together in the same place, no matter if you use confidential computing, whatever, beyond technology, they won't be able to, share the same space, football field. But this is exactly, so what we developed is, so we had to put more investment, more time, and I believe this roadmap of innovation is not going to end, it's going to last, and it's going to last for the next 5 years at least, because we see everything as an ecosystem. So each individual retailer in our ecosystem has a private, well-segregated setup, footprints. The AI uses only that retailer's data, and that's the value proposition from a privacy, compliance, and segregation perspective. But guess what? Media agencies and brands, they don't really care about, as you said, right, fragmentation. They don't want to see one platform in one retailer, second platform, other metrics, other interface, other concepts, under whatever. The IAB tries to standardize, but because they are not really at the grassroots right level, they have a bigger perspective. From a detailed perspective, basically our recipe is to make sure that retailers, they can fight on the trade market, but they need to somehow join an ecosystem where the demand is addressed through multiple offerings, but in a private, individually, right, and coherent way. So Mr. Philip from the brand or media agency goes into multiple destinations, but still is the same, right? Same interface, same metrics, same reporting, same whatever. So that's our recipe of success, and I believe this is going to last as long as we don't really have the Walmarts everywhere in the world distributed evenly, right? So we have a lot more of the Profis and Remis, right? So if the market is there, then the logical solution to avoid fragmentation is to make sure that there is an ecosystem, right? There is a platform business, everybody wins, right?
Dan, what we need to say is that, technology will be a differentiator, but will not be the most important one. The most important one, it will be the business knowledge that you'll put on the table, and how you'll approach each brand. So if you will be able to add on the table different knowledge to support what the brand need, technology, it will be just a tool.
Are there any more questions from the audience? I have one from online. I'm the champion of our audiences from social media and online. It's a very specific question, probably for you, Catalin or Dan. So how exactly did you use AI to optimize ad placement and audience segmentation?
And it's for you.
That's for you.
No pressure.
Now, as I was, we don't have time to go into the details, so I'm going to make it very short, 15 seconds or less. So first thing, you need to somehow codify the very well knowledge of that young father with kids, 35-year-old buying Pampers and a bottle of, or 2 bottles of beer, and make it scalable and make it automated, right? And use whatever well or badly structured data from any sensors to make sure that you scale that knowledge, right? Customer knowledge. So you you use the raw data, the basket level, but to unlock that insight, right? Is the male or female? Do they have kids? Household disposable income, etc., etc. Yeah, that's very easy to say. If you're not with your mindset and the brains and the muscles there, very, very hard to tackle. Guess what? If you give OpenAI a receipt from Profi's grocery store and say, is this a dad? How old is that person? Where do they live, right? They can't answer it, right? No matter how billions of dollars they've put into the OpenAI, that OpenAI is trained on what? On the online data, right? Online documents, online videos, online comments, online whatever, right? Well, we live in the physical, and physical is totally different, right? More complex in that sense. Second thing, we went back to the translation of the same principles in digital, online advertising, so relevancy, bidding, programmatic specific concept, but for the in-store. And also, there's another challenge, just to add more complexity, across the path to purchase. In-store, it's one of the touch points in terms of ad serving. But the ad serving needs to be coherent from at home, nearby, inside the store, after they left the store. So relevancy, a lot of relevancy scoring, a lot of AI around, is it relevant, is it not relevant, and making sure that the space is getting the right ads at the right screen or radio or info kiosk or checkout displays. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and specific panel. Now we are moving on towards the next stage, which is the first coffee break. So please enjoy the coffee break. Take this opportunity to get in touch with the experts, with the panelists, and ask them specific questions. They are very friendly and very open to answer your question. Thank you very much. Let's get back in 30 minutes from the coffee break. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back from the extended coffee break. We have another case study presentation. It's called Successful Retail Media Campaign for Heineken, Lessons Learned and Best Practices. And we have here with us Mr. Cristian Costache, Head of Digital Media at D&D Romania. Cristian, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Cristi Costache, I'm Head of Digital Media at D&D. And I came today to present this case study, the successful case study we did for Heineken. I'm feeling today like an exam, so like I'm giving an exam, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. So I had a professor in the university saying that exams are the celebrations of the students. So back then I was not agree with that. Of course, I considered a bad joke, but now really it's a celebration. So I want to make it like a celebration that we did amazing things for our cases. Let's see if I see my presentation. So yeah, we saw that retail media will have a future. We saw the international speakers speaking. We saw the people from Profi saying that now they are media owners. Now they have a huge amount of data that they can use to understand better their consumer, to understand better what the consumer wants. And it would be nice also for me for somebody else to tell me what I want. I mean, usually I don't know what I want. And if they will tell me what I want, this will be very good, because it's not necessarily that they will force me to get what they want. So I will still have the power to choose. So they will just offer me, because it's not they know what I want. They will make some predictions about what I will want. And I think this is important. As much as the predictions will be good, the data will be nice, people will be more happy. But to understand why retail media will be successful and why it really works, I think we have to go back a little bit to have some theory of advertising. And there are researchers, a lot of professors, trying to answering this question, how advertising works. It's complicated, it's not so easy to answer. I like this book published by Byron Sharp, How Brands Grow. He published 40 years of researches, and basically they are saying that for a brand to be successful, it needs physical availability and mental availability. Physical availability is something very intuitive. I mean, everybody knows and understands what physical availability means. But mental availability, it's not something so easy to understand. And it's not about awareness. It's not about what awareness I have for a brand. Mental availability means the correlations and the mental associations that I have with the brand. So as many as these associations I have in my mind with a certain brand, whatever it's a color, it's the logo, it's even a character in the TVC, the more the brand will be closer to me, so I will buy that brand at some point. These links with the brands are called memory structures, and these memory structures are created in our brain, but they are not active like each and every second. So that's where advertising is coming into play, and they are refreshing these memory structures, so they are bringing back the memory into our mind and into our decision-making purchase process. But the world is moving like very fast, and there are researchers also saying that we are seeing, or an average person is seeing, between 4,000 and 10,000 ads per day, which is quite a big amount. If we consider that a medium-sized retailer has between 5,000 and 10,000 items, and a hypermarket has almost 100,000 items, it will be a big challenge to link these messages back to the product and then buy the product. I mean, I'm always saying to my clients that I'm wondering myself how I can go shopping, having the list my wife is giving me every week, go to the supermarket, get all the things she wants to have, and then go back home before midnight. So it's complicated. So why retail media will play an important role? That's because we are bombarded by these ads, buy. We are not in the mindset of going shopping. I mean, we are always in the mindset that we are shopping right now. And therefore, brand needs to communicate closer to the point of sales. They have to refresh these memory structures when I am on the point that I'm putting in the basket the product. So I have to refresh these memory structures. But it's not enough to refresh these memory structures. We have to create, I mean, the brands have to create a relevant shopping experience. And this should be possible only through better targeted ads. When we have data, we try to be relevant for the consumer. And relevance is something very complicated to achieve, because it's not enough to know what is my habit and what I'm used to do and what I'm buying and all this stuff. It has to have also the context. So it has to take in consideration the context. The kid is crying near me. Someone is laughing. So the context it's important. And having this possibility to crunch all this data and put it all together, nowadays it's not so easy, but the computing power that we have now, it's increasing each and every day. You know, everybody is looking about the new NVIDIA microchips to increase the computing power. So I'm optimistic that this will happen in the near future. So now that we explained this theory, let's go back to our case study. So we have this Heineken UEFA Champions League campaign, which is a very important campaign for Heineken. Each year they have this promo pack that they want to sell more and more. So the strategy was to use retail media to boost sales by using data that buyers have, so increase the relevance of our message and make them buy more Heineken beer. And we choose Profi as the retail chain that we wanted to test. And we use both in-store and out of the store communication. So we use in-store communication around the store, so in the catchment area of the store, and very important, the digital assets of this retailer. So the messages were crafted also in the store. So we didn't have the same message in the same time in all the stores. It was different. Then we had different messages for people that are before the football games and when they were preparing to go shopping with their friends, or for their friends, and so on. So then we defined 3 main segments we wanted to bet and to make them buy more. So we had the beer buyers at peak hours. Each Profi stores have their own pattern of beer buying. So each area is different. It's not beer, it's bought only from 6 to 5. Then the second segment was built from the complementary products for beer. I mean, salty snacks, it's intuitive. People are buying salty snacks, why not also some beer? And then convenience shoppers that we identify by lower basket size. We put everything together, these segments, on the placements I explained you previously. What were the results? So we had this campaign running. We had the promo package 5+1 into the store. Then at some point, we started to have retail media, as I explained you previously. And ta-da, the sales were increasing. I mean, it was not a surprise. The surprise was that they increased by 34%. So the uplift in sales was 34%. But then something happened, and Easter came, so the stores were closed. The promo package was finished. We decided to test further and see what will happen if we will have only communication in retail media, the same communication, the same segments, the same placements, but promoting normal Heineken beer, so no promo, nothing. And the sales were very good. You know, I mean, everybody knows that after a promotion, then the sales are going not so good. But our sales were quite impressive. In fact, they were 99% the volumes we sold like for the promo. Very, very good result for the client. The second case, it's for Birra Moretti Sale di Mare. It's a new product, a new recipe for Birra Moretti. It's difficult to enter this beer market with the new product. It's very difficult. So we have to increase trial. So this was the first objective that we've got in the brief, increase trial. So we used retail media as the last step of the conversion funnel to increase trial. And we use the previous learnings we had, like we learned something from Heineken, and we added also other retailers, not only Profi. So we used, again, in-store communication with craft messages. We used in-store radio. We used website and apps. So everything was already new. But we changed the segments because, yeah, the segments could not be the same. We created 3 segments from beer buyers and complementary products. Then we created the custom segments from the Heineken buyers because we knew that some of the Heineken buyers can buy and wants to try Sale di Mare. I mean, we didn't know. We thought that it will be, so we just tested. And then we had a third segment with the shoppers that were in the store when the biggest volumes of beers are bought. We used a lot of targeting, data points to craft these segments. It's not so easy as it looked like, but we had a lot of points to use. And then the results were again very good because retail media was just a part of the entire ecosystem, of the entire media plan and the entire communication. So it was not only retail media, but for 10% of the budget, only in Profi, the uplift was different than what we expected because we've got an increase in sale in the volume for the entire Heineken portfolio, so not only for Birra Moretti. And yes, for Birra Moretti, we had an 18% increase. We had similar, not better, but similar results with the other retailers. So it was a good thing. But what about from the brand perspective? Because I know that in the room, you are a lot of people that are managing their brands. So we are helping the brands to be successful. Why retail media helped, in fact, Heineken? Because a big brand needs to innovate. big brands need to come with something new. So this was a good opportunity for Heineken to come with something new. Not many brands did retail media or communication in retail like we did it based on data. I mean, retail or trade marketing, it's something different. It's not retail media. So being the first mover into this area we took by surprise the consumer because they suddenly saw something more relevant for them in the stores. So that's why they bought more. Then Heineken learned how the shoppers are behaving. I mean, what salty snacks they are buying together with Heineken? It's peanuts, it's popcorn, whatever. So this was also data point or a learning that Heineken took from this test. I'm sorry, it's not seeing, I mean, the fonts are not the right one, but whatever. Of course, reducing wasted impressions. Yeah, we are not communicating beer in the morning just because we bought time on the screens in the store. So we are buying beer communication only when beer buyers are there in the store. So we are optimizing our exposure. And the brand can see in real time what are the sales. What are the sales, not overall, but in a certain store, in Tsăndărei, in Bucharest, in Militari. So they can really see, Heineken was able to see how the sales were increasing or decreasing or whatever in different stores. Yeah, some conclusions. I think I will have just 3 conclusions. First is that retail media is a new data source where we can define audiences that can be used online and offline. I think this is a very important feature of retail media. The fact that we can target online and offline with the same data, it's a big step ahead. I mean, I don't know any other channel that can do that. The retail media delivers results, so we can see the sales increasing or decreasing or what is happening according with our messages and with what we want to target. And last but not least, because retail media is a data-driven environment, it's a complex environment. It's not so easy to navigate through all these data points, everything. It's not the same. I mean, even our cases were not the same. We had to translate and adapt to each retailer for each brand. It's different. So we need people to translate and adapt, not to copy what they see. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Questions from the audience? Yes. Please. No, wait. Here you go.
Thank you. I am Roxana Pavel, representing Ursus Breweries, and I'm quite aware of the Heineken example because I used to work for Heineken and it was during my tenure for Profi. My question is, seeing the results, how do you isolate the Easter increase? Because we know that the beer category has a very high increase during some periods of time. And what I saw is that the increase of 34% was between 26th of April and 5th of May. It was exactly the time when Easter was in Romania last year.
Yeah, that's true. So this campaign was during Easter, and we isolate, we compare it with what happened previously, because the Easter campaign was happening also before starting the communication in the retailer. So that's why I showed you. I hope that it's working. No, it's not working. Yeah, okay, thank you. I will, yeah, it's not working. Anyhow, so it was, we took as a reference the week before starting retail media. So the campaign, the Easter campaign was not only when we communicated with the retail media. That's why we considered and we showed that the results were due to the communication in retail media. Because we had also previously the campaign and we saw the increase after we started the communication in retail media. So that's how we isolated. I see that it's...
Thank you. That was quite the efficacious question about isolating the effects. Thank you. We have another one.
Did you also correlate the results of the Romanian football team to the results of the sales?
Sorry?
Did you correlate the results of the Romanian football team?
No, because football team, the Romanian football teams are not in Champions League, so.
Bring it home.
We hope.
Hello, I'm Marian Kirakesh from Intersnec. I do have a question about the category overall. So did this campaign in Profi help the category overall to grow?
Yes. I mean, you saw that this Birra Moretti also had an uplift in, it's not working, but anyway. So I see it here. So Birra Moretti showed us that the impact of the communication was an overall portfolio of the Heineken brands. That had an impact on the overall portfolio of Heineken. So I don't know if I answered your questions, but
okay. Another question? Okay.
Hello, Alexei Zurnov is my name, Schwarz Media, Kaufland and Lidl. So basically you mentioned that the share of the media budget, we also see it on the slide, is 10% in your marketing budget. This is also what we're struggling in Germany when we're talking to many SMEs, small and medium enterprises, that it's difficult for them to shift the budgets from marketing to media. After this campaign and after these results, I mean, we see a very impressive uplift. Do you think you will increase the share of your media budget? And if so, or if not, what KPIs do you think would be really, really important for you in order to do so?
I cannot answer for Heineken what they will do, but we are discussing now to have an always-on campaigns on retail media because of these results. So the budgets, I don't know from where they will be shifted. I mean, can be from different areas. I don't know if there will be an increase, but correlating the budgets with the sales, I hope will make the decision makers to release more budgets in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you,
okay.
Christian,
Thank you.
for your very practical and technical presentation. Case study, actually. We need this kind of practical examples to learn from. And now we are moving on to the next presentation, which is called Retail's New Gold Rush, Challenges in 2025. Colin Lewis, it's an award-winning marketer, speaker, and media retail expert with over 25 years of experience. Marketing Week columnist, he has advised top brands and authored key reports on platforms like Amazon Advertising, Walmart, Connect. And you already know him by moderating the previous panel. So, Colin, please.
Thank you. Now, good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off with one thing, which is I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. because any speaker before lunch should always be very nervous to try and keep people's attention. So I'm going to make a promise, okay? I'm going to get you out for lunch, and you'll pay attention, and I'll lose my nerves. Does that sound like a deal? Not that I'm really nervous at all, but you know what I mean. Right, I'm going to talk about retail media challenges in 2025. Now, yes, I've been already hopefully introduced, and I'm pressing the clicker like a maniac here as well. We're stuck. So let me tell you about a little bit about myself once the machinery hopefully works. There we go. Yes, the key thing when you're doing a keynote, don't keep pressing the clicker, but you still do it anyway. So my own background is I'm a marketing person by trade, but I work directly with brands on their retail media strategies, but I also work directly with retailers on their retail media strategies. Right now, I'm working with a retailer in the UK on helping their screen network rollout, but I've got clients in Latin America with Cencosud, Fraser's in the UK, Warehouse Group New Zealand, Terry White in Australia. So I'm representing a sort of a wider perspective on the world. And one of the things I do a lot of, like Andrew, I do a lot of writing. So I've written a ton of best practice reports around retail media. And if you're struggling to sleep tonight, just send me an email and I'll send you some reports that you can read. Is that okay? Now, one of the things I've done for the last number of years, I've written this document called The 7 Challenges for Retail Media. And I've done it in 23, and I've done it in 24, and I'm literally working through number 2025 as we speak. And what you're going to see today is 2 of the elements of the 7 challenges for 2025. And you're the first people to see it, so you're acting as my sort of critical audience as well. So if you all fall asleep, I know I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board to talk about these. I'm going to start with one particular challenge, which is the one I think is going to be the theme for retail media over the next while. And I'm going to try and explain what I mean when I say creativity, because the word creativity is loaded with a lot of meaning, and people's views on what creativity is very different. So let's start off with the basic thesis. And Christian actually said something quite similar to this a few minutes ago. So there's this cliche, which is attention is the scarcest resource of the 21st century. Now, I couldn't find any source of that quote, so I assume somebody on the internet made it up. But actually, the phrase is quite an interesting phrase, because the word attention and scarce resource, it kind of feels like it's got a couple of things going on. One is attention is something that is valuable. So if I say to you, Christian, you've got to pay attention, so it's like a command to say this resource is valuable, and you should be allocating your resources to this valuable thing. So attention, therefore, is a rare and valuable and important thing. Now, if there's, thousands of ads going on all the time, how do you grab that attention? And we're in the retail media business. We've talked a lot about AI, we've talked a lot about data, and so on. But as the Americans say, where the rubber hits the road on this is an actual ad that appears in front of somebody that gets them to do a thing, gets them to do the action, and so on. And as my friend Simon says, everywhere I look, I see great content from smart publishers or retailers besmirched by programmatic banners. Now, in English, the word besmirch is a very fancy word for it doesn't work and they look ugly. We all know that could easily be replaced by big, rich, powerful, creative. And dull ads are simply less effective. Now, this is my basic theme, is that we've got an awful lot of dull advertising on retail media. I'm going to try and show you some, in my case studies in a second, of some interesting stuff and maybe some of that's brought alive. So, why should you pay attention? Now, there is a ton of research around the word creativity, hence why I say the word creativity is a very loaded phrase. But if you look at creativity, creative content that inspires emotion, triggers behavior, and encourages people to share. Across the IPA database out of the UK, that's the award winners over the last 10 years, there's a 6.1x increase in effectiveness. And really, at its core, what I'm saying is actually maybe forget the word creativity because it's so loaded, and rather just use the word
effectiveness, because then that'll also work internally as well. Because if you walk into your chief exec and say, hey, I want to be more creative, that's not going to really work. But if you say, if I want to make this ad a lot more effective, that's a different game. So the word effective is a proxy for the word, the word creativity is a proxy for the word effectiveness. So let's say thesis 1, you're going to get a lot more results if you do it correctly. The second thing, you will be more profitable. Outside of the basic points like if your brand is big, apropos Byron Sharp, if your brand is big, you get the rich get richer. The second thing that will drive profit multiplier, according to WARC, is creative quality. And the other thing, which is it's a really interesting thing to think about, is that if you're thinking about presence is the same as impact, then you're mistaken. And we kind of do that. We kind of go and say, and by the way, I always have my sort of personal hobby horses. So let's talk about my personal hobby horses. And one particular thing that really drives me crazy is outdoor advertising. Because they do an outdoor ad, and the ad is not fit for purpose because you can't read it as you're driving by in the car, because I don't have my glasses on, or the typeface is too small, or I can't recognize the brand. And they're confusing presence with impact. So when we talk about impressions, we're kind of being a bit lazy. We're using lazy language because we're actually confusing presence with impact. So don't do that. Don't confuse presence with impact. So here's, it's actually a Google AdWords example, and it's a copywriting example, pretty straightforward. We all know this. But you can change the improvements, you can change the performance of a written ad just by changing keywords. Now we all know this because copywriting is the origin of marketing over the last 150 years. And even the location of where you put the word free will change the results. Now that's the same in every language. This is not particular to English. The word free is a very, very powerful word. Of course, you're going to get better results. When I was a marketing director doing a lot of emails, as in 25 million emails a year, we would spend inordinate amount of time just on the words in the subject line, because the words in the subject line change performance radically. You will find these examples across the board on Google AdWords. I've only seen some examples of this in retail media. So those of you who are running retail media campaigns, what I want you to do now, takeaway number 1, obsess over your copywriting in sponsored search ads, and obsess over the impact your in-store screens are having in that moment. And we'll talk about that in a second. So another fancy quote from a guy who I really love. He's one of the best advertising guys that I've read about. He's also a terrible nice person as well. Fireside. Retail media is not simply a new place to disperse symbols, but rather the emergence of a new behavioral grammar as they begin to engage with their customers in new ways, in new spaces. What does that mean in English? Yeah. A new behavioral grammar is a very fancy way of saying we need new types of creative in that context. Myself and Andrew Lipsman were talking over a beer yesterday, and we're saying the thing that matters in retail media, which is your takeaway number 3 here, context matters. Now, what is actually happening, well, actually, let me take a step back. I'm looking around the room, and I'm guessing some of you were around in 2013. Just guessing, yeah? Maybe. And some of you might have been working in digital marketing in 2013. Just guessing. Now, what happened in 2013? Around 2012, 2013. This newfangled thing from the US happened, and it was called Facebook and Facebook advertising. And it became a thing, and people started using it. I ran my first campaign using Facebook advertising in 2013. And do you know what we did? We took our print ads that we were using in the newspaper, and we took our crappy display ads that we were using elsewhere and said, sure, that will do. And we shoved them into our Facebook advertising campaigns. Because that's all we knew, because we were morons. Yeah? What we didn't realize is that this was a new type of thing with its own thing going on, its own language. Now, we pretty much learned after a while. And essentially, the proof point of that is Facebook advertising on its own, now called Meta, developed new industries in and of themselves. The whole world of direct-to-consumer e-commerce businesses was based on Facebook advertising. One industry was based on an understanding of Facebook advertising and that language and grammar required in Facebook advertising. So I put it to you that retail media requires its own grammar and its own language. And I'm going to use in-store as the example because A, I'm very excited about it. B, I think it's the one that is going to really work right across all markets. So my client is Mehmeta in Turkey. This is a company called Migros, you probably all have heard of. They've got 2,600 stores in Turkey. They're a behemoth, they're huge, they are everywhere. And this is the sort of screens they have right over the fresh food area. Can you imagine the impact that it has compared to the previous bits of cardboard sitting around? Yeah? And the language and grammar and thinking you can use. Most of the time when I'm talking to people who are putting out in-store screens, they're saying, yeah, we're going to have 10-second loops and 6 of them, and that's it. It's a very industrial way of thinking, not a way of thinking about how we can do creativity in that context. The second example I'm going to use is also a client, Fraser Group in the UK. Fraser Group are very big on health, beauty, and fashion. And you can see the dynamic is very different in a health, beauty environment. The use of these screens is really sort of so much more impactful because the in-store experience is such a thing. It's such a different experience compared to, say, selling beer. Now, the thing that I also get very excited about here is with these screens is when they do them well, they will take their outdoor ad, particularly in luxury brands, and their online ad and turn it into something that is unique to the in-store experience. And finally, this is in Chile. I was in Santiago before Christmas, and this is an exact shot taken with my camera, taken with my phone, in a company called Cencosud. And the bit that I want to point out to you is the one in the middle is the milk section, and the screen over the milk section. Now, does anybody even know the brand of milk they buy? I can't really remember. I just go in, I want milk. It's the ultimate kind of vernacular category. But you can see how you could win if you're the brand buying that space. You get people to switch at the last minute. But even more powerful is gin and tonic. It's always more powerful in general, but in advertising sense, think about it. You've got your gin brands here. You've got an individual screen that's right in that location. And then what can you put on it? You're looking there, you go to blue. I've seen a blue, that's Bombay, yeah. I'm attaching the mental availability to it. Bang, you know what? Actually, I can't see anything else other than blue. I'll buy the blue. Yeah? So you can see how that conversion in store also builds the brand. And a top tip for anybody working in the tonic business is this is the only thing I would spend my money on. A great tonic ad on a screen right beside all the gins is the biggest no-brainer in terms of sales that I've ever seen, as long as the product's in stock. So very exciting, and by the way, the innovation in in-store screens is happening across the world, but not in the US. Okay, it really sucks in the US. So you want to look for in-store screens, you look at what's happening in Turkey, you look at what's happening in Chile, you look at what's happening in Australia or New Zealand. So let's look at a case study. Now I can tell you, case studies are quite hard to come by. Now I'm going to use this case study here because it's more an integrated approach. It's got a couple of challenges that I'll point out because I know the folks involved. So has anybody heard of this brand, Optimum Nutrition? Does anybody know the brand? All the people who go to the gym know this brand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's the largest protein kind of whey product in the world. Now the best bit about this is the company is 20 minutes from my house. So I know this company very, very well. I'm from Dublin, and this company is an Irish company, and I'm using an Irish example because everybody also goes, well, the US examples and all the rest of it. Yeah, this is managed and run from 20 minutes from my front door. And they have managed to build this business that is $1.5 billion in revenue, and it's distributed across the world in sports nutrition. They even sponsor McLaren Formula One. So it's a very impressive thing done from a small little island off the rocky, wet island off the west coast of Europe. Now, they've managed to develop a lot of penetration in the US. And the bit that is interesting is that they started building this campaign out. The bit that I'm not telling you is, I am telling you, is they're doing a lot online, like 9 figures online, and they're spending 8 figures on retail media across the globe. So it's very substantial investment in what they're doing. So their campaign was called Unlock More You. And how did they roll it out? Their starting point was consistency with the vernacular, with the language they want to use. You can see the orange is there to create the mental availability. The line is Unlock More You. And they use this right across every touch point, online, in store, and actually in gyms as well. So very, very strong in terms of consistency. Takeaway number 1. Own your mental availability, own the distinctive assets, and make them work, first of all. That's the starting point. The second point then is, when it comes up, is how they then roll this out in store. So they did a deal with Walmart, and Walmart sold them, guess what? A lot of retail media. And that was online, offsite, and in store. And you can see how they tried to make it work right across in-store and online. And you'll see right in the middle there's a picture of a picture of how it appeared on the app. Now, this is one of the big challenges. How do you do great creative in something that's 1 centimeter by 2 centimeters? Because the reality is, we, as individuals, we're seeing the world through this. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of marketers have really worked it out. We talk a lot about, oh, it's all happening in store. I mean, yeah, but they're mediating the world through this screen. So another takeaway from you is spend a lot of time thinking through the ramifications of that fact. We're mediating the world through this screen. So if I want to create great creative and have a great impact, maybe I've got to think about how that works in 1 centimeters by 2 centimeters and really think about every pixel. They obviously then made this work. They bought a lot of online space across Walmart.com and across Amazon as well. So they really blanketed everything with the one set of creative, with reinforcing their messages. Now, what were the results during this campaign? 5.8 revenue growth, greater penetration, got lots of new audiences through Walmart, and they did a lot of digital end caps in store and so on. This is their data that they've given me on this. I think a result like that over a period of 3 months is excellent, but there's a lot of things going on, not just the retail media. But the key takeaway here is they did an excellent job in terms of making sure the creative worked right across everything, keeping with their key themes, and doing a pretty good job making it work across all their retail media. Now, the second case study is ASOS. Has anybody heard of ASOS? Anybody who lives in the UK cannot put their hand up. But everybody else, yeah, you know who ASOS is. So, online fashion retailer, lots of countries, very sophisticated, targeting certain age group, 20 to 30 years old. Now, this is a completely different case study. So ASOS sell online, they sell fashion online. And they've set up a retail media business. And the retail media business is called ASOS Media. Very difficult. And within this, what they've done is set up a creative team within ASOS Media. And they were asked to launch this brand called Sol de Janeiro. Anybody here know what Sol de Janeiro? Every woman in the audience goes, yes, and all the guys go, what the hell is Sol de Janeiro? Yeah. So Sol de Janeiro is this brand that looks like that. It's a Brazilian name brand that is used, mainly, that actually started in the US. And they asked ASOS to launch this for them in the UK. And so here we have a creative a retail media agency coming up with the creative to launch a brand in their own outlet. It's a very different way. We wouldn't have had creative agencies within retail media over the last while. And the guys told me about the brief. The brief was, how do we launch only on ASOS, but bring the whole thing to life? And ASOS went back to Sol de Janeiro and said, hey, why don't we take pictures of women, obviously, but in the middle of tooting in London, in the middle of March, freezing their asses off, showing off the product in action. So kind of creative, kind of cool, kind of edgy, very different in terms of how you would think about creative with retail media, because they shot the campaign, they put the whole brief together, and they didn't go to their ad agency. It's a very different way of thinking about things. Now, what was the outcome of this? They did display ads, sponsored ads, direct marketing, homepage, social, and events. So the thing was they took the basic creative idea and rolled out across all the standard retail media advertising units. And I put it to you that we're going to see a lot more of this over the next while, where we look to the retail media business to come up with some creative that works in the context of what they're doing as a business. So more and more of the creative will come from the retail media side. To wrap up on this point, I asked them to give us some numbers, and they said, well, actually what we can tell you is what their own assessment of with their suppliers is. They're thought of as best in class creatively, they understand the brand fully, and they see the work as inspiring. Now remember, I'm talking about an online retailer. I'm not talking about an ad agency or a creative agency. I'm talking about an online retailer who has set up a creative team who comes with answers for the brands. It's a very different dynamic. So in terms of effectiveness, it's much more integrated. I want to shift gear. Topic number 2, change management. Arguably less exciting than creative, arguably, but just as important. Now, over the years, as a marketing director, I've led lots of change management programs, so it's something I've thought long and hard about, and because a lot of it's around human nature and how humans think and so on. So I'm going to give you some sort of thinking around change management. Let's start with the retailers. It's a challenge in mindset, because the retailers have to move, as we found through the case study this morning in Profi, from being a retailer mindset to a media mindset. Now, a retailer mindset is about, well, retailing is what, probably the 3rd or 4th oldest trade in the world. There was people selling on the streets of Sumeria, what, 8,000 years ago. Everybody knows what retailing is. We know what it is. You buy at one price and you sell at another. That's retailing. Retailing now is obviously more a logistics business and so on. But today, as we heard, it's a business creating experiences based on data. Well, that's a very different mindset from buy at one price and sell at another. That's a very different mindset. So how do you do a media mindset? Because when you want to sell media, you need media salespeople, you need an advertising platform, you need audiences, you need ad tech, and then you realize you're competing with other media channels. So there's the first challenge in terms of change with the retailers. The second one is they've got structure. Now, most retailers, and the benefit of the lucky bit about me meeting retailers from all over the world, is their structures are identical, whether you're in Santiago, Sydney, or Timbuktu. They have merchant buying people, they have marketing people, they have operations, store management. It's identical. You want to set up a retail media network, wow, it's a different thing. I need to know how to sell media. I need to know how to count the money, the finance. I need to actually have a strategy, and I need to understand inventory. So they've got an internal structure thing to worry about, a people thing, as well as actually how do we transfer the type of business. So challenge number 2. Challenge number 3 is to the marketing folks in the room. And luckily, we have a bunch of converts in this room who believe this. But a lot of times when I'm talking to my fellow marketing things, they operate in silos. Trade marketing doesn't know what shopper marketing is doing, doesn't know what brand advertising is doing, and they don't know about retail media. How do I know? I just did 7 hours of workshops with a very famous brand in Germany and in France last week, and there was shopper marketing, there was brand marketing, and there was trade marketing in the room, and the brand team got up and walked out of the room, not because I was a terrible speaker, but because they felt it wasn't relevant to them. Yep. And that is where we are going to, whereas the retail media is at the centerpiece, because as you've seen, retail media is not just a conversion thing, it's a new grammar, a new way of thinking about the world, and we're going to be able to develop brands in store with these amazing screens like we never were able to do before, and particularly for the long tail of smaller brands. The problem is a lot of marketing stuff is around the cool stuff we saw on TV. That's for the 5%. The rest of the world is focused on the 95% of brands who are not there. Then there is the positioning challenge, and the positioning challenge is very simple. Classic marketing book, Reese and Trout, positioning.
A retail media competes with TV, radio, outdoor advertising, Google, Meta, TikTok, programmatic advertising, and email. It also competes with doing nothing at all. It competes with inertia. Yeah? And doing nothing at all is often the thing we choose to do. Will I go to the gym tonight? Nah, I'll sit and watch the telly. Yeah? Inertia is super powerful. Now, if I'm thinking in terms of marketing, trade, brand, shopper, digital, am I really going to start walking into the brand marketing guy and go, buddy, yeah, I think we need to change how we think about marketing here. No, people operate in silos. And we're looking at a situation where each one has its own little individual area, quite rightly, and we've got to break down those silos as a retail media business. Very, very hard. So you need to stand for something. Everybody knows what Facebook advertising or Meta advertising stands for. Everybody knows what Google advertising stands for. Everybody knows what TV is. So if you go out the door as a retailer, you got to have something that says, here's why you should advertise with us. Here's who our market is. Here's who our audience is. Here's what our tech is. Here's why you can do better with us. So positioning. And you've an integration challenge. Retail media is the fastest source of operating income for many retailers, yet sustaining that requires deep integration. So in other words, you've got to integrate it, and you heard a lot about this from Profi earlier on. The integration challenge is a really difficult one. So how do you solve this? There's a lot of change management models out there. I always think you should know a little bit about change management models, rather than come in with a big stick and start beating people over the head. Now that is my preferred option, but I find it doesn't work as well to walk into a room and start beating people up, yeah, to get them to do what I want to do. So instead, one of the things I learned is, this particular book is an interesting book, Leading Change by John Cotter. It's very simple and easy to understand because he has a very simple 8-step change model. And this model is very interesting because I've rolled it out in a few organizations. And the first thing is, before you want to change anything, you've got to create the right climate. You've got to maybe have a bit of urgency. You've got to have a coalition. I've got to have Christian on my side. I can't have Christian going, who the hell is Colin? I don't like him. I've got to get a coalition. And then I have to create a vision of what we're trying to do and communicate the vision always. So one little sidebar here is that people forget. And I know people will forget because I'm going to come up to every single one of you at 5 o'clock today and ask you to tell me every single thing I said today on this call. Will you be able to remember it? No. We would. That's when I'll use the big stick, yeah? But if you think about it, we've got to communicate the vision in a very simple way. Today I'm talking about creativity and change. That's the simple message I want to get across. And internally in an organization, you've got to do the same thing. Then you've got to empower action. A lot of the time, in fact, one of the key things hearing what Gaetan was saying this morning, Gaetan was saying, I'm empowering the people. That's really what he was saying. And he was letting himself, he was walking away from it going, you go guys, I'm going to show you the vision, and I'm going to let you go. The quick wins were coming from all the other stuff they were doing in terms of the tech. And they were enabling, working with Footprints to go and get some quick wins out to go and say, hey, this kind of worked. So quick wins are good. And then to wrap up, you need to build on the change and make it stick. You don't have it as a one-off thing. So within retail media, what I want you to say is, you're going to need to do some change management in the business. You need some form of model. I like this model. You can develop your own model. If you can't remember this 8-step model, what I will tell you, the bits that matter in my own experience are form a powerful coalition, communicate the vision, quick wins, and empowerment. Those 4 things of the 8, if you can remember that, you're going to get anything done in any organization. So change management is one of the challenges. If you weren't paying attention, Colin, you're too long, I didn't want to read it. Let's wrap up today and get you out to lunch by summarizing what I've just said. For the retailers, what I'd like you to do is think about expanding your remit, the thing you do. And in fact, I'm going to say this to the agencies as well. Expanding your remit from selling advertising to be the purveyor, the seller of creative ideas. Too much in retail media we're about get it out the door. And I'm the biggest sinner in this department, get it out the door. Yeah? No. We're in the business of creating effective campaigns, which is around creative ideas, around solving business problems.
We're not solving in retail media the goal of putting more screens into a store. That's not the problem we're solving. We're solving business problems of how we shift product in store. Make your creative work for retail media. It sounds pretty obvious. Most people don't do it. This is an example from our Optimal Nutrition example. They have Inspire Me Creative, they've got Educate Me Creative, and they've got How to Use Creative. Different use cases applied in different locations right across all channels. So make creative work for retail media. And finally, embrace change, because trade and merchandising, they're going to get more of the revenue from retail. Finance needs to work out how to get a view across everything. Marketing needs to stop operating in silos. So if you think about this, how do we get people to embrace change is also the biggest challenge as well. And on that bombshell, I'm going to let you out for dinner, though you may, or lunch, you may have some questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have most definitely kept us unglued from our screens, definitely.
But does anybody questions? Here we go.
Yes.
Hello, thank you very much.
No
So
problem.
during your presentation, I had many ahas, and I write them down in my phone.
Excellent.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was wondering, because all of us see the benefits, the benefit of retail media, but if we can see, if we can take in consideration the entire ecosystem of media, channel, media mix, should we offer all the credit to retail media for sales? Because Facebook, yeah, provide us reach. Google can provide traffic. Everything has a role in this ecosystem. But in digital and overall, we have a question. Who impacted more? Who converts?
So it looks like we're not getting out for lunch in order to answer this question. Sorry, yeah, our lunch has been cancelled. We're here for the next 5 hours. So this is an attribution question, obviously, yeah? And this question will never be resolved, okay? And one of the things that drives me insane is people going, no, 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 that came from Facebook, that came from TV, that came from, it's all bullshit, yeah? You can only say that if it's a brand new brand and it's a pure little thing, and I've just launched, you know, Colin Spring Water from, you know, Romania, and I put it into the market and there's only one ad. Okay, well, that's attribution. Cool. Actually, no, that's not true, because I could be thirsty walking by it in the store and pick it up and I've never seen an ad. Yeah? So attribution is the story that will never go away. So when I hear attribution questions, what I hear is, who's looking to beat each other up with the big stick I mentioned earlier? And who wants to go and say, I got it? Now, that's why I showed the integrated campaign earlier on. Measurement is really, really hard. Integrated campaign measurement is even harder. Beware of people who say, it was my Facebook ad, it was my retail media ad, because they're, we call it in English, a snake oil salesman. They're trying to sell you something. The pure tests, kind of like what Christian was talking about there, they're really good, but obviously Christian is going to voluntarily say, well, most people kind of knew of Heineken, yeah? Yeah. What he's really saying is, like, there's new moments that you could capture through creativity, through thinking through the use case. And so it adds extra volume that wouldn't exist. I've seen lots of cases like this, by the way, and this is true across all categories. If you think through the use case, new use cases, put it in front of people, your volume will go up and it doesn't cannibalize at all. Sorry, that wasn't a straight answer, was it? Okay, question.
Other questions?
An easy one now, can we have a, like, what's my favorite color, that kind of stuff?
I have one from social media. What's your biggest prediction for the retail media industry in 2025?
Well, just about to write 7 of them, so I think the conversation will start moving into how does this thing work better, because it's very clear. We got bigger audiences here, we got people from brands, we got people from agencies and so on. They weren't in the room 2 years ago. So the world of how the rest of marketing operates, that you asked earlier, is now going to start having to, retail media will have to start integrating to that, which means you got to answer better questions about creativity, you got to answer better questions about how it integrates into campaigns, and I'll say it, the measurement will have to be a little more upfront.
Okay, so 3 of them. Thank you very much. If there aren't any other questions, I have a question. Are you hungry? Let's head for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello, and welcome back. We are heading towards our first panel discussion, the first panel of this afternoon. It's called Cross-Channel Synergies, how retail media complements other advertising channels and how to measure it. It's the most generous panel of this day. Thank you all for being here. So we have with us Roger Dunn, top retail expert, Rethink Retail. Roger Dunn is a retail media and e-commerce expert with extensive experience in marketing and digital strategy. He has held senior roles at leading companies, advertising brands, and retailers on e-commerce, marketplaces, and retail media. A recognized thought leader, he has authored best practice reports on platforms like Amazon Advertising and Walmart Connect, with his insight featured in New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and Financial Times. Thank you for being here, and we are waiting on your international expertise because we want to make a comparison between Romania and other international markets. We also have here Laura Bada, Global Commerce Partner, Group M, Alina Iova, Managing Director, Sense8, Silviu Caciur, CTO, Publicis Group, Romania, Ștefan Chirițescu, Brand Strategist, și Cristian Costache, Head of Digital Media, Dentsu Romania. Oh, sorry, I switched to Romanian. I'm so very sorry. Or was I in English? Okay, sorry. So, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. I'll kick off this generous panel by telling you that for me, retail media is like the famous or infamous elephant from that ancient Indian parable. Different wise but blind men touch it in different places, decent places, and live with different understandings about what retail media is. I mean, that the elephant is. So let me start by asking you, what would be your personal, professional understanding about what retail media really is, in just a few words. I don't know. Let's start with Laura.
Thank you. I'm really delighted to be here on this stage. It's been a very long time since I was on stage in Romania, in my home country, and because I've been given the honor of opening this panel. Can you please put your hand up if you heard of, I know 50% of my investment is wasted, but I don't know which half? Amazing. So everybody knows that. Well, that's what retail media is doing. The ability to connect ad impression with consumer actions at granular SKU level in a privacy safe environment is what retail media is doing. It's connecting commerce, consumer action, and media and impression, advertising impression. And by action, I mean it could be a detailed page view, so a product listing on site. It can be an add to cart, so these two metrics are online, or it could be a purchase, and a purchase can be anywhere. It can be on site and in store. So for me, that is retail media. I'll probably have a little bit more chance to talk about this.
Sure.
I also represent Group M in IAB Europe Retail Media Committee. And we built there together a lot of learnings about retail media, including retail media definition. What is retail media to everyone? It's using retailer signals to serve targeted messages to on-site, in-store, and off-site. So that's in a nutshell.
So today
what retail media
you'll
is.
play for the international team during this.
I play for the international European team. Yeah.
Excellent. Alina, your thoughts? I think
Just
it's
a
on.
second.
It's on. It's on by
great.
default.
So we at Sense8, we are a technology provider and digital platforms resellers. For us, retail media is very new. We are just starting to learn about it, basically and truthfully together with our customers. Retail media is a way to reach your consumers at a critical point in their decision and purchasing journey. It's where they make their decision. It's where, as Christian said earlier, you can refresh their mind and connect them to the brand. So it's a very, very new territory, and it has immense potential for growth, both for brands and for retailers.
Okay, thank you. Roger, please, as the first representative of the international team,
Sure.
what are your thoughts about
Retail
or
media.
your main learnings?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in simple terms, I guess retail media is an owned and operated media asset that a retailer owns. So that could be on their website, their app, or in store. Or it's the data. So it's using a retailer's data for either targeting or measurement, ideally both, which might be off-site. So that might be in the open web, on YouTube and socials. And I guess to then further break it down, you've got on-site media, which is those sponsored products, often from the product feed or banners. Then you've got the off-site media, using the data, and then in-store, which is increasingly becoming digitized and becoming a bigger opportunity.
Okay. Stefan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm quite old, so for me retail means a lot of things. I started in advertising when retail means the corner store, you know, so a very small store in the neighborhood. And after this we had supermarkets, and after this we had Carrefour, and after this we have a MAG. So retail means a lot of things. Retail media basically is the new mecca for communication. But for me especially, retail media means the moment of truth, because it's the last moment when you can influence the consumer to do something with your product.
Okay. So the same alley, which is called mental availability.
Yeah, we discussed earlier, that's why.
Okay, okay. Silvio?
Hello everybody, first of all. Yes, I think a lot of attributes were said. I just want to add that retail media can be closed.
Is it on? Is the mic on?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So retail media can be a closed loop advertising channel, touch point that leverage a lot of first-party shopper data, and also can be an open system, because as Roger said, we have on-site, off-site, depends on a lot of the retail properties. And of course, the role is to match the ad to an audience. Right? So yeah, this is the retail media for us right now.
Okay, thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I think retail media, it's the link that we were always looking at to have the bridge between the offline world and the online world. So the link between digital and real world. This is something I'm head of digital. I was the digital guy all my life. But then I was always looking for the way how to connect digital with the real world. And I think retail media has this role of connecting the two worlds, because we can use the data in retail, from the real life, to go back to digital and then go back to the store. And yeah, influence, I will not use this word influence and make people buy, but making predictions of what they will potentially want to buy. So.
Okay, thank you. So my main takeaway from this first topic is that my intuition was correct, and this elephant is really big. It's in our room now, and we all want to climb aboard that elephant and go towards that gold rush. Let's move towards the topic of the panel, which is synergies and synergies between channels. In the overall marketing and communication strategy or activities or of your companies, of the brands that you are working for, do you consider retail media as being rather a standalone activity or a collection of all sorts of activities, specifically from the perspective of the marketing plan or the marketing activities? Let's start with Roger and with the international perspective, and then we'll move on towards Romania.
Sure, yeah. I would say, I mean, retail media is absolutely not a standalone media channel. Obviously, it requires some specialism and some dedication to build a team and capability around it. But I mean, as Andrew was saying earlier, retail media is media, effectively. It's just that overlay of data that makes it that much more, you know, the efficacy kind of improve. So yeah, I mean, retail media obviously is a new term and a new buzzword in the industry, and certainly a huge growth area, but it has been happening in some form for many years. So 50, 100 years are those retailer brand relationships. They've been doing things in store for a lot of that time. And I think for me, the move to retail media is this digitization of all of that. So there's the on-site digital opportunities and then increasingly the in-store ones. But it has to be part of a bigger plan. So yeah, it's just has that ability to measure all the way through to a sale. That secret sauce of the closed loop reporting is important. But it can absolutely do a branding job, it can do a consideration job, and it can drive sales as well. So it plays a part throughout that entire funnel.
Thank you so much. Laura?
Yeah, in total agreement. Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yes, retail media should not be standalone. However, it depends on retail maturity. And it also depends, and I work with brands, it depends on how advertisers are being, you know, their structure. So I worked for many years with a marketing team, so the brand side of things. Retail media, because retail media is not a new concept, digital retail media is newer, but retail media is a very long, you know, standing.
The traditional part of the...
Yeah, and that was traditionally the job of commerce team, sales team. And now with retail media making huge, you know, advancement in digital, it's now a territory that sits in between the traditional brand advertising and customer development sales teams. So retail media sits with one foot into brand advertising and like function within the company, and with the other foot in commerce. And to me, what is the biggest, I don't know, goal is to join these two things and infuse commerce-driven insights into media decisions. That's why we need to connect these two functions within the organization in order to be able to take advantage and make from 1 and 1 3. I think that was Andrew's presentation this morning.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see how things are in Romania. Let's start with Stefan.
I fully agree with Laura. I think retail media is part of the process, and the most important part of this process is the fact that you have a lot of good insights. And this kind of insights is basically the partner for the commercial team and at the same time for the marketing team. Because, you know, as I said before, this moment when you are in the retail, in front of the shelf, is the moment of truth, right? So basically what you need to do until this moment is to calibrate the entire process, the entire journey from the consumer to the shopper. Because the mindset is quite different from the consumer perspective versus the shopper experience. So that's why I think it's very, very important how to calibrate these insights from the shopping experience in order to infuse the brand experience. You know, it's a continuum process between the branding process and the commercial process.
When you're talking about insights, are you referring only to real consumer insights, or let's say the virtual consumer
I think it's even more important,
and
because basically what you track are behaviors. So you can associate behaviors from the retail with attitudes, preferences, and things like this. So basically, we have the entire journey from the consumer to the shopper moment.
Thank you. Silviu?
I think the standalone option is not available. Basically, we are not living in a silo world. We are living in a platform world. So basically, retail media is, in a nutshell, a platform. It's a mix of technology, a lot of technology or technologies, and data. And of course, based on the objective, business, marketing, communication objectives, it's a part of a media plan. So it cannot be. It's a mix. It's not a collection yet. But right now, a lot of campaigns are just testing the waters to see the results, to see the campaign, to see the impacts in the overall brand image or brand objectives. So, yeah, we see how we are going to evolve from this testing stage right now.
Okay, so we are still in the testing stage.
In Romania,
No.
yes.
Always.
In Romania, yes, but I think in the more developed countries, it's basically retail media is normalized as a new touch point, a new category for also for endemic brands or non-endemic brands.
Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I think we have to tell very clear one thing. Retail media is not trade marketing. So this has to be very clear stated. I know that in the past brands were doing a lot of trade marketing, and then I've met a client that said, yeah, we did retail media in US, and we did this and that and that, and when we entered into the details, we saw that, and I was with Dan at that meeting, we saw that she was referring more to trade marketing in US. So it's often a trap that I think marketeers are taking right now. Like, okay, we did that in the past, we used that, we know how to use it. No, it's different. It's something very different. And it's different because of the data, because of the goal of retailers to find something new to monetize their audience there. I think this is from where it will come the growth, because retailers will want to monetize more their audience, because concerts are monetizing their audience. Why not retailers? You are in my area, I will sell you more things. And yeah, I think we have to make a clear difference also between the endemic brands, because Sylvie said endemic brands and non-endemic brands. This is something I also get as a question. Yeah, we are not selling our products in Profi. Why we should be there? Yeah, you can be there because it's your audience there. You can understand how your audience is behaving, and you can link your message with what the audience is doing there, because then the audience is going home and they will watch TV, and you can link the campaign with that.
And pay attention to all other things.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Alina?
So I'm not going to reiterate what my fellow panelists have said, because I totally agree with them. I would like to mention that the fact that we at Sense8 are here today is because Footprints AI is changing the way retail media is done. Because up until they were on the market, we would have not been able to sell this product to our customers, because we could not have given them any data, any way to segment their customers, any way to understand what their customers are doing or buying. And this is what has changed in the last few years on the market. Because retail media has been here, as was said earlier, a very long time. It is now a different retail media.
Okay. Yes,
I want
please.
to add something. Yeah, retail media, it's here now, but this event, I'm now comparing it with what it was like 10 years ago or 15 years ago when we had events from Facebook or from Google. And they wanted to tell us and to make us understand how we can use their platform and how we can use their audience and how we can use their advertising. So that's how I see this event, like an event when we try to understand how this new channel, I'll use new channel, but how this channel will work in the future. And as Facebook, we can do campaigns only in Facebook. We can do campaigns only in retail media. It's not necessarily, let's force it and let's make it part of our communication mix. No, if it's suitable, let's use it. If not, it's...
Okay, a very pragmatic approach to it. Let's have our first, I hope, moment of truth. Stefan mentioned earlier about this concept. What's the total, I don't know, amount, the place of retail media activities in your overall marketing activities plan? Just a raw estimation.
I can start.
Yes, please, Ali.
It's below 1% at the moment. But remember that we are not an advertising agency, so we do not do any traditional media. So we expect it to grow in the following years, just because we now have a platform, a way to look at dashboards and understand data. But basically below 1%, and it's...
Wow, and thank you very much for this anchor, because we need it. Roger?
Yeah, well, I guess it does vary quite drastically between different markets. Obviously, there needs to be retail media networks.
Give us examples, please.
And available to buy. So if there's no retail media networks in that market, then it's going to be pretty low. But looking at the industry data, at least, I would say between 10 and 20% is sort of roughly where it's at, but it's going to go much higher than that as opportunities expand, as more brands get involved in the space, as non-endemic grows. So there's a lot of factors that are going to cause that to grow. But I would say, yeah, that's probably, looking at industry data, at least that's where it sits at the moment. And yeah, only going up.
Okay, so 10 to 20. Laura, from your experience?
Yeah, it's a very hard question to answer, to be honest. Because I was saying earlier that retail media sits with one foot in brand marketing investment and with the other in sales and commercial team. And a lot of this budget, a lot of retail media budget is actually owned by the sales team and is labeled as gross to net. It's retail media, it should be advertising and promotion. That's a kind of preventing us from having a true, accurate picture of how much we're investing in retail media, because we are used to, track investment in brand marketing, not so much in sales. But I would say evolved advertisers globally would spend, in CPG, would spend probably 15, 20, 25% in retail media. But I'm talking about evolved markets where Amazon, Walmart, Tesco of the world.
So by evolved markets, you mean, let's say, US, Asia, something like that? Or
US, yes.
UK?
Top 3 markets in Europe, Asia. Asia is the big one. China is the largest market in retail media. I have like a investment estimates for 2025. China is the biggest one, is 83 billion in 2025. US is the second one.
Because of their huge investment into digitalizing their lives and
infrastructure. They started different than the rest of the world. The old world infrastructure was different, it's all online. It's easier to do closed loop and so on. So it's completely different story.
So they have the right infrastructure, the right digital infrastructure.
Do you remember the story when mobile started? Do you remember the story what people saying that in India, people jumped from not having a bank account to having a mobile bank account without going in first into a online, like physical bank? That's what happens in Asia. They kind of jump phases.
We Romanians are the same in the same way. We are early adopters in terms of technology. So we lack the infrastructure, but otherwise we have the...
I'm not talking about infrastructure, technology infrastructure. I'm talking about retail infrastructure.
Okay.
So we have omnichannel, like Western Europe, like North America, like Latin America. So we are different than Asia in this respect.
Different. Thank you very much for this clarification. Silviu, how are things going on in your campaigns?
I think I agree with Alina about under 1%. This year, because in the market of the market give us, let's say, more players. So I think the budget will move up to 3 or 5%. And as a special case, we have not a, let's say, retail media per se client, but we have a client with up to 10%. Again, not as a client, as a retail media per se, but they understood the fact that using their first-party shopper data can basically bring them a lot of added value, a lot of business value, to be more precisely. So this category is moving to the right direction, and I think it's going to move very fast in the next 3 to 4 years.
So we are in between 1% and 3%, give or take.
Yeah, I think 3% will be more realistically for this year, but I think optimistically we can go to 5%.
Any characteristics of the brands or the companies that are investing more in retail media activities?
Yes, I think the big companies, big entities will do a lot of testing, not only for Romania, but also at a regional level. So this can be an opportunity, managing from a central point of, from a single point of contact, for example. And I think, again, up to 3% overall group, and maybe some cases to up to 5%.
Okay, thank you. Stefan?
Wow. I think it's the most complicated question because, it's related to the level of evolution in Romania. But I think there are some secondary questions here. The first one is, again, marketing versus sales. Where is this budget? Because traditionally in Romania, most of the companies put this kind of budget in the sales department. So basically, it's another type of activity done by this department, and something related to the trade marketing activity that were mentioned before. This is one part of the discussion. The second one, I think, is the specificity of the category. If I'm a tobacco player, for sure my budget for trade, it's infinite. But I agree with Silviu, sorry, that percent is below 1% today in Romania. When we talk about this specific type of retail media, if you want to talk about the traditional type of retail media, I think the discussion could be more calibrated. Because the activity in store is quite important for a lot of brands in Romania. We don't know how to use technology. This is the truth in Romania, but we're learning.
You mean companies, brands, or end consumers?
I think it's a mix. I think it's a mix starting from the brands, because As you mentioned before, we have mobile phones before to have different type of things. So yeah, it's a learning process and it's an adoption process. So I think the good news here is the fact that the new form of retail media can offer a lot of data. And when you have a lot of data, basically we have the proof that you can use in order to calibrate the process internally. So it's an adoption process for companies, first of all.
Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I will be very honest with you, maybe too honest. I don't know. I really don't know this percentage, and I didn't thought of that because our main concern was to make it running and to get as much as possible and fast as possible the knowledge how to do that. And I think if we do it in the right way and if we do it correctly and if the results are coming, then the budgets will come. So I'm not focusing on budget right now. Budgets, okay, maybe it's 1%, 10%, doesn't matter. I think it's the most important thing is for us to get the knowledge of that. And the budget will follow, I'm sure.
Okay, so it seems that we really are onto something here. I mean, it seems that indeed there is a great opportunity to expand and to develop in this area in the next years in Romania. But another question about the budgets, because we know, follow the money. If you want to understand the truth, follow the money. Do you think, is there a, I don't know, a glass ceiling when it comes to budgets in terms of retail or digital retail media? Let's talk about this specific topic. Is there a glass ceiling, or do you expect it to expand, I don't know, above 30% or 50%? What are your thoughts about this?
For nothing, sky is the limit. Come on, it's just buzzwords. Everybody wants to make us believe that, yeah, bring us sales and the sky is the limit for the investment that we'll put there. Come on, this never happened. So I believe the budgets will be very much correlated with the capacity to manage these budgets and to manage the inventory and the audience. I think this is pretty much, I mean, nobody is asking how much money do you think maximally Facebook will get. No, I mean, it's infinite if we think about, but we'll be limited by the audience that we can target, by the inventory available, so nobody can answer this question, I think.
That's why I've thought about this question, because we need to have a difficult conversation. Alina, your thoughts?
I agree with what Christian said. We cannot talk about the sky is a limit because every advertiser has a budget. So they will have to somehow shift their budgets from, let's say, traditional media or digital towards retail media. And it's not going to happen overnight. It will take a lot of testing, a lot of trial and error to convince the decision makers that this is a platform that can give us results, because yes, we want incrementality and we want brand awareness, but at the end of the day, I think that we all know that most CEOs ask us about the return on investment. So it is not going to happen overnight, and we most importantly need to be able to show concrete data and results.
Okay. Roger?
Yeah, sure. I guess at the end of the day, there has to be a limit on anything. So any media investment opportunity, whether that's a channel or an area like retail media, there's going to be a limit to that where effectiveness drops off or competition gets too large. But I think we're a long way from that at the moment. And if you think about what's happening in the market, there's a number of macro trends that will be driving that growth. So we've got the loss of signals like cookies and the online tracking. So retail media and first-party data becomes that much more valuable. You've got a number of retailers that haven't launched yet, so there's going to be a whole lot of new inventory coming online and opportunities there. And then even within retailers that have launched a program, they're still not monetizing all of their assets. And then if you look ahead, we've got new opportunities like offsite and the growth in connected TV, which once you start applying retail data to is another huge growth area. So I think there's a lot of room to grow in this space. So I'm not predicting any tail off just yet, but obviously there has to be at some point.
Okay. Silvio.
I think we will have a limit, of course. I think we will follow the developed countries in I think the next 5, maybe 10 years. So because we are very linked as a market with developed markets, so that's why we are going to see a boost at the first, and then based on the results, based on the impacts, we will somehow adjust the threshold, the maximum threshold for these retail media investments.
Okay. Laura?
To me, retail media kind of reset the conversation, because getting closer to commerce and getting closer to sales team and revenue targets by retailer kind of reset the conversation and put profitability at the center of it. So I've worked for many, many years in advertising, media, traditional digital. We never knew what was the revenue goal by, overall, let alone by retailer. We have that information now. So it's kind of resetting the conversation on a different ground. So profitability is the one key goal that we want to drive. And then it's how are you going to achieve your targets? Is it by acquiring new customers? What kind of tactics are you going to employ? Is that digital media delivering that goal better than retail media? With retail media, you can measure it. Does retail media have the right reach to reach those consumers? So these are the kind of questions that will help us answer. And then ROI, the second thing is ROI is a blunt metric. So I think Andrew was talking about incremental ROI as a true measure. And to respond to your question earlier, that's the kind of answer that we are all expecting or hoping to get from improving our measurement solutions to account for the realities of today with, digital shelf that is different if you scroll for a product or search for a product than the digital shelf that I get when I search for a product. So we have to account for this new reality when we look at incrementality measurement solutions. A very long answer.
What would be your rough estimation about Romania? What would be that limit, the upper limit of growth in terms of budget?
Absolute numbers or
No,
share?
just percent.
Well, I have my estimation. So retail media market in Romania is estimated to be around 20 million this year, 20, 25 million, obviously. So look at the advertising market, and then you will get your share.
Okay, thank you. Stefan?
So below 5% for sure. Yeah. So I think Laura told everything. So, but in my opinion, as I mentioned before, I started very early in advertising, and when I started advertising, all people in my professional life told me, TV will die. TV won't die. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is the fact that I strongly believe in a very tangible end-to-end consumer journey. So this kind of retail media approach should be part of the entire end-to-end journey. It's not about being big or small. It's about being very integrated, very, very relevant integrated in this journey. So it's about relevance and it's about ROI. It's not about figures per se.
Okay. And now my last difficult question, and then we'll get back to regular ones. What would be the first other channel budget that digital retail media would steal from? Who wants to
I think
to
the
start?
easiest way is to take budgets from digital. And I think that will happen because it will be easier for a digital person a digital planner to explain and to plan also retail media, because it's about data. Digital planners are used to data. So I think they will start to take some budgets from digital, hopefully from Facebook or TikTok, we don't know. But then I think we will start to ask ourselves from where we really need to shift this budget. And I think this will be a good question to be answered in different ways for different clients. So it will not be someone will take from TV, some clients will take the money from trade marketing, that it will be easier.
So in your opinion, the main driver of demand would be the same type of knowledge about KPIs and about how the system works.
At the beginning, it will be like this, I think, because at the beginning, it's easier to understand, and then the clients will take more risks because they will understand the mediums.
Okay. Laura?
So I would say number one is linear channels. Number two would be a reassessment of digital channels. And by that, I mean, in UK, retailers have partnerships with Meta, with social, with connected TV. So you can buy advertising on Meta directly, or you can buy advertising through a retailer signal and activate it on Meta. So show an ad using a retail signal and show it on Meta. So that's why I'm saying it's a reassessment between digital channels and retail media. You'll all see, as an end consumer, you will see that advertising on Meta, but it will be served through different targeting mechanisms. That's number two. And number three is from sales, so from trademark, GTN, basically.
Okay, so from the trade budget.
Yeah. It's already retail media, only it sits under GTN, so.
Okay, thank you. Alina?
To build on what Christian earlier said, I think it's not just about the knowledge of the media planner, it's about the familiarity with the platform that you are using. Once you have a digital platform, I don't think that retail media will steal from other channels, but will become a part of the digital media campaign mix. So by being able to see the same data as you are used to seeing on Meta or TikTok or Google from a, let's say, digital planner point of view, it's going to make it very easy to shift your budgets between all those channels according to how they perform for each and every brand.
Okay. Roger?
So I guess the way I think about it is, in many markets, maybe not so much in Europe, but in other markets, when you think about retail media, the majority of it is retail media search. It's those sponsored product listings. So I guess the direct comparison there would be something like search engine marketing, which might leach some money over to retail media. But then when you think about off-site, all you're doing is applying retailer data to an existing channel. So it's programmatic, it's connected TV, and you're just buying a certain audience. So I guess that money is not moving anywhere, it's just being reclassified as retail media. So I guess it depends on your definition there. So they're probably two of the areas. And then, yeah, totally agree. I think analog channels, if those audiences are declining, then that money is going to go after the eyeballs. And if they're on the retailers or can be targeted by a retailer, then that's a good place to
The
go.
old rule, money follow the eyeballs, is still available.
That's right. Well, that's the media and marketing game, right? You need to influence humans, so wherever they go, we've got to follow.
Okay, good. Silvio?
I think every retailer are driving a lot of traffic via the linear channels. So yes, of course, TV or at least video will be the, let's say, the first source of taking some budgets for
the
retail.
first source of generosity towards
Yes.
digital retail media.
Yes, but this we need to be very careful and to look at the audience patterns, audience behaviors, because if you are, I don't know, if you are a type of person that is still looking at the TV 5 or 6 hours per day, then of course TV it give you an impact. But if you're type of the person that is hitting the gym 3 times per week, then maybe not TV is the right channel. Maybe radio can be, or podcaster, or I don't know, social media. So depends on the brand, depends on your objectives. But I'm in the same boat with linear channels at first, and then any type of media that is not per se measured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. We know we know what are those channels. So yeah, I think, but also in a very, let's say, we need to do other type of analysis when we look at data, rather than organic versus post and see the residual results and so on and so forth. So data processing, data analysis should be at first at the core on how we are looking at the data, the results.
It will be my next question. But first, Stefan, your thoughts about...
I think will be a mix from linear channels and trade marketing from my perspective, because you know what is very complicated with trade marketing per se. Of course, when we talk about linear channels, we talk about outdoor TV and so on. So it's quite clear you don't have a direct impact on sales. It's a long process using this kind of channels in order to generate immediate response. But when you talk about trade it's about immediate response. And that's why I think this kind of percentage of a budget from trade could be leveraged in this retail media, because it will be about efficiency. And I think, yeah, this combination, TV especially, and trade marketing could be the source of business for retail media.
Okay.
I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but I have a different opinion. I don't think the money will move from TV. Never. I mean, the money will not from linear TV. I'm seeing now...
In Romania? Why is that?
In Romania, yes. In Romania, I don't know if you know, but all the TV stations are sold out almost all the year long. So the demand for TV advertising is still high. And the audience is declining, but the demand is still high. So
is it a cultural trait?
I don't know. I mean, it's what happens right now, and not only this year, but in the past 10 years, it happens like that. And yeah, maybe people are not watching so much, so many hours TV, but they are still watching. I mean, I saw some results, some numbers. I think at least 1 hour. I was looking at a very young audience, 18-24, for a client last week, and people 18-24 from Romania are still watching at least 1 hour linear TV. So at least 1 hour a day linear TV.
Can I say something? I think they are sold out because they are too cheap.
Also this, but they are trying to solve this. Yeah, they are trying to do that each and every year. So young audience is still watching TV, which is...
Probably the news.
No. 40, I can tell you, I can remember, 40% of them said they are watching Asia Express or something.
Okay, so entertainment
yes.
shows. Okay. If you were to make a recommendation about a media mix in which you would include retail media and other channels, what would be your personal, professional recommendation? Roger, would you please?
Well, I think about where retail media comes in. You think about what role it's playing in the media mix. So it can play very different ones. So traditionally it's been at the bottom of the funnel, driving a conversion and all of the metrics around that. But I guess as we go up the funnel and off-site, there are lots of other opportunities to drive reach and frequency and to drive in that middle space consideration. So I think it really depends on your brand's objectives and like which of those objectives you're trying to achieve with retail media, and how you would then split the budget between those. So it's hard to give a generic answer on that one, but obviously it's very flexible, very has a lot of different features to it, and can deliver on a number of objectives.
So again, that marketing quote, it depends.
Unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Alina?
I don't think anyone can give a recipe that would be suited for any brand. Okay. So I would definitely say again, trial and error for each and every brand. Test what works. Test the weight between each budget for each channel. And I would just add that I do not agree that TV is cheap. It's actually very expensive compared to digital. So
it depends your benchmarks.
So from our perspective, it's
probably
much
compared to other markets, other countries.
No, look, we did this calculation. So if you compare the cost per thousand that the TV is reaching, the TV is always cheaper, always. The cost per thousand people reach. Okay, we can argue that they were not in front of the TV, they were cooking something in the kitchen and so on. And when it was on digital, it was in front of the computer. Maybe you can argue that, but then no, with any target, it's not any, but with wide targets, the cost per thousand it's always cheaper than any TV, any YouTube, whatever digital channel you will choose.
I would. We can continue the
we can
discussion
discuss.
afterwards.
This is something we are making this kind of analysis all the time. And I'm a digital guy, I'm a digital guy. I should sustain digital more, but the truth is that.
You should put your digital guy in contact with her digital guy.
I agree with you. I don't think that it's going to, retail media budgets are going to come from TV. I think they are going to come from digital, as I said earlier. But again, to go back to your question, I think it's different for every brand, and we cannot have a definitive answer.
So it's a generic question, but let's make the round. Silvio?
Yes, we don't have a recipe right now. We need to test a lot. We need to look at the results, of course. I think as let's say a first intuition, I will go with TV.
TV?
Yeah, because TV is basically giving all the brands the reach and frequency. It depends on the cost, of course, depends on the audience. But we need to test, to look at data, to look at the results, and to see what is the best mix of channels. Of course, we need to look also at the business objectives. Yes, because if we need, I don't know, some fast sales, of course, retail will be at the bottom of the funnel. But if we need to, I don't know, if we have some complex audience to reach, then we will move retail to the top of the funnel. But again, depends also on the brand, endemic, non-endemic. So a lot of variables to take into the consideration.
Again, a lot of it depends.
Yeah.
Yes. Laura?
Yeah, it's relative to your category, it's relative to your goals, what you're trying to achieve. But I would say retail media should play an increasingly more important role in the media mix, because with retail media you have access to consumer purchase habits, and it's just that. If you want to drive upper funnel household penetration, where else you can find best data than what Footprints AI is doing with Profi's data. You know who is not buying your product. You can target them. If you want to increase repeat purchase rate, because this is how you achieve growth, right? Increase the number of customers, increase the repeat purchase rate, increase average basket value. So you have all the signals there. That's why I think retail media should play an increasingly more important role. And then with the development of ad tech solution, when you can reach the social media, connected TV, YouTube, other channels through retail media power segments, that's probably where the sky is the limit for retail media.
Okay, the ceiling is the limit. Okay, thank you, Stefan.
So the straight answer is it depends.
It depends.
It depends. But in my thinking, it's about how you can structure your budget. And in general, you structure the budget in 3 layers. 70% is for important projects with the real resources. 20% is for quite important projects, and 10% is for experimentation. And I think this retail media could be part from 10%.
Okay.
I think it's a way to put the things in a perspective, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You've mentioned, almost all of you have mentioned testing a solution. What do you mean by that? How are you doing it, or how would you do it, that testing? Because we are talking about different KPIs, and we are talking about different, specifics of those channels. For instance, digital retail media and TV. How would you measure this combination, the solution, the efficiency of the media solution? Roger, please.
I can jump in if you like. I mean, one way to think about it might be to go for the 70-20-10 sort of approach, where you've got 70% in opportunities work, 20 in sort of edge cases, which are pretty likely to work, and then 10 might be your innovation fund where you're running a test. And then if you're thinking about testing, I think we come back to the things Andrew was talking about earlier around incrementality. That's really what you want to be getting to in terms of finding out if it's going to add value and grow incremental sales, and not just attribute sales that were going to happen anyway. And so the only way to do that is really to do some form of A/B testing, where you've got a control group and a test group, and you can measure the results from both and see where the uplifts are.
And in terms of timing, what period of time would you recommend?
I would say, you certainly need a few weeks, so it'll be a month, maybe 2 months, 6 to 8 weeks, say. That would be a good period to have quite a robust test, or is possible to have a robust test, and with obviously a significant budget behind it to make sure that you're hitting those numbers that make it an accurate representation.
Okay, thank you. Silvio, how would you approach this testing thing?
Yeah, I think incrementality model, it should be, let's say, the first approach. I think you should use the control versus exposed methodology throughout the campaign time range. But also I think you need to go further and do some media mix modeling analysis, because I think this week a company just roll out an algorithm, so you can customize this kind of algorithms, and you can add more data into the model, and basically have, let's say, more accurate impact of retail media or any kind of channel into your campaign. But this is, of course, it will take time to do this kind of analysis.
How long?
I think based on your historical data, it can be done in 2 months, 3 months, but the data are more accurate than let's say the incrementality. Incrementality is good, is giving you let's say a trend, a proxy. It's a proxy, but over there are not, let's say, per se accurate data, because a lot of other channels can be the contributors to those data, to those results.
Thank you. Christian?
I would like to see more clients saying, let's see what's happening. That's how we succeeded to do the cases that I showed you earlier. So let's see what's happening. This attitude, not putting, okay, but you know, we'll sell more like 10%, 20%. Nobody knows. Let's see what is happening, and then we'll take some conclusions. So testing, I think it's the key of going further, of progressing. We have to test in order to progress. Nobody knows. I mean, maybe we are too early with retail media. Maybe we are too late. We have to see and then to take a conclusion. Otherwise, we'll never know.
So at least one campaign per year?
With Heineken, we did more than one campaign. I'm very happy about that because they saw results, they saw some learnings, and not only about sales, because I have to point out a very important thing. We were showing here only sales, but the outcome of that cases were not only, the value, the added value were not only sales. We discovered new segments that we could target in other medium, on, let's say, Facebook, even if it's not Facebook. But we discovered a lot of more other things, added value, than just sales. Sales, it's something everybody understands, but on the long run, learning and how to do things and what are other growth opportunities are equally important for a brand.
Okay.
I think we are about to close the session and never mentioned lifetime value, which I think is a miss.
Please.
Anyway, talking about test and learn, we can test lifetime value, for instance. Test and learn is about having a hypothesis and going ahead to prove it or disprove it. So it can be about anything. It can be about an audience test, about lifetime value, about the geography segmentation. It can be about anything.
Seasonality.
Or even multi-channel campaign. So you have a campaign running on a different channel, digital, linear, and then in retail media, see how that works. See the uplift in whatever, traffic, purchase, what other metrics we have. And having a hypothesis, having a methodology through which you measure success or performance, so a control before, after, and then scale what works, kill what doesn't.
I love this approach.
Yeah, it's a good philosophy.
Stefan?
I think one way to put the things in context is the fact that you can calibrate different campaigns. So basically, before to start a huge type of campaign in store related, we can test different mechanics, different propositions with this kind of approach. So with a control test group, you can have it. So yeah, in my perspective, I think this is the best way to calibrate the power of this channel in the total mix.
Okay, thank you. Alina, your thoughts?
Well, I would go both ways. I would also do A/B testing and also use an MMM product such as Meridian from Google. So why not ask your advertising team or agency to run tests, and why not ask your tech team or tech partner to run a model and see if they match, see what happens.
Would you trust them to offer you a model?
Sorry, to what?
I know, the advertising agency or the media agency. Would you trust them to offer you a model of, efficiency and the ability to isolate the effects?
I think the word partner implies trust, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the final, the closing question. What would be the specific set of skills a professional would require in order to be effective in this area? The professional set of skills. Laura?
Oh, I get the honor of. I think we have different backgrounds, and I think it's upskilling and curiosity to learn, because retail media has grown a lot. So Andrew was showing us earlier that is the third wave of advertising because it reached 50 billion in less than 5 years. So investment came ahead of resources, tech. So everything we have lags behind the development in this area. So it's time for us to put the effort in to upskill as many people as we can, because the future of retail media is TV, is display, is media. And
digital.
Yeah, exactly, everything. So I think we as media people have a duty of care to become expert and fluent in omnichannel retail media strategies.
Okay, thank you, Stefan.
I like this approach to integrate the media guys in the whole process. I think this is the future. For me, yeah, definitely curiosity. I don't know if it's a professional attribute, but curiosity is an important thing. And I don't know, maybe the reality. You need to do something different every day just to progress, right? So
contact with reality.
Contact with reality, I think, is the most important thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. The humbleness before.
The reality check.
The reality check, exactly. I think the reality check is the best way to put it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Silviu?
Different backgrounds, of course. You need to have consistency, and also you need to have an AI agent.
Okay, so you are preparing the stage for the next panel. Okay, thank you, Christian.
I was wondering when AI will come into the discussion. I was at some meetings where AI was everywhere. I said earlier, I think the basic and the most easier way of going to retail media is from the digital perspective, because we know already data, we know how to target or how to make segments and so on. So the easiest way will be this, but then in order to adapt to this new medium, I think we need more passion. Curiosity, it's a very good thing. We have to be curious about what will happen, but I think you have to have some passion to deliver best for your clients, for the brands, to be proud of what you did. And I think this is where we have to build on.
Okay, thank you. Roger?
Yeah, so I guess the skill set, it's inherently a data-driven medium, and media itself is a lot around the numbers. So I think a data analyst and a data approach is obviously a key part of the skill set. I think if you think about what's happening in both brands and retailers, collaboration is going to be key. You've got commercial teams and you've got marketing teams which now have to speak and be a lot closer in terms of what they're doing in retail media and working with their customer, the retailer. And then on the retailer side, you've got the new retail media salespeople who are probably going to have to deal with the people who look after the e-commerce site. And there's obviously some clashes there in terms of adding ads to a site doesn't make it, the UX necessarily an improvement. So there's moments of collaboration there. And then even on the retailer side as well, in terms of driving sales, that in itself is a different business from selling products. So lots of collaboration happening on both sides. So I think that's probably the two key ones, sort of data-driven approach and collaboration.
Excellent, thank you. Alina?
I would say that getting the entire marketing team involved, or getting all your advertising and the media agencies involved, because it's about building on the expertise that everyone has. If you're going to take from the brand guy's budget, help him understand, or let him understand what he's gaining, that he's gaining brand awareness and other KPIs that he is following. So for once, let's the traditional media people and the digital people work together and see the results of retail media.
And I'll add something here. I think I heard this previously. Creativity. We should have some people understanding that creativity should be part of this game. How to communicate, how to make the ad relevant into this new environment. So creativity. I learned something today. So
I really love what you all said. Collaboration, multi-skill set, coming to the table, creativity, media, analysts, retail, commerce background or commerce skill set is
very complex environment.
It takes a village to run retail media.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have questions from the audience. And please be specific about who you want to answer that question. Yes.
If no one else has a question, then I'll take one. I'm Paul Gheorghiu, co-founder at Footprints AI. And we have lots of people representing media agencies here. And I wanted to ask, what do you think needs to change in terms of organizational structures and internal processes within media agencies in order to allow them to better capture this retail media opportunity?
I guess it's a question for each and every one of you. So, who wants to start? Nobody. Roger, please.
I can have a crack.
Yes.
I think with anything new like this, often there's like a center of excellence or some specialism that's built. But as we've heard, if retail media is going to be media, essentially in the long run, then that specialism is going to have to spread, and the whole agency is going to have to be somewhat au fait with, a retail media opportunity and how to plan and buy that. But I do think it starts with having a core capability that specializes and focuses on it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy you said that because this is exactly what we did. We had a couple of people, 2 or less. We started to go deeper and deeper to understand retail media, and then to be able to explain to the others, so teach the trainer and then train the others. And this, I think, should be the fastest way to approach this.
Okay. Laura?
I think all agencies represented here have great upskilling programs. Amazon trainings, Criteo trainings, traders trainings, everybody has trainings, including, creating an account on a platform and running retail media in a demo account. Everybody has that at global or regional level. So I think one of the enablers exists there. I guess I should, if I were an agency, I would make it part of the KPIs because, you can train a center of excellence, which is great, but then you have to spread that within the entire organization in order to truly work.
Okay. Stefan?
Maybe it will be unpopular what I will say, but I think you need an influencer. An expert, let's say, not an influencer. I think in many cases, and sorry for my colleagues because I know the struggle, in many cases the client need to understand first, then the brand agency need to understand second. So you really need an influencer from these 2 layers in order to have a better relationship with the media agency. Because the secret here is the fact that, and the naked truth is the fact that in general the media agencies have a lot of resources. They know more about business and how consumers respond to the business objectives versus the brand agency. But you really need this influencer because they can calibrate the discussion.
Okay. Alina?
So we are not a media agency, but Laura had me at KPIs and a dedicated person, so I will go with that.
Okay. Silviu?
A dedicated person, or at least a team of 2 persons. And then just let it spread naturally. We some sort of started this understanding of retail from a data and technology perspectives. But of course, extra efforts are welcomed.
Paul, I have also a straight answer to you. Having case studies to show to the other clients helped us a lot, and this changed the discussion. I mean, when we showed numbers, everybody started to pay attention. So this is not like a change that should be done. I mean, this is something normal that should be done. But also what I will take from the speaker with the creativity, Colin, having a partner in the agency, choose the right influencer, like you said. I mean, partner to get things go over in the hard part where convincing the clients that it's something we have to change somehow.
So we have another connection with a trend, with a consumer trend, which is use influencers. Everybody loves influencers. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, then thank you very much for
thank you
for being here for this panel. Mulțumesc mult.
O plăcere.
Domnilor, mi-a părut bine. And moving on to the next panel, which is actually a fireside chat with Steve Dennis, which is the author of Remarkable Retail. He's a leader in business transformation and retail innovation, a strategic advisor, keynote speaker, and best-selling author. His latest book, Leaders Leap, explores why transformations fail and how leaders can stay relevant in a changing world. A former Fortune 500 executive, Forbes contributor, and co-host of the Remarkable Retail podcast. Steve brings us invaluable insights on growth and disruption. Thank you for being here.
Are you good with me sitting here? You want me to move closer?
No, it's better this way. So let's start with a big picture. What's your general outlook for retail in 2025?
So before I answer your question, I'm going to have a few caveats. One is that my perspective is very much from the US or North America. So I'll just say that I'll try to calibrate where possible, and hopefully there are some learning transfers from other parts of the market that'll do. The other thing is my hope, rather than talk too broadly about some of these things, is that I can impart some thoughts that will maybe, which is really what we'll get to, I guess, in talking about the book, but just help you think differently about some of the challenges you're facing, not specific to retail media, but just kind of doing your jobs and being part of your organizations. But to answer your question, or try to answer your question, my general outlook for retail is, I think in most markets, it's going to be a lot like last year. Like I don't see, I'll have one caveat on that in a second, but I don't see many underlying reasons why retail will look a lot different this year than it did last year. We still have inflation being a big issue in most markets. Even though inflation rates are moderating, it's not as if people haven't had to deal with.
In Romania, not so much. Yeah. We are still there.
Yeah, well, anywhere, but even what I probably should have said specific to some markets is even in places where inflation rate is high and it may start to come down, the overall impact, regardless, is prices are much higher in most markets than they were 3 years ago, and generally speaking, incomes haven't kept up with that. So for most people, there's still this squeeze, which will continue to favor value-oriented retailers over the average retailer. Again, this is different by market, but it doesn't look like interest rates are coming down particularly quickly, so any of those segments that are sensitive to interest rates or home sales, which will then drive certain kind of categories, I think we'll see a little bit of improvement there, but but not much. So I think the strategies that have been important over the last year or two are pretty much still in play. One of the things which I think is more distorted in the US than in some markets, you'll have to tell me, is, and I'll just give you the specific statistics, overall growth in the US year over year last year was, I think, about 3.2%, but 52% of that growth was accounted for by just 3 retailers.
Wow.
Walmart, Amazon, and Costco. And they have about 17%, I think, of the total market. So this consolidation that's going on the part of these hyperscaler big platforms is really quite extraordinary. And I think even some of the things that Andrew and others talked about this morning, you can just see how the power of some of these bigger players just in many cases continues to get even more powerful. And what that means if you're not working at one of those 3 or 4 or 5 top retailers, I think is kind of interesting.
Okay. What are some of the most important trends retailers need to focus on?
So I will try to answer that question too, but one of the things about trends is that they affect most companies differently, right? There's a few general trends that everybody knows, but to really bring them down to actionable insights, I think usually requires a more in-depth knowledge of your particular situation. So I often hesitate. I get asked this question a lot, and I speak to this, and I write about this a lot, but I sometimes kind of hate doing it because either you end up saying, well, it depends, or you just say something that everybody already knows. The other thing about trends, and I'll just tell you a really quick story about this, is just because you know a trend doesn't mean you do anything about it, right? And that's actually a lot of what I kind of have gotten into in some of my writing. So for example, and this will really date me, but in 1999, I was responsible for multi-channel, what we called multi-channel integration at the retailer that I worked for. And you know, we got the book here that says omnichannel, right? We're still talking about omnichannel unified commerce. But in 1999, this position was created because we believed that there was going to be a blurring of the lines between physical and digital. We had siloed data, and we wanted to bring our data together. And then 5 years later, I was at a different retailer, and I had essentially the same job. I was responsible for multi-channel marketing, and our goal was to try to provide this unified commerce experience. This is why it's so funny when I go to conferences and I hear talk about unified commerce. I can show you a board presentation from 2006 where we talked about unified commerce, seamless experience, frictionless. Like, it's just, you know, these are all buzzwords. So I go to a lot of conferences, and you keep hearing people talk about the trends, you know, that are so important, and yet here we are, and we're still talking about them. So some of the times I kind of shy away from talking about these because the real question is, what are you going to do with this information? Having said that, I will mention just a few, I think, important forces that are going on for people to think about. One I already mentioned, which is this consolidation among some of the big players and this flight to value. The other one, which is, if you've read any of my stuff, I've been talking about this for a number of years, but I think it's really accelerating, is what I call the collapse of the middle, the collapse of the mediocre middle. And I coined a term about 10 years ago called retail's great bifurcation, because what I started to see was that there was a lot of growth, and I think this is true across most geographies. There was a ton of growth among value and convenience-oriented retailers, whether that was the online players like Amazon or hypermarkets, you know, major Costco, warehouse clubs, things like this. There was also, and plenty of store openings, even with the growth of e-commerce. There are lots of stores being opened in the value segment. And at the same time, you saw a lot of growth more at the high end. And I don't necessarily mean Louis Vuitton, though we've seen a lot of growth on the part of luxury vendors, but more specialized formats that tend to cater to an upscale customer. They may not necessarily be luxury. Yeah. So, and quite a few stores opening as well. So this wasn't all about online growth. Where the problems were, where the sales decreases were occurring, and where the store closings and bankruptcies were occurring and continue to occur is in what I call the unremarkable middle. And these are retailers that neither offer the best price or the most convenient or an incredible assortment, but they also don't offer anything really unique from a product standpoint or from a service standpoint or an experience. And one of the things that COVID did, I mean, obviously COVID did a lot of things, but in many markets, retail spending actually was distorted up for a couple of years. And a lot of this had to do with loose monetary policy and federal stimulus and people not going on vacation or going out to eat. So they had more discretionary spending.
Available income.
Available. And this actually drove more retail spending than we historically have seen. What I think that did, and what I'm pretty sure it did, is it masked some of the problems with mediocre retailers. Now that we're getting past that, and now that we have more pressure because of inflation largely, that's putting more pressure on the mediocre retailers. And so with two implications. One is I think we'll see more store closings than we've seen the last couple of years. I think you also, from a retail standpoint, the strategy implication is you need to get out of the middle. You either have to go more strongly to the value side, which is tough because if you aren't Walmart or you aren't Amazon or you aren't Carrefour or you aren't some of these big players, it's pretty hard to compete with them because of scale, price, et cetera. Or you need to go in the other direction. And that's often a pretty big shift in your business model from where you historically have been.
So your recommendation would be to get out of the messy middle, how Google calls it, and find out a differentiating point, a reason to be, in a way, remarkable.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. So you recently released some predictions.
Right.
I'm coming back to this topic. Let's talk briefly about some of them.
Sure. Yeah, so I do, I guess for 6 or 7 years now, I've been doing these predictions and I share them. I'm a contributor at Forbes, so I post them on Forbes. And then since I've had the podcast, we talk about them as well. So if you're interested, you can go see all of them on there. It came out a couple of weeks ago. But, you know, the ones that I think are more interesting, well, one we already talked about was the acceleration of store closings. And I think we might talk a little bit about the role of physical retail in a few minutes. And so this doesn't mean that physical retail is dead. It just means that this middle is being cleared out. One thing I think is really interesting is kind of the reinvention of search. And I know this has come up a few times, but you know, we've been pretty used to Google being very dominant in search. Few players have kind of poked around the edges at that. But we're seeing more and more product searches, and this obviously ties to retail media, but we're seeing more and more product searches being done on retailer sites. I don't know, somebody in the audience probably knows the number of what % of product searches start at Amazon, but also Walmart, also lots of other retailer sites. Pretty staggering numbers in terms of product searches that are being done on TikTok.
Okay. So in platform. Platform.
So I think as that behavior shifts, it's got a lot of interesting implications, not just for retail media, but for marketing more broadly. We've also got, and this just came up, I think it's going to be talked about in the next section, the emergence of agentic AI, and so AI-driven search, different ways of doing that. And then even some new models, Perplexity, I don't know if folks follow what's been going on at Perplexity, a new company that's doing search in a different way using AI. So I think we'll have gone from kind of a Google, not that Google will not be dominant still, but I think we'll go from a world which is so overwhelmingly dominated by Google to a little bit more diversity and complexity and new approaches. Other than that, you know, this is a little bit more of a US-centric story, and the way I wrote the prediction is about department stores in particular, but I would say it's a broader issue, and it ties to some stuff we'll talk about in a minute, which is US department stores and many department stores throughout the world, Selfridges, John Lewis in the UK, have been trying to turn themselves around for really 20 years if you look at the statistics for sales in department stores, they've been negative really every year, and nothing that anyone has really done has turned the tide, but it gets a lot of hype because their new management teams come in and they announce some bold new strategy, and they do a bunch of new things, but most of what I'm seeing are really very incremental changes, and most of these retailers that have been struggling for years, they need much more profound change. So to me, there's just a lot of noise with this, but it doesn't amount to anything. So I think despite a lot of the press around these transformations, I don't expect, unfortunately, that it will do much.
Are those changes relevant on international level, no matter what culture or what country? For instance, I'm interested in what's going on in Europe as compared to the US when it comes to retail.
I think there are a lot of similarities. Well, first of all, I mean, you definitely have, as I travel around the world, clearly, and I'm sure many of you have done this as well, you can see some important differences by geography, by markets, because of maybe the real estate cost, or, the US is a big country with lots of land, and so it's been easier to throw up a big mall or certain shopping centers in a way that maybe you can't do in older, more congested cities or countries, or there's more of a shopkeeping, go to the market every day kind of mentality, which you don't have in Australia or the US or Canada so much. So I think there are some important differences, but everybody over the last 2 decades has experienced seismic shifts because of the invention of e-commerce, because of smart devices, because of cloud computing. And so I think even though there are some differences, consumers have 24/7 access. They have a vast array of products available to them in a way that we didn't have when I started in retail, for sure. There's product information, there's social media influence. All these factors have reshaped the way retail is shaped. So it's still the case if you're a consumer, and we're kind of in this epic battle for attention, that every retailer has to find ways. I often talk about is, how do you become the signal amid all the noise? Because there's so much information, there's so much choice. So in that world, what are you doing to really be truly remarkable and stand out? Because if you're not remarkable, you don't even get noticed in the first place, much less have a chance to win the sale. So I think that dynamic is pretty true across every market that I've looked at. I don't know why it would be that different in any kind of developed country. It just may play out a little bit differently because of some unique factors or competitive situations. The other thing too is obviously technology spreads pretty rapidly now through most major countries. So whatever is affecting one market's likely to affect the other market, whether it's in 6 months' time or 2 years' time, it's going to happen.
Being remarkable is one of the central concepts in both your books.
Right.
But before we get to that, you gained a certain amount of notoriety several years ago by saying that physical retail isn't dead. Boring retail is, and that the retail apocalypse was nonsense. And you unpack that in your first book, Remarkable Retail, and remarkable book, by the way. Why did you say that? And do you think that it's still true?
Well, I don't know how much traction this got over here, but for sure in the US 6 or 7 years ago, there were just stories almost every day about the retail apocalypse. Every time some retailer would close a bunch of stores or somebody would file for bankruptcy, it was basically the internet is destroying physical retail. Marc Andreessen, some of you may know, is a famous venture capitalist. 10 years ago, he said, in the future, there will be no physical stores. All retail will be done online. Now, since I'm in the predictions business too, he did a very smart thing, which was he didn't say the year in which that would be true. So I guess it's still possible that he will be right about that in the future.
A true prophet.
Still possible, but since he said that, I often say, facts are stubborn things. since that was said, and since this retail apocalypse story kind of got a lot of traction in the media, physical retail sales have increased in just about every major market. So it's hard to say physical retail is going away when it has positive growth. Now, e-commerce is growing much, much faster. So that's why we see the share of physical retail going down. But also, I think in the US, since Marc Andreessen said that, something like 70,000 new physical locations have opened. Now, a lot have closed as well. But anyway, it's very hard to say that physical retail is going away. What, to go back to what I said earlier, what is true is if you have a physical store that doesn't add value, then there's no reason for its existence. And clearly, there are many trends that have made it less interesting to go to a physical store for consumers. So I'm kind of scouring the relative age of people in the audience, and so some younger people will probably say, that's an interesting story, Grandpa, but but what do I get out of it? But if you think about, just quickly, if you think about physical retail in the 1990s, or retail in the 1990s, like 98% of all retail involved you going to a physical store and seeing what there was and picking it up and hopefully paying for it and taking it home. And then over time, e-commerce became a thing, more and more products you could buy online, get delivered to your home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the value of a physical store used to be, you might even be willing to travel pretty far because you could see everything in one place. Well, the internet does a really good job of putting everything in one place without having to get into a car. So, that obviously fundamentally changes things. But very clearly, there's still lots of good reasons to go to stores, which is why still 80% or, whatever number you want to take by category or by country.
Particularly the experience, the shopping experience.
Right. But I think one way to think about it is, and you may have heard people talk about it this way, and it's overly simplified, but I think it's a useful way to think about it. Typically when we're shopping, we're either running an errand or doing a job to get something off our to-do list, or we're doing something more involved. And so e-commerce is very good at the errands part of it, because if I know what I want and I'm just on a mission to get it, and I want the best price, or I want to see what's on offer, it's super efficient to do that. And stores are often pretty good at that as well if you need that immediate gratification. But e-commerce is not very good at creating a social experience, or at least in the way that we might think about it. You can't really try products on. You can't put outfits together easily. So there's a lot of value that physical retail adds. So I think it's very easy in a way to understand where physical retail is going just by understanding what physical stores are good at and what they're not good at, and then you need to shift your strategy to reflect that. Last thing I'll say just quickly about physical stores is the role of physical stores has also really changed. Before, like I said, you go there, see what it is, and it's really just about being a little mini warehouse where you can actually take stuff home with you, right? Now physical stores are service centers. They're place, in terms of getting help, but doing online, buy online, pick up in store, buy online, return to store. People are obviously, as we've been talking about all day today, recognizing the value of stores as advertising. And you may know that it's the case generally when retailers open physical stores that their e-commerce sales go up. I think it's taken a long time for retailers to understand that, and it's one of the reasons why more stores haven't closed, because if you just think about the sales that get rung up in a store, your economics may not look so good. When you realize that stores are a great way to acquire customers, and if you close a store, you're going to lose all this online business, it changes the dynamics. And so I think there's a greater appreciation for the role of physical stores in the whole kind of ecosystem of your brand, which tends to keep the store numbers higher than they are.
Especially after the COVID experience, because for instance in Romania we have experienced the returning of the pendulum. Many people just rushed towards having real life experiences in shops and practically everywhere. So it was like a revenge consumption.
Right, yeah.
On full display. Let's talk more about your concept of remarkable retail. What is that about, and why is it focusing on being remarkable so important in your opinion?
Well, I should first define, I guess, what I mean by remarkable, and there's really two aspects to it. One is probably the way most of us would think about it, which is something remarkable is unique, very different, memorable, those kinds of ideas. But I've also stolen, with credit, the concept from my friend Seth Godin, who, I don't know if any of you follow Seth's work or read his book, Purple Cow, where he talks about remarkable is something literally you talk about. And I think we're all probably very aware that of keeping track of things like net promoter scores and the value of word of mouth. And that's really, I think, what Seth is getting at, which is not only do you create something that is very useful and different, but you actually give a story that hopefully your customers will share. So that's what I mean by remarkable. The reason why it's important gets back to a few things we were starting earlier, which is in a world where you have infinite choice, essentially. You know, you can get just about anything you want from just about anywhere in the world in many cases. You have 24/7 access. You have a lot of friction that's been eliminated. I think we've probably all seen statistics about how brand loyalty has tended to go down. So if you want to rise above the rest, rise above all this competition, rise above all this choice, break through all the clutter and the distracted consumers, get that attention in the first place, you have to aim fundamentally higher in the value you deliver. In the past, I think you could get away with being just a little bit better than the competition because there was a lot of friction. So if I found a store that I really liked, but the only way to go to another store is I have to get back in my car and drive, and maybe I don't like the salespeople or what, there were less reasons for you to switch. Well, now we'd be on our phone and look at all of our options in a matter of seconds. So I think that just has raised the bar for performance. And I think the challenge, and part of the reason why I wrote the book is, I think too many retailers still don't get this. They think that a slightly better version of what they've always done will be enough. And it's one of the reasons, just going back to the department store example, was if you look at what most of these retailers are doing, they say, well, we'll make our salespeople a little bit more available, and we'll have some new products, and we'll have some better visual merchandising. And
a bit of technology.
Yeah, and these are not necessarily bad things to do, but they're so incremental to really solve the problem you have, which is nobody is that interested in your store anymore. So if I'm going to try to steal back customers from the competition, I've got to do something much, much more powerful, much more relevant, much more differentiated. And so that's not easy to do, but I think in many cases we're kind of in denial about the challenge we have in front of us. And so people keep executing what I call the slightly better version of mediocre. And it's a lot about closing the gap with your competition. And if the competition's at 10 and you're a 6, and you go from 6 to 8, you're still not a 10. And that, I think, is part of the problem in the mentality that a lot of retailers have about just optimizing what they're already doing in a world that's very different.
What are the main differences between your concept of being remarkable and distinctiveness?
The biggest, two differences maybe. One for sure, one's a little bit more nuanced. I think you can be distinctive on a functional basis. If you look at features and benefits and say, oh, well, I have this dishwasher has more cycles or is eco-friendly or whatever, and that can be good, and that can be a reason people choose your product. But the most powerful element is the more emotional connection, that you meet my wants and my desires, not just my needs. So So that may be embedded in the way some people think about distinctiveness, but I think when you employ more design thinking, you start to get at kind of the higher order things that customers are trying to accomplish. But the other piece is really literally the remarkability piece, which is not just does it just satisfy my needs, but there's something so special about the way you connect with me that I feel the desire to tell other people about it. So I don't think that's required for you to be a successful retailer, but I think if you look at the most valuable retailers, LVMH, Apple, there's something that sits above. I mean, a Louis Vuitton, I don't know if I'm breaking any news here, but a Louis Vuitton handbag carries things just as well as a handbag that cost 1/10 of the price. We can probably have a really interesting argument about whether the Android phone is better than the Apple phone. The real answer is nobody really cares because it is good enough for what I want to do, but I'm an Apple person, all right? So there's this tribal, use another Seth Godin thing, but there's a tribal element of I want to be part of the story of Tesla or not Tesla, right? It's not so much about the product features. And so I think the brands that are truly remarkable, not only do they deliver on the functional benefits in an exceptional way, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're actually not as good, but the story that they give.
Like Harley Davidson, for instance.
Right, yeah. No, so I think when we think about the brands where people are willing to pay a premium price, look at bottled water, right? You can spend €5 for a bottle of water, you can spend €1 for a bottle of water. It's the same water for the most part. The packaging may be different, but you want to be seen carrying the $5 euro for whatever reason, or you're never going to buy it because you're the sort of person that feels ripped off by paying a stupid amount of money for something. So I think part of what we have to do is really understand better the emotional needs and wants that we're meeting and think about the storytelling aspect of it as well as the functional, technical specifications.
So in my mind, distinctiveness runs on a horizontal level while being remarkable on a vertical one. A vertical which is associated with emotions and quality of experience.
Yeah, I do think it's important. It goes back to what I was saying about kind of errands versus experiences, or some people say jobs versus joys. When you have a headache and you just want some aspirin to make your headache go away, there's no big emotional thing that's going on there, right? You just have a need and you want to get it as soon as possible, and it's very hard for anybody to create a story brand around aspirin or what have you, right? When you're doing something that says a lot more about you as a person, or you want to feel like you're successful or whatever is that motivation for it, that's a different kind of thing. So I think sometimes from a strategy standpoint, you have to get really clear, like am I just solving a basic need on a functional basis, or am I trying to do something more elevated, because your actions will be really different. And I think that translates down to marketing tactics and a lot of other things as well.
Moving on towards your book, Leaders Leap. You released your second book, Leaders Leap, Transforming Your Company at the Speed of Disruption. Why that topic and why now?
Well, maybe I'll tackle the now first. A lot of it gets back to, I think what we probably observe is we see a lot of brands, a lot of retailers that have just been struggling. Well, in some cases have gone out of business because they didn't transform effectively, but also just ones that seem to be in an endless struggle and not able to improve things. So, and when the pace of change is only accelerating, that's a pretty scary place to be. But the other motivation, I guess, it's been a topic of interest for mine for a long time. So I started my career at Sears in the early 1990s. Some of you may know that Sears at one time was the biggest retailer on the planet. When I joined, it was the second biggest retailer on the planet. Walmart had become the biggest. But today, Sears does not really exist. I think there are like 5 stores left, and it's just kind of, I mean, it's a bit of a joke. And so having had that experience, now I left there 20 years ago, so I wasn't part of the complete collapse. But, you know, it's just been a topic of interest for me of how does a brand that is iconic with a 100-year history, huge customer base, go from being so powerful to either gone or completely irrelevant. And it's not like there aren't plenty of examples. We could probably all think about retailers we might have grown up with that either aren't around anymore or are, you know, shells of their former self. But, you know, it's also true of BlackBerry and Palm Pilot and Compaq and Gateway computers and certain auto manufacturers. You know, there's plenty of examples. AOL, I mean, you can go down a list of companies that were once super powerful that have gone away. Nokia, right? And so this is not uncommon. And so as I've been out as a consultant and an analyst, and I keep seeing these companies that basically watched the last 20 years happen to them. You know, there were clearly these major changes. The trends were worse. Like I can tell you at Sears, even before things really started to decelerate, I was there 12 years. Every year, our business got worse. Every year, we studied it, we had research, we had competitive analysis. We completely knew why it was happening. Like there was I'd love to tell you that we just missed all sorts of trends or whatever, but the trends were obvious, the drivers were obvious, what to do about it was pretty obvious, but we didn't do it. And so now, after that experience, I see lots of examples, and so I just was like, well, why does this happen? It's got to be something more than just knowing what's wrong or not reading Blue Ocean Strategy or some book that...
Why that suicidal inertia?
Well, you know, a lot of it, and you know, what I tried to do, actually when I started writing Leaders Leap 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I thought it was going to be a little bit different book. I wanted to take on why so many transformations fail as kind of the fundamental topic. I thought it was going to be a bit more of a strategy book. And there's 2 reasons, one good, maybe one not so good, why I didn't write it exactly the way I thought I was going to. First of all, there are plenty of really good strategy books, and I wasn't sure that I could write anything that was better than Blue Ocean Strategy or Good to Great or Innovator's Dilemma, some of these books you might be familiar with, and I would recommend them to you. But also, it's a crowded field as well. So I was trying to think, you know, could I bring something different? And so Leaders Leap does get into some of the strategic reasons why transformations fail, largely borrowing and synthesizing from what others have done before me. But what I started to really look at was, how do individual leaders get this wrong? And what they led me to is, yes, sometimes they don't understand what's going on. They're in denial. They haven't done the work. But a lot of times there's this kind of unfortunate combination of some personal leadership characteristics, which I lay out in the first few chapters, which are how ego gets in the way, how ignorance, and I'm using the term ignorance kind of loosely, but lack of perspective, and how fear keeps leaders from taking the actions they have to.
Or even lack of knowledge. Some of them.
Well, what I mean by ignorance is, so I have a chapter called Wake Up, and it's deliberately provocative because I think there is a lot of denial. You know, I'll go back to the example with department stores. There are really some excellent people, some of whom I know at these big retailers. It's not that they're incompetent or that they're not hardworking. They're just in denial about how serious their situation is. And I think that is sometimes a function of ego and I can tell you where I've made mistakes in my career, it's often because I think I have all the answers and my vision gets too narrow. And I'm just continuing to do things the way I've always done because that's how I got to be successful. You know, how did I get to be on the leadership team of a big retailer? Well, I must be pretty good at doing what I'm doing, and so why don't I just keep doing what I've always done? Well, that's cool, except when situations change and that gets in your way. So I think ego often keeps us from just repeating old patterns which no longer serve us well. Sometimes it causes us not to admit that we don't really understand what the heck is this retail media thing, what the heck is generative AI, and be willing to admit to people we manage that we don't really know what they're talking about. And you would think that would be an easy thing, but I can tell you from my own personal experience, observing it as well as not seeing where I was doing it a lot, that's a problem. So I think what's important is understand ways where your ego gets in the way, understand the perimeters of your ignorance, like where do you have that edge of where you really need to understand things better, and take that head on. And then the fear part, to me, is actually maybe the biggest one from my own experience. I often say that I would have done better in my career had I had a psychology degree rather than an MBA, because where I wasn't successful, it was usually because I didn't understand what the people I was working with were really afraid of. And a lot of times it was fear of failure was probably if I had to pick one, that was the single biggest one. So what I'm trying to get people to do with this book is not only see the strategic mistakes they might be making, but get folks to see how ego is often their enemy, how you have to open the aperture to look more broadly at things, maybe take lessons from other industries, maybe get more diverse voices involved in your conversations. I used to say, talk to more consultants, but that seems very self-serving, so I don't say that so much anymore, other than I just said it a minute ago. And then, really understand what you're afraid of, and are there ways to realize either that the fear is not real, it's more imaginary, or can you find ways to solve for your fear? So I talk about some strategies to hopefully work through that.
One of the chapters is called The Curse of Timid Transformation.
Right.
What is that about, and why that name?
Well, so The Curse of the Timid Transformation, I mean, I started, I kind of got to that accidentally because I was being interviewed by a reporter about some efforts at a particular retailer, and I said, the problem with this is it's a timid transformation. And I just kind of spontaneously said that. And then they said, well, that doesn't make any sense because you can't have a timid transformation because a transformation is profound, right? And so timid and transformation don't make any sense. And I said, yeah, exactly. That's my point, is they think they're transforming, but in fact, it's not nearly good enough. So the thing I talk about in Leaders Leap, kind of the mantra part of it, is aim higher, move faster, act more boldly. And you just see a lot of these transformations that, like I said earlier, they're well intended. They're often being executed by very competent people, but they're not aiming high enough and or they're not moving fast enough. And so the risk is that you fall short in what you need to do, for sure. Or really, if you just think about it, if you're already behind, so this depends on where you sit. Like, you might be in a very good position, but the world is changing very quickly and you need to up your game. But what we see a lot of is retailers that are already behind. And so if you're moving more slowly than the best competition and you're not aiming high enough in the change you're trying to deliver, you just fall further and further behind. And then there's a point at which you just run out of money, basically, and it's game over. So I really was trying to talk about the timid transformation and then create an opposition to that, this idea of making a leap, that if you are behind and you're moving too slowly, not aiming high enough, then you've got to go from being timid to much bolder and take that leap to try to get ahead of the competition.
Another chapter is called Safe is Risky, which is a powerful,
safe is risky,
powerful catchphrase. It's counterintuitive. It's like a paradox.
Right.
Why this title? Why you tackle the idea of pushing leaders to fundamentally rethink their relationship to risk? Why is that so important?
Well, I think you know, some of this gets back to what I was saying about fear being the thing that gets in the way. But I also think that, at least the way I was taught, or at least earlier in my career, being fairly slow and steady and deliberative was actually a good thing. You know, you don't want to expose yourself to too much risk. So if you really study and run all your scenarios and spreadsheets and have these really well thought out implementation plans, that's very smart process management, and it increases your chance of success. That, and I guess the other thing specific to retail, which probably everybody knows, is, you know, when I started in retail and we were worried about the competition, our competition was entirely brick and mortar. So if you were a new retailer and you were stealing market share from us and you were in 2 cities, well, it was going to take you a decade before you could, you know, grow enough stores to really impact our business. So you didn't have to respond. You still had to have a sense of urgency, but you had a lot more time. But even then, Sears screwed it up. But, you know, you still had a lot more time to respond. Well, now, at the risk of stating the obvious, you know, generative AI, nobody was talking about a couple of years ago, is now a huge thing. Shein and Temu are now 2 of the biggest retailers on the planet, barely existed 2 or 3 years ago. So this slow and steady approach just doesn't work. So I think there's an illusion that a lot of retailers still fall back on, or, you know, this doesn't have to be just at the strategy level, it can be more at a project level, that being deliberative reduces risk. But in a world that's changing very quickly, I kind of hate to quote Mark Zuckerberg, but he has a very good quotation on this, which is in a world that's changing, something like in a world that's changing very quickly, failure to take risk is actually the riskiest thing you can do. Or to quote Seth Godin again, if failure is not an option, then neither is success. So I think we have to just embrace that if we're going to have any chance of staying relevant in most cases, we have to really redefine our relationship to risk and see that slow and steady, or even pretty good pace, may be the most risky thing to do. Now, I often have to clarify that I don't mean you should just do kind of these Hail Mary, everything, you know, put all the money down in Las Vegas on one number. I'm not suggesting that. But if you don't understand really that you're exposing yourself to irrelevance by some of the ways you're operating. So again, I'll just use a good example. Again, I keep picking on the department stores. But if you're familiar with Macy's in the U.S., biggest general department store, but this would work at a lot of department stores that have been losing market share. You know, it would have been much smarter for them to take 5% of their stores and do something completely different, 15 years ago. But they wouldn't do it, or they didn't do it, because, and I worked with one of the retailers, I can tell you firsthand how they thought about it was, well, Wall Street's not going to understand that. It's a lot of capital, but the main thing was it might not work. That's not, we're not going to do it. Well, we're going to spend all this money, take all this effort, put our best people on this project, but it might fail. And so all that's happened is they've just slowly failed. So that might have failed, but it also might have worked. Or it might have said, this part of it didn't work, but this part did. And so now there's a different iteration. But all that's happened is 20 years have gone by, and they're in a worse position than they were because they were taking the sensible approach. So again, this is not about being reckless, but it's about seeing that if you're aiming too low and you're moving too slowly, you're just basically sealing your fate. So you have to be very smart about the risks you take. And most of that, this will be very familiar to people that work in media, which is, you're testing and learning. It's just that sometimes if you're talking at the strategic level, your tests are bigger, they're bigger bets, and so they are riskier and they are scarier. But I think unless we really understand that our measured approach is actually exposing us to way more risk than the alternative, we don't make the progress we need to make.
Right. As we wrap up, what would be one or two pieces of advice you believe most members of our audience should consider?
Well, one I just said really is, I think embracing, probably two things that are related. I think building agility into your operating model is maybe obvious at this point, but I think it's so essential. You know, we spent so much time, particularly if you think about supply chain, you know, this just-in-time inventory, and then COVID showed us the dangers of that. But I think it is so hard to predict. I don't know if you ever heard this joke about it. You know, predictions are really hard, particularly when it comes to predicting the future. And but you know, the world is changing faster and faster. We have things that come out of nowhere, it seems, that can really be very disruptive. So I think we're kind of kidding ourselves if we think just by, you know, analysis and focus, we're going to be able to predict the future especially well. I mean, some things I think are pretty clear, other things not so much. So I think building agility in your operating model is important, but related to that is this culture of experimentation. One of the things I learned, actually prior to writing this book, but more in my last book, I just didn't really get it into that one, is if you look at companies that are really good at innovation, they do some things from a process standpoint that are probably good ideas, but I think a lot of people think companies that are good at innovation have found some like magical formula for doing it. But really the differentiating factor is that successful companies try more stuff. And, you know, so they try more stuff, but the really important thing is they know when to quit, and they know when to scale, and they know when to pivot. So don't think like you're gonna hire some consultant who's gonna come in and redesign your innovation process and suddenly you're going to be much more innovative. You have to try more stuff. And so that's got to be part of your culture, that it's okay to fail, it's okay to try more things. You have to have a budget for innovation. I mean, there's a lot of practices, I think, that are well worth doing, but you've got to make that part of your culture, or I think you have a limited chance of being successful in innovation. The other one, I guess I mentioned just quickly, is, and I hate to even say this in front of out loud, because it's the focus on the customer. Companies talk about, we always put the customer first, we have a seat at the conference table for the customer, all this kind of stuff. But and actually I was just at the NRF, National Retail Federation big show in New York. I know a few of you were at that show. I was going to post this on social media, but I thought it was a little snarky, which is not, I do a lot of snarky things on social media, so it's not like that wouldn't be on brand for me. But there were several CEOs of very, very big retailers that got up on stage in front of thousands of people and said, here's our new strategy. We're going to be customer-centric. And I thought, well, you do know you're saying this out loud and it's on a slide.
Remarkable.
That's remarkable. Wow, customer-centric. How did I never thought of that. And sometimes I don't know if they know how ridiculous they look, but I think what some of them are saying is we've lost sight of that we got too focused on technology, or got too focused on financial metrics or something else. But you know, you have to start with the customer, but you have to obviously we've talked about a lot of this today. You know, do you have the data? Is it actionable? Are you really using it in useful ways? But I think that starting with a customer, and I would even say, just to maybe be a little bit controversial, one of the things that's been a bit of a disappointment for me today in the retail media discussion is I don't feel like there was enough discussion about what the consumer wanted and what consumer outcomes we wanted. There's a lot of focus on what company outcomes we want, but if, you know, the worst thing I think you can do in chasing retail media dollars or the quest for data is to put your relevance and differentiation and remarkability at risk. And that's not always so easy to understand in the broader occasion, and I think a number of people did point out today that the challenges of silos and different metrics and things like that's a big part. But I think starting with the consumer, having that actual data insight shouldn't be an aha moment, but it is shocking to me in working with, I work with a, I'm not gonna say who it is, but I work with a retailer right now, and the first day I was working with them, I would say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how customer-centric do you think they are? And they said 10. I would say, objectively, there may be a 3. What they meant was they were very customer service focused, and their customer service is excellent. And they're very focused on training their salespeople and folks in their customer call center to take care of customer issues, and they get really, really good scores. But they know very little that's useful about their customers, and I think that's the main point, because that would get you to where you need to go. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this talk and for your insights.
Sure. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Yes.
How important is culture?
Culture, yeah, exactly.
Well, it's probably cliche in a way to say that culture is everything in some respects, because I think if you've got a strong culture that is focused on the right things, that propels forward a lot of your initiatives. I've definitely seen, because I've worked at 2 retailers, where I was on the management team at 2 retailers with very strong cultures, and in both cases, they were beneficial in a lot of respects, but there were also big hindrances. And the hindrances were usually when we wanted to do something different, the culture just pushed back. And in one case, the only way really to make progress, which had some other problems, was the new CEO basically got rid of a huge percentage of people as a way to try to force the culture to change. It was only moderately successful, but things like, are you obsessed with understanding customer needs and wants, and then does that actually drive you to put in place, invest in technology, invest in processes that make a difference, the culture of experimentation. So I think it's hugely important, and and one of the reasons why I wanted to dig into some of the leadership principles here is I think a lot of these, what I hope is true, and I can tell you it's been true with a couple of companies that I've worked with, but I don't know, how widespread this is that if you're really trying to mount a successful transformation or even just drive any kind of change initiative, I hope some of what's in the book will point to the cultural values you need to have and whether you have them or not. So I'll give you one example of this, which isn't exactly on your question, but I'll often walk into a new situation with a management team and I'll say, I'm just trying to understand how things get done around here. So would you say your culture is wired to say yes or wired to say no? Now, pretty much everybody in the audience knows the answer they want to give is wired to say yes, but I can tell by the expressions in the room, whether they answer the question honestly or not, the real answer is wired to say no. But it's an important kind of thing, right? Because if you're trying to change and I used to joke around that I had a guy that I worked with at one company who was senior vice president of the Department of No, because no matter what you asked him to do, the answer was no, because he fundamentally didn't want to change anything. So you have defenders of the status quo that often make change impossible. So if that's characteristic of your culture, you can read all the books you want or get all the consultants and to come in, and you're not going to make a lot of progress. So I wish it were easier to change difficult cultures, but I'm sure your experience is once cultures get set, they're very difficult to change, at least quickly. Anything else?
Paul?
Thank you. So you were talking about trends and about how sometimes management, although they're aware of the trends, they're not able to take decisive action in, let's say, taking advantage of these trends. And I'd like to come back to the subject of retail media. What do you think companies, and I don't know, maybe we can treat retailers and brands differently, what do you think companies need to do to actually be remarkable in climbing on the retail media trend?
Well, the first part, I think, it gets a little bit back to what I was saying about ego and ignorance, is you have to realize what you don't know and what you need to know. And leaders are, as I'm sure everybody would experience, usually leaders are incredibly busy. They have a lot of different things they're trying to balance. So to try to create any space for retailers to learn new things, to take a meeting on a new topic. I mean, sometimes it's just, they don't appreciate, like when I was head of strategy at Neiman Marcus, trying to get our CEO, who's a great guy, but he was very steadfast in his way, and he didn't really want to learn much about new things, even though we were telling him this could be hugely important. So one, I think just as a leader, is you have to try to realize that it's your job to get to understand new stuff and get your teams to be exploring things and getting a point of view on how important something is. So I think the first step is a lot of times is people just don't have openness to really learn about things or ponder them in a serious way. I think the second thing is, how can you take a small step forward? If it's something that's important, like, 3 years ago, I was talking to somebody about this earlier in the day. If you went to a retail conference, at least in the United States, the biggest topic was the metaverse. Now, what I've noticed at every conference I've been to in the last year is there isn't a single session which has metaverse in the title or in the description. Now, that's probably not right either, but you don't always, like, I worked on MySpace projects and Second Life projects, and I worked on a lot of stuff that turned out to be largely a waste of time, or at least didn't bring the tangible results we were hoping for. So it's not always obvious what's going to be important, how things are going to play out. But I think you have to create capacity in your organization, and budget often being a big thing, to actually experiment and learn about new things. And then if you start to learn and it turns out that it's important to scale up, you also ideally have budget to support the scaling up process. So I would say to anybody, whether it's retail media or it's agentic AI or whatever the heck the topic is, be open to the possibilities. If everybody else is talking about it, maybe there's a good reason. Try to get smarter at it, and then try to get a learning plan and a piloting plan to get started, and then be willing to step on the gas if you start to get the results. I don't know, did that answer your question? Thanks. All right, well, I see our time clicking down as well.
Yes. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for bringing with you the book. Don't forget to get your copy of the book signed after the summit. Are there any other questions? No. Then
thank you.
We'll stop here. Thank you very much. So the book is part of your takeaway bag. So you have it in your bag. You just have to go to Steve and get your copy signed at the end of the conference. And now let's move on to the next panel, which is going to be a very technical one. So this panel, it's a tech and AI expert panel discussion. future-proofing retail, the role of data and AI. You've heard a lot of AI during today's presentations, so let's delve a bit into this topic. So we have with us Ana Burița, the Director of Business Growth and Strategies at Infobip, a global leader in omnichannel communication. With over a decade of experience, she specializes in conversational AI, data-driven personalization and automation, helping enterprises in banking, retail, and telco industries gradually transform consumer engagement into measurable business growth. We have with us Dr. Irina Raicu. She's an entrepreneur and founder at Avergen Studio and the Institute for Applied AI. She's an AI advocate at Microsoft and a globally recognized AI artist and fashion designer. Her work centers on the creative applications of generative AI, particularly in art and fashion design. Dr. Raicu's contributions highlight the intersection of AI and creativity, demonstrating how generative AI can be harnessed to innovate within the creative industries. And Shish Ridar is the global retail lead at Microsoft for startups with over 15 years of experience collaborating with top retailers worldwide to address business challenges through AI, machine learning, and emerging technologies. Throughout his 28th-year tenure at Microsoft, he has focused on aligning technological solutions with business needs across various industries and regions. His current work focuses on agentic AI and robotics, exploring how autonomous AI agents and robotics can redefine human-robot collaboration in the retail sector. So, as I said, a lot of tech. As we've seen throughout the discussions today, retail media is evolving rapidly. But once we go back to the basics, we have to look for the backbone of marketing, which is right message, right time, right place, and right customer. With the advancements in data and AI, what are the biggest shifts you see in achieving this with precision? Let's start with Shish.
So for me, I think the biggest difference is the access to data. I consider data to be the fuel that drives AI, and the more data you have, the more accurate the AI is. And for the most part, how do you engage with customers today is dependent on all of that. So that is the number one thing. The second is all of the advancements that's happening in AI and AI models and all of that. So that's driving how retailers and brands can engage with customers. So the relevance and the personalization and all of that is an element of how good your AI can be. The inventory, how relevant is the inventory, the assortment in the store, how do you engage and communicate with the customers, and all of it's driven by the data. So that to me is the primary change today, what's different today.
Okay, so quite an advantage for China, because they've got huge reserves of data available for processing.
So the challenges are, one, I think the technology itself does bring challenges. One element of it is with all of that AI and all of the data, there is huge challenges. The data breaches, managing the data is another aspect that all brands and retailers are very concerned about. The ethical use of that data and the ethical use of AI is again another concern. So essentially, when you're using all of this, there is a whole lot of other concerns that come along with it that retailers and brands have to take, or rather take care of. And that's again, I think, one of the huge challenges. The data is
particularly in Europe, where we have that GDPR
exactly
whole context. Anna, your thoughts about the shifts?
I would I would actually like to add a demographic perspective on what Shish mentioned, because we obviously see a lot of shift in how Gen Z and Alpha and whoever will come next, how they would like to interact, what they expect, what they are used to, how they grew up with their instant, real-time interactions, mobile phones, smartphones, or whatever was at their disposal. I think there's a lot of influence that brands get by those types of demographics, and those people, younger generations, what we see is that, you know, they obviously look for a bit more or a bit different type of interaction with the brand, a type of interaction that goes beyond the pure transaction, a type of interaction that that's genuine, a type of interaction that you know, cares at the end of the day.
Maybe remarkable.
Maybe remarkable, yes, and obviously none of that would be possible without data that you know, collect about them, to get to know them a bit more, to learn about them, to be in constant interaction with them. But I think times have really changed from that perspective as well, on top of what Shish mentioned.
Thank you. Irina, your thoughts from a creative perspective?
Yes, sure. Here I think I will add something regarding the customer engagement when it comes about the new innovative projects. And I'm thinking about concrete real cases that happen. For instance, there are some ad campaigns created with AI since 2017 by Coca-Cola, Nutella, and many brands. And all these brands realize that this kind of campaigns that are more interactive had a consumer engagement even by between 20 and 30% to those campaigns. And I feel it's a really great experience to offer new visuals to the customers, to be able to integrate with your brand in different ways. For instance, that advertising created by Nutella offers like one jar that was particular design, one unique jar, so the customer felt more engaged with a brand because it was a personalized experience. And another important aspect that I see, it's also how fast today brands can respond to trends on social media. And last year it was interesting use case for me. Lipton Iced Tea launched a campaign, and in the Netherlands on the social media they saw that some users were posting a lot about the trend related to aliens. So AI was capable to capture this trend, and the agency responded in real time. In just 4 hours, they created a new campaign with Lipton Iced Tea, featuring some aliens to be in alignment with that specific trend on that social media. So I feel now the switch is more and more on the hyper-personalization, to engage more and more consumers. This is for the online experience, also for in-store. For instance, I would love to go to a fashion brand and choose a specific item to buy and maybe to be produced on demand or even via 3D printing directly in the store. I think this could be a nice experience. Another hyper-personalization, we can integrate technology, we can have wearables where we can change our outfit, our, for instance, artwork on a t-shirt according to our mood. So I feel now generative AI will allow us to personalize more the content for the customers and to engage more with the brand.
Steve mentioned earlier that we already have enough data and enough knowledge. What we lack is what do we do about them? How do we implement them? So, because many times retailers and advertisers have an abundance of data but struggle with activation. And from that perspective, what role does AI play in bridging the gap between data insights and actual real-time marketing decisions? Anna? Sheesh?
Sheesh,
Okay, please.
Do you want to start?
You want to set the stage?
Go ahead. I see that as a real, true kind of phased approach, like how to. We tend often to scare brands with like you need to do this and hyper personalize that, and then all of a sudden from messed up data you need to have full stack integrations across the place. Everybody talks to everybody between the systems, and then ROI comes in. And I think it's super important to understand like where the brand is at this very moment, how ready. We heard about that with the Profi. It's an amazing case, how ready, and it's amazing to hear that there are more and more examples of companies that do the homework, that really kind of make sure there are prerequisites for all sorts of AI that can come into play. I still think that there's a fewer number of those companies that are ready to invest first in that. It's obviously growing, but are ready to really take it seriously and invest in that before they automate anything or go to the levels of agentic AI, and then don't see the ROI on all of the efforts they put into that. So I think it's super important to find that measure, to find that step-by-step approach on how to enter into this era of AI and automation in order to have a real impact, in order to understand that impact, in order to evolve. And we see that. I mean, I think it's most common with traditional retailers, more or less, and I think that's the kind of what I can tell you. I think that's the probably the biggest or the most important way on how to approach without and setting expectations. I think setting expectations is a huge part of a challenge that we have as well.
For whom? For the client? For the brand?
From setting expectations from the brand itself. So what can you get depending on where you are, where you want to be, how much you want to invest, how ready you are. I think it's a process. I think there needs to be, and we talked about champions, we call them champions, but like influencers within the companies that you need to really work with constantly in order to kind of be there throughout the process. But I think wrong expectations can really hurt a lot in the long run, and that damage is something that hardly can be kind of replaced. So I would kind of put it that way.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sheesh, please, your thoughts about.
So I'll take a completely different approach and talk about the technology enablers. You talked about the insights into action. Insights is where you're kind of using analytics, using data to inform you about what's going on and what could be done, but is not really doing anything about it. So from a technology perspective, what we're really seeing today is all of us have tried ChatGPT or something similar where we can get the answers to questions. And that's one element of what AI is enabling you to do. It is giving you insights. And with predictive, it is telling you what will happen or what could happen. So that's another element of AI as well. But what's getting popular now is what Steve mentioned as well, agentic AI, and what Anna mentioned, agentic AI. So I'll kind of set the definition of that as well. So there's AI assistants like ChatGPT that give you information. They're passive. And then agentic AI is agents that actually do things. So they execute. So the insights into action, that's where agentic AI comes in. The second element about agentic, which is very transformational, is agents are built, they're applications, but you don't need programming languages. And as a result, for most retailers and brands, this is hugely transformative. You build agents using NLP, using natural language. You use prompts and you define what the agent does, and the agent gets created. There's no programming. So going back to the question about insights into action, one of the ways with the new technology around agentic, what you're really doing is you're defining an agent that will be told, this is the end result. This is what I want to do. When I'm in a retail media scenario, I want to negotiate and get the optimal pricing. That's the goal for the agent. So the agent will work on that goal. And you don't have to program it. So agents are getting very popular. This is the next wave that we're seeing from insights into action. And this is, again, a topic that I would encourage everyone to have a look at, because it is going to be the future. What applications are going to be?
Thank you. Irina?
So I fully resonate with what she said regarding agentic AI, but also it's important for agentic AI to know from where we take the data, and to know from where we take the data, these data have to be into a specific format to be understandable by these conversational interfaces and via these agents. So probably all the brands or this retail data should be stored and pre-processed before we fed to AI agents.
Okay. We've tackled before the concept of moment marketing or truth moment. So moment marketing relies on real-time decision making. What are the biggest challenges in processing and acting on real-time signals, and how does AI help overcome them? Shish, if you'd like to start on this topic.
Sure, I can kick it off. So one of the huge elements about moment marketing is trying to understand all of the different factors in that moment. One of the examples I'll give is, what's the weather right now? Does the weather impact what you will do as a result? What's the current economy like? Or did you just do something? And moment marketing could be, I'm in a store and my behavior in the store is being monitored. And based on what I did in the store, what I marketed is going to be very different. I looked at a product, I picked it up, and I put it back. Is that a moment that could be marketed? It could be. So again, is there a capability of really capturing what I'm doing and in real time determine what's the right marketing that should be delivered to me? And that's, again, a good example of what could be done there. The challenges there, of course, is things like, how do you deliver that message depending on where you are? Is it a mobile device? Have we set it up so that the mobile device is in use right now? Or is there another way of delivering? And that's one of the biggest challenges.
Maybe a robot which is present in the
exactly
in the retail.
And one of the ways I look at it, and this was a conversation I had with a retailer where they said, none of the shoppers use a mobile device in the store. And the way we tackled that was that, can we find what's the value exchange for the shopper for that particular brand and store? And if we find the value exchange and there is a compelling reason for the shopper to be using the app while in the store, that communication can happen. So there was one of those ways that we looked at. How do we keep that channel open as well?
Would you please delve in, a bit into that value exchange? Yep. What do we mean by value exchange for the retailer?
One of the examples was, and there was two examples. One was McDonald's in Sweden, where they wanted to use mobile apps. And we were trying to figure out what is that one thing we can find with the customer that they would use the app. So we did a little brainstorming with the customer. We did a workshop to figure out, what does the customer want? And one of those needs was, the reason they were going to McDonald's was they wanted a quick meal. They wanted to be in and out as fast as possible. So And the app was able to deliver that by geofencing the area. When you enter the zone, it automatically brings up the products that you normally buy. And you just click on the product, it automatically sets out the payment, the order is ready, it determines where you are. As soon as you pull up, your meal is ready and you were out in seconds. That resulted in over 1 million downloads of the app in a week. So it drove the engagement for the app. But then that same scenario does not apply to every other retailer. Every other retailer's got a
different
completely,
ecosystem.
A completely different value exchange. With 7-Eleven, for example, we were trying to get the mobile app being used. That was for the gas station convenience store combination. So in that case, what they wanted to do was they said, well, 7-Eleven has got one of the cheapest gas prices, and people go there because that. So what if you could pre-purchase, if you find the gas price low today, can you pre-purchase it? Scan a code, download the app, and now you can pre-purchase. And people started using the app. That's when they started delivering the ads and engagement through the mobile app, and that drove traffic to the store as well. So those are, again, ways in which we were looking at how do we enable that in store as well.
Thank you for the illuminating examples. Please.
If I may add, this is where I like to position conversational AI in terms of how to get the best out of the moment marketing, how to drive. So the fact is that you are there. The proximity to transaction is the closest it can be, probably. You are potentially willing to be engaged further. And now the question is, what we can do in order to bridge this, at the end of the day, retail media, to help bring it as close to the transaction as possible. And then conversational AI comes in as that type of a bridge, meaning, and it depends how you want to use it. But for example, there is one food manufacturer that wants to kind of penetrate in some new markets, and they want to, on top of the traditional market research that they do, they want to try to feel and understand the pulse of the target audience within one of the retailers, biggest ones in Germany. And they say, okay, what can we do that's different to try to understand, to get feedback regarding the product that we want to place permanently on that shelf. And then how you can use conversational AI is, and that was an amazing example, you place the product on the shelf, then you have some retail media present there in terms of either there is a mascot with a tablet standing there, and there's kind of a QR code that you scan and then engages you in certain type of quiz and gamification where it kind of asks you some questions because they want to understand, what your preferences are, and something and it motivates you to do that by incentivizing you with whatever is at disposal. And then all of a sudden, like 3 days later or 5 days later, there are 2,000 or 3,000 people engaging through that conversational AI on, I don't know, WhatsApp, Viber, or whatever other channel, giving you that direct insight from that spot in the store, and giving you kind of a real live feedback on what they think about your product and would they buy it and what kind of preferences they have, and it helps a lot to make certain decisions on how to move forward. And these are that was kind of one case where the approach to market research or kind of understanding the pulse of the market was completely different and completely new. There are obviously types of objectives and KPIs that are super focused on ROIs and conversion rates, and how can we use kind of conversational AI to engage that customer across multiple channels from the store. And that's the hypothesis that can be true and does not have to be true. That's still, from my perspective, a hypothesis. Do people really enter the store and are willing to use the phone extensively or not? But I, from my perspective, is still yet to be seen, but it is that kind of amplifier of that in-moment marketing to be used again on a personalized level, on a very direct, very real time, again, super important there at that place at that time with the right message, right offer, and again, if we go into agentic AI, then very actionable.
To be the next question, but first of all, thank you very much for your examples. We need as much examples, as many examples as possible. So we need to learn from your experience in this area, which is still exotic for Romania. Irina, generative AI has introduced new ways of creating hyper-personalized content at scale. How do you see it playing a role in making in-store and online retail media more responsive and engaging?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think it's very interesting how many use cases, how many personalized experience we can do today. I will add on top of the trend analysis and respond in real time on trends on social media with new campaigns, video production for AI campaigns, more personalized content. Also this way of empowering the creative teams, and here I will add I want to say through the creative teams, not only the design team, but also the advertising team. So we can infuse all this data from the brand data, the consumer behavior data, consumer preferences data into AI, and this AI can analyze and can produce at scale actually ads conform to that specific user consumer profile. So I think this is very fascinating how we can take this data, analyze it, put it into agentic system and obtain a creative content that will be displayed to that specific user. For instance, if I'm searching to go in the US, I'm searching for places what to visit. So while searching on social media networks, already according to my search to different behavior that I have on that platform, AI can detect it and can come with personalized content for me and can suggest me specific hotels brands or different brands that will help me to make my trip much easier and to make the choices much easier. This is one of the aspects. I think I already mentioned about in-store experience. I will add on top of that new things on demand that we can have. It's also, I noticed the consumer engagement, it's really higher when stores come up with displays that are more interactive and they represent a higher attractiveness for the customers. So this is where AI can play another role into the creative space. And I think these are the most efficient, the most powerful areas where AI have now a real impact.
Okay. Shish, in your work at Microsoft, you focus on agentic AI. How do you see autonomous AI agents transforming how retailers and brands execute in the moment marketing campaigns? And please use as many examples as possible.
Okay. So, one, I think in general, the way to think about it is any workflow, any process that you have today, any process could be automated. My recommendation, though, is, the end goal, the dream of agentic AI is to make everything autonomous, which we generally don't want to do.
Every process.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the phased approach, and what I also suggest is all of these agentic systems allow you to build automation that is a combination of humans and agents, where you say, I want to pull together a team of capabilities. So when you create an agentic system, what you're really saying is, I'll give an example. I've got a shelf, and my goal with the shelf is I want to make sure the products are on the shelf. That's my goal. That's my stated goal. And I want to somehow automate that process to make sure things are always on the shelf. So if I were to create agents for that, I would say I want to create one agent that will look at the shelf. It will connect to the cameras in the store that'll look at all the shelves and tell me if there's a product missing. So that's his job. That's his job description, and that's an agent. I'll create a second agent whose job is to tell a store associate to go pick up an item from the back room and fill the shelf. So if the first agent notices an empty space in the shelf, it will tell the second agent to inform the store associate. So now I'm creating a team of agents that will automate this. So that's again one way of you're creating these agents that talk to each other.
Which of them is the human one?
And the human will be actually picking up the product.
Filling the shelf.
So the human will be part of that team. The agent will send a notification to the human. The human will pick up the product, put it in the shelf, and they're all working together. There's an agent that's watching the shelf. There's an agent that is informing the store associate. The store associate is part of that team that's filling up. So that's a great example of a hybrid agentic system, humans and agents working together. It goes even further where in warehouse environments, they're now working on humanoid robots so that human could be a combination of a robot or a human. You could have a robot going to the back room, picking up the product and filling up the shelf. And the really interesting thing that's going on in robotics is robots now, because of Gen AI, have the ability to understand natural language. So you don't have to write a program to tell the robot it needs to go to the back room, pick up a product, put it into the shelf in a certain space.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Wow.
You could use the same instructions, the task list that you would give the store associate. That same list could be given to a robot.
Just to be clear, natural language means
it could be English.
Unusual conversation.
Yeah, a
the way
normal
we
conversation.
communicate
Yeah.
among
Exactly.
us humans.
Yeah, and one of the conversations I'm having with the retailer is they're using a Blue Yonder system in the back end that's creating all the tasks and all of that. The task could go to a human, it could go to a robot, it could go to a combination. One of the ways of looking at that as well is extended hours. The humans could be working 9 to 5. And after that, the robots come in and they could do the same jobs. So
The
that
third
is-
shift.
Exactly. So I'm not even suggesting that this is how it should be done today. What I'm suggesting is it can be taken in phases, where part of the job can be done with agents and humans together, and it's not everything that's automated. There's a combination, and there's a human involved in the whole process. At some point, it starts getting more and more automated, and that's kind of where I see agentic and multi-agentic systems going.
Okay. Irina, your thoughts about the perspective of agentic AI going into your area of expertise, into creativity, into taking on more and more jobs on this level?
Well, I think it empowers people more to be faster into delivering the content, indeed to understand the brand key identity. You have to use that specific data to create some fine-tuned models dedicated to that brand, to their product. So here I think it's a mix of creativity and technology skills. So this is where my main approach was, because you need two distinctive skills. Probably the jobs will change. I don't think they will stay the same. So, but it will change in a positive direction in the sense that it augments the creatives. And
even the agentic
yes, even the agentic AI. I did an experiment last year, which I presented to a conference, a research. I created a fine-tuned AI agentic system for my artworks to help me to generate easily, based with my voice, my artworks and video. So I managed to put all together and create this experiment. And for me, it was more powerful because today I'm going in too many tools for different use cases. I'm having mostly a process because I can't do everything by myself. So I'm programming a part, I'm going in another program in order to have the creative outcomes. And I feel this agentic system will empower me more and all the other designers because you don't have to learn all the skills that you need to learn to deliver according to a brand needs. Because the brand don't want to go to Midjourney and see new references, new styles. They really need to that their product to be there and to be to help to create the content at scale. So the data plays a real important role in the sense that you take that specific data. The process is as follows. So we receive the brand products. We annotate that brand products because we need to say what each image represents. So it's a really big part of the project that can take up to 1 month. Depends on the models, on the number of the products that brand want to advertise. Then we can generate at scale indeed, but it's a long process. So having agentic AI and helping me to annotate all this data more automatically and to automate this pipeline will be much useful. Also on the creative side, I feel that in the agentic AI systems also plays an important role in the generative UIs. We as a creatives, we are using natural language processing, but we need to have the control of the AI outcomes, which today is very hard to have. So I feel a part of this process that focus on behind the scenes data automation, we need also to design more interfaces that are more easy to be used by the designers. For instance, to have maybe a prompt layer on top of it, because even prompting it's harder in order to obtain production-ready assets. So yeah, I think it will empower and augment all the creative teams by offering a more personalized experience, a more interface that is useful for the teams to be productive.
So we are not going to be extinct in the creative area. Anna, going back to the moment marketing thing, communication channels are critical to activating moment marketing. How do AI-driven communication platforms enable seamless engagement between brands and shoppers in key decision moments?
Well, the sole point of communication channels in that sense is to create this frictionless experience for the consumer, because we want to get to that conversion at the end of the day, or this way or that way. So, and there's been a very, very big leap or rise of the usage of communication channels for that purposes in the past year or 2 or 3. And the point is that, you know, there is an ad somewhere. There is an ad on social media, there is an ad on TV, there is an ad in the store. And then there is additional type of engagement that we can initiate through these conversational channels, communication channels, in order to increase our chances for the customer to, or the consumer to actually buy the product or do whatever we want them to do. So this is, in that sense, this is adding a lot of value in the sense that it gives additional context. It kind of helps the consumer understand the product better, the usage of the product better, the alternatives to that product, the benefits of that product, or whatever, where it can be, you know, are there any other places where it can be bought? So it really helps secure the chance of that transaction actually taking place, because there is I heard that today as well. Like, one thing is for ad to be seen, The other thing is for ad to be engaged with. The third thing is for conversion to happen. And then communication channels come in as, again, as a bridge, trying to make this process as frictionless as possible. And it really kind of, it does work, especially when there are some very nice examples on the marketing and brand awareness side, how to do, how to use influencers when you want to launch a new product, for example, as a brand. And there is one Dior case that is kind of super interesting, where there is a social media influence. You can use traditional social media.
Already traditional.
Yeah, traditional. For that, or you can use social media to kind of trigger that kind of an engagement. And then what they did is they built the entire campaign within a WhatsApp space, where they created like the virtual or the bot out of the actual influencer in the Asia Pacific region, and then they invited a limited number of fans into that group where the 3-day campaign was happening, with all the engagements, back and forth conversation, quizzes, I don't know, getting to know the product better, how to use it better, you know, tips and tricks from the most influential person in that area in Asia Pacific. The results compared to the traditional type of launching a product were 10 to 15 times higher. And this is just an example of one campaign. And how do you use that conversational space and communication channels with AI and data in the obviously as engines to engage, to actually genuinely engage that audience that you are targeting, and then, you know, to make sure that the product is sold how you want it to be sold. So it's absolutely amazing.
How about the context of retail media and retail in general? Retailers often struggle to make their digital and physical retail media networks work seamlessly together. How do you see AI improving the omnichannel experience for shoppers? Sheesh.
So one of the things I would say is the back-end systems itself, the CDPs, and where you have all of the customer data available, whether a customer is in the store, online, engaging both ways, taking all of the behavior, the online behavior, as well as the in-store behavior, and combining that, so that all of the behavior that you did online could be potentially retargeted in the store or the other way. So through combining that data, so having that back end set up is extremely important for that AI in the moment to be able to work, is, I would say, one of the
Could that be done by an agent?
It generally will not be done by an agent.
Okay.
So those would be the back end, I would call it the plumbing that needs to be put in place, where all of the data is available. But the agent will be using that data, so that in the moment actions on it, the ability to read the back-end data of the behavioral information, the real-time behavioral information, and the agent is the one doing the execution. What do you do now based on what I know about your behavior? That's where the agent will come in, but not really. I wouldn't say the plumbing in the back-end is an agentic thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anna?
I absolutely agree in terms of the biggest value that I see is the synergy between obviously the offline and online data being collected into one place, into one CDP, and being super actionable. I think, you know, when you think about the offline experiences and how they are coming back, actually it's kind of, you know, new pop-up shops or standard shops where are being opened. People want to experience, like physically experience shopping, and the fact that we are now able to turn that pathways, turn that footprints, turn that POS items into something actionable that can be joined with all the online data that we have, and then have as targeted, direct, and conversion-ready campaign as possible is I would say, you know, the holy grail of in-moment marketing. So yeah, that's my kind of finding a way to bring this together, and obviously there is a way. So
thank you. Irina, your thoughts about this topic?
Yes, I think this synergy, it's very important. I was thinking even further. I think especially for the content creation, we will see from now on a lot of AI content, which can be also reused as reinforcement learning to learn more about the customers, the behavior, because it will change the behavior. As we had in the past, the new digital markets came, also the consumer became much more digital. Now we will see also a shift a bit on the on this part, more AI engage, and which means that it will engage more and more with the AI content. Indeed, it's a bit scary that we won't see a big difference between the AI-generated content and the real one, because all tend to be very realistic. Even today, video production it became very powerful in the past 4 months. So it's really incredible. And yeah, it will be, we can deliver more hyper-personalization by being able to produce this content faster and faster. And it will happen a lot of changes into this direction. And I think maybe at the end of this year, we will also look to an AI movie generated
we'll
from
discuss
scratch.
about this at the next iteration of this summit next year. I only have two more questions. So one of the major promises of AI in retail media is predictive analytics. How do you see AI evolving from just responding to real-time triggers to proactively predicting and shaping consumer behavior? Sheesh.
So one is, well, predictive has been around for a while, where you can use predictive models to determine next best action. What should the retailer do? You're using predictive analytics to determine what's the right product for you based on a whole lot of factors. And as I mentioned earlier, I think one of the biggest changes today is the availability of data. For example, if the economy is doing a certain thing, the economy is down, what's the most predictable thing people will be buying in different categories? Those are kind of things that you can predict, and you can target the right things based on economy, based on weather, based on various life stages you're in. And those are, again, things that you can look at, data that you have, your purchasing patterns, all of that. But the other aspect that I see, if I were to bring in the agentic element into it, is to say, how can I be proactive as an agent when you're in the store, when you're browsing things? Is there something that I can guide you through? And I'll call it as giving you a nudge in the right direction. Can I give you a nudge as an agent? And that's, I think, one of the powers where the agent can guide you along, can predict what you want. And whether we like it or not, there's talk out there on agents being your personal shopper. And your personal shopper could predict ahead of time what you would need. You're planning a trip, and what do you need for that trip? Getting all that together and maybe making the purchase or getting an approval for you to make that purchase. But doing all that proactively, those are the kind of things I think we're going to see a lot of when it comes to predictive and agents.
Okay, thank you. Anna?
I agree. It's about being suggestive. Like, what's the value? Like, what's the value for me as a consumer that I get out of this predictability? Like, what's the, and what I can see is like, okay, let's help me out. Like, there is a paradox of choice all around me. There are some things that I obviously like. There are some patterns and some behaviors that I kind of showcase. Help me out. Like, be with me on that journey. Consult me, suggest, and do that. And I think the key word here as well is do it proactively. Do it like recognize the moment when it makes sense, and that's it. I think that's far more important than the very predictability of if I will buy one more pair of shoes.
But doing that in a gentle way, nudging.
Yeah, it's a thin line between
absolutely.
being creepy and...
No, please, no. No, absolutely. It's I kind of count on that being very genuine and with a purpose, with a real purpose, and not to annoy me to the extent that I won't even look at you anymore.
Because we want nudging, not nagging.
Not exactly. Nicely said. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the last of my questions: agentic AI, conversational AI, generative AI, all bring new capabilities to retail media automation. How do you see these technologies interacting with each other to create more sophisticated and responsive retail media strategies? So it's about how should we combine them in order to come up with new and creative strategies.
Well, I would say that conversational is, from my perspective, kind of a platform. It's enabling two-way, dynamic, real-time, natural, genuine conversation between a brand and a consumer. So it's not a transaction; it's a genuine interaction, and then from my perspective, Gen AI, agentic AI, rule-based bots, depending on the use case, are there to actually, so it can get very simple, and a lot of times it is very simple, so we don't need agentic AI always and forever. We don't need Gen AI as well always, depends on the use case. But I would say that those types of complexities and sophistication when it comes to AI and autonomy and proactivity is something that I would see as a layer and an integral part of that conversational space. Whether you want to really have a super proactive, super autonomous agent that will be that will help you out with some complex situations, or buy something for you, or act on your behalf, or whatever, or you just need to book an appointment with your dentist. It's kind of the span is super wide, and I think the magic happens when we are able to determine the right balance between what type of AI do we implement in that kind of relationship between a brand and a consumer, and what gives the most impact, and what makes most sense. So for me, this is kind of the correlation between. I wouldn't say they are competing between each other. It's more of a how do you implement it depending on the use case, on the objective, on the stage maturity, whatever.
It's like a basket.
Exactly, it's a mix.
Currencies.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Absolutely.
Irina, please, your thoughts about the integration of those three types of AIs.
I'm thinking from other perspective, not integrating like all the technology together, because it will, at the moment we will get lost, and it's so much. I'm thinking about solving a real use case, for instance, and I feel conversational, generative AI, agentic AI, it can contain conversational AI and generative AI. From technological perspective, conversational and generative AI is just a very small difference. And we can also combine the traditional machine learning and AI all together into obtaining a powerful system to solve a specific problem. As I mentioned, maybe to have an agentic AI to help to create customized content for brands at scale, which means data, means many operations behind the scenes in order to perform this and to deliver those creative assets. So I'm thinking from this perspective, like, okay, how can I use AI to solve a specific use case? And I think organizations are struggling with this because they are going into all directions, like I want to implement AI, and you need to start by thinking about your use cases, the most impactful use case, where AI will have the most of the impact, and then to start to think from the technological perspective. Do I need Gen AI? Do I need AI? Can we build agentic AI? The data is ready. So, and for retail media, I'm sure there are plenty of use cases that can be created, and let's think about departments. So I will split those use cases with departments. Okay, department of marketing is doing these operations. We have an agent here. We have another agent on the creative design side. We have another agent for decision making maybe, or for the store manager, another agent.
It will be the most useful of them all, decision making.
And all of this coming together and helping to improve the productivity or the metrics that you are trying to achieve. I think it's very important to keep in mind use case, metrics, what we want to achieve, and how we can think about the advantages AI is giving us. Because, okay, it's, today it's this hype, let's adopt AI, but does it really help us does it improve our productivity? Yes, I'm sure there are plenty of cases, but to take AI and go to agentic systems, you need to take it step by step and to understand very well what challenges you have.
Thank you. Shish, your thoughts?
I'll close off with retail media as my obsession with agents again. So one of the use cases that I've been working on, and it's still kind of raw, but I'll put that on the table. It's a concept that I'm calling A2A retail media, or agent to agent retail media. So it is the collaboration between the demand side and the supply side, and you have agents on either side. And the agentic systems are a combination of humans and agents working together. So the negotiation is done between one agent and the other agent on either side. It is looking at real-time data. It is looking at real-time demand information. It is optimizing the ads on real-time data as well, and the feedback loop. So these are two agents collaborating and doing things in real time, monitoring the ad, adjusting and adapting in real time as well. So it is almost like having a team of people working 24/7 on the process. And that's one of the ways I'm thinking of how agents could play a part. And because agents are relatively new, I'm also suggesting it's a combination of humans and agents working together. But that's, again, I think a good way of how do you infuse it. And your question about conversational and agents, the conversational becomes the interface to the humans.
Okay.
How do the humans engage with the system? That's the conversational bit.
Okay. So we are talking about, just to be clear, human agents and AI agents working side by side, not merging into the same entity like a cyborg or something.
Exactly.
So we're not there yet.
It's working together, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think it's a very real system that could happen, and that's a conversation I'm having right now, and open to any kind of collaboration on it as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Questions from the audience? I know, yes, it's late and it was very technical, oh yes, thank you. Please.
Or what is it more exactly? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay, I have a question about agentic AI. Is that a line of code, or what it really is?
An agent is actually I would say a module that will do something. So if you think of ChatGPT as an agent or a module that will respond to you, you can ask questions, you'll give you a response. An agent is the same thing, but it will do things for you. Like one example of that would be, I want a list of all of the retailers in a certain area. I want to put it into an Excel spreadsheet and format it in a certain way and deliver it to you. Now, it's not just responding, it is actually creating something. So That's what an agent does. Think of it as an application. Think of it as a program. But the difference is you don't write code. You describe. You give it a job description. And that's how you create an agent. And that's literally how you create an agent.
If I can provide a concrete example, imagine you have 3-4 custom GPTs with their own objective, but they serves you to, for instance, to reserve a trip. But each of these custom GPTs, one is looking for the flight, another one for the hotel, another one for the parking. An agentic system means to have on top of it a reasoning engine and decides what to do first. The plane booking, the hotel booking, or the parking booking. But for you, it will be transparent and will happen in the conversational interface without, just with a basic query. But it's like multiple GPTs coming and working for you together to offer you the needed response according to your data. So this is the difference. ChatGPT now is just one single instance interface. It's just one LLM. Multi-agentic means many other AIs integrating all of them together, working behind the scenes to provide you a better analysis and more personalized response for you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, I don't really know how to tell the question because I might sound really silly. Can you give some examples, one good example from each of you on the either IA agents or AI system application in marketing? A good practical working example that I can check later, something you have encountered.
I'll let Irina do that one. She's great at the marketing agents.
Okay, so for the marketing agents, I used a lot on the creative side. So I used even myself to personalize these agents with my own data in order to deliver a specific outcome that I was expecting. For marketing advertising teams, let's take, so ChatGPT is very border. So once, if you don't know how to prompt with it, probably you will have difficulties in using it for marketing. But Rysonic is a AI agent. It wants to be an AI agent that can help you, for instance, to write a better content for the advertising and marketing part. These AI agents are currently in progress, so they are at the stage of MVP, so they can't perform really right now a super complex analysis and integration without doing yourself it manually. But I think this is a good example in the way that will evolve, and you can use it right now for the marketing and advertising purposes.
So I'll give another example as well. In a marketing process, I want to deliver a very personalized ad for you. And I want to base it on what I know about you. So I'll create two agents. One of them is going to go look at the CRM and all information I know about you to create a very personalized description for the product. A second agent that's going to create an image that is going to be relatable to you. So the image is going to be customized based on where you live and what you like, and the image will be customized. So there'll be two agents. So when I'm delivering it to you, these two agents, one of them will go and look at the CRM, create the description that is very hyper-personalized, the image that is hyper-personalized, and that's, I would say, one way of how you'd use agents to deliver marketing that's hyper-personalized to you. You could have thousands of these agents working at the same time doing hyper-personalization at scale.
Yes. You have a...
Hi. I have two questions. One is quite specific. What arguments can we use to convince retailers that their data is safe. Because this is one of the big walls we are coming across in trying to introduce footprints into the Polish market. So I ask you, because you manage the data centers and the cloud base, what arguments can we use that data safe?
I missed the question, sorry.
Oh, about the data. I think every brand have different approaches, depends on the industry they're in. For instance, industry like banking, healthcare, they take care about the data to be fully compliant and legally sourced, especially in the image creation side. So here we are working with another startup that created models based on the copyrighted data. And for this type of the clients, we deliver legally sourced and fully commercial data. For the other brands that are more creative, usually these models train on the copyrighted data poses some challenging in the sense they are not very creative. And then there are some techniques that we are calling them fine-tuning methods, which means that we can build a proprietary model based on an existing DALI, stable diffusion. These are some of the examples. What happens with this fine-tuning model and how they become proprietary? They become proprietary because that data that is infused in these models, the weights are replaced with our new knowledge. So imagine that we take that model that was learning a lot based on millions and billions of images, we freeze what it learned and we say, look, this is the data from Carrefour, these are the visuals from Carrefour products. And it will learn, we will annotate, we will do a data processing, we will implement the model to be proprietary to that specific data. So at the end of this process, we can say that we have a compliant outcomes. But as I mentioned, to be fully compliant and ethical, I don't think there are ethical AI today. It's responsible AI. To be fully ethical means to have everything very transparent. And some companies are investing billions of dollars, and it's a bit impossible to have access to all the data, parameters, weights, and all this kind of technological stack. So I think it's important to understand the difference and to talk about responsible AI. But these are two options in image creation and marketing especially.
I'll bring you another one.
Okay, I'm on now. Okay, the second question, I think it's coming from an old boomer like myself. What physical conditions and control mechanisms are humans putting on AI development? Or are we looking at sort of a Terminator kind of scenario in 20 years or 10 years to come?
So was the question about fallback?
Yeah. Well, exactly. Well, generally constraints. What are we doing to manage this, these models and the way this AI is developing?
And I missed the last part of the question. So fallback for?
No, what control mechanisms are being put in place
right.
on AI development so it doesn't sort of run out of control?
So one is, I think, as Irina mentioned, the fine-tuning is one of the ways that, it is, we kind of ensure the responsible AI on that. The other aspect of it, the question of, and I'm trying to guess here, correct me if I'm wrong, the chance that the AI is going to hallucinate and go haywire and say something that it shouldn't be saying, those kind of things. Is that where you're going? Okay. And that is a real concern. There's been a lot of situations. One of them has been McDonald's. There's been a couple of other ones where there has been situations where the AI has done things that was not intended, said something that was not intended, all of that. So the safeguard in that situation, the way that the implementation has been done is phase one is internal communications and internal implementations. And most of the models are using reinforcement learning, where they keep on learning and improving over time. So when you run it over time internally, the model gets better and better. And at a certain stage, you know that it can be deployed externally. That's one way that I think of, how do you safeguard it? How do you ensure that you're not delivering a model externally right away? Another example that I can think of is a brand used AI for generating product descriptions at scale. They were doing this manually. They were actually writing thousands of product descriptions manually. It took weeks for their online site to come alive. It took weeks or months for their catalog to come alive. And they said, we can do this in a day, in a few hours, if we use Gen AI. The challenge with it is we don't know, are those descriptions going to cause a problem for the brand because it said something objectionable and we didn't even see it because it's generating 20,000 descriptions out there? How do we safeguard against that? So the solution for that particular brand was they said they typically have manual writing, there's people writing it, interns writing it, but they had an editorial process where it was reviewed by humans before it went live. So with AI, they did the exact same thing. They had human reviewers in the workflow. AI generated it, went through a review process, and then went live. So those are, again, ways in which people are tackling, the technology is new, and you need to have safeguards in place for when you're publishing it. Have a human in the loop, and that might be, if I would have one word answer or a single line answer to your question, it would be human in the loop.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting and very technical panel. I hope we'll see you again with the same. Okay.
Thank you.
See you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Before we part ways, we have a business activation right across the hall. You could grab a few bites, a glass of champagne, and have a conversation with your colleagues and with the panelists and the experts. And don't forget about the signing book event. You can have your copy of the book, Leader's Leap, signed by Steve. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your interest. And I hope we'll see together again at the next edition of this summit, because this was the first one. So see you next year. Thank you again. Hello. So the business activation, it's across the hall at the coffee shop.